Oliver Holmes and the Case of the Crime-Solving Guinea Pig, written by Cheree Alsop, narrated by Myree Alsop. Chapter 1. Oliver. The weight of the little paws on Oliver's chest should have clued him in that things weren't normal before he even opened his eyes. Dreams weren't supposed to have weight, or paws for that matter, so when Oliver opened his eyes to the fuzzy orange and white face peering down at him, he should have been able to tamp down the inhuman shriek that emitted from his chest. Instead, he shoved up so fast he hit his head on the lamp that still hung over his bed from the late-night reading he had immersed in. Cradling his head in his hands, Oliver opened one eye and dared to peek at where the guinea pig had been. Part of him hoped the creature had vanished. The other part noted it had all been too real and pre-concussion to be written off from cracking his head on the reading light. "At least you didn't overreact." Oliver stared at the guinea pig. The animal sat on his blankets as though being there was the most normal thing in the world. The otherworldly glow around the guinea pig hinted that it wasn't quite as real as it looked. Oliver had a million questions, but couldn't get his mind calmed enough to think of a single one. The guinea pig gave him a slow blink before it said in a thick Russian accent, "I am a guinea pig." The absurdity of the statement helped to center Oliver. "That's the one thing I wasn't about to question," he replied. He straightened, lowering his hand from the goose egg forming on the back of his head. He gave the animal a closer look, noting the way its very real-looking little claws embedded into the patchwork quilt. "Why can I understand you?" The guinea pig tipped his head to the side. "I could ask you the same thing. It's not every day I meet a human who can speak guinea pig." Oliver toyed with a loose thread at the edge of his pillowcase, wrapping and unwrapping it around his finger in a way that grounded him and made him feel as though he still existed in reality. He chose the phrasing of his next question with care. "Are you a ghost?" The guinea pig's eyes widened. "I hope not." When the animal shuffled his paws in dismay, the left side of him shifted slightly. The strange aura over his fur lessened. Oliver blinked and peered closer at the creature. It turned out to be standing in the square of sunlight that filtered through his window onto the bed, casting the guinea pig in a perfect glowing light. He chuckled inwardly at his relief that at least he wasn't talking to an animal and seeing ghosts. Balance was important. Oliver cleared his throat and pushed up to a more comfortable position with his back against the headboard. "So, how can I help you?" The guinea pig looked decidedly uncomfortable. Amazement filled Oliver that he could read the animal's emotions. He had never paid much attention to animals before, let alone emotions in general, but it was hard to miss the slight downward tilt to the guinea pig's head along with a sideways glance out of his eyes instead of a direct look. His little paws shuffled on the bedding before he cleared his throat in a tiny cough and a sigh escaped him. His brown eyes locked back on Oliver's. "I am Waffles, the pet of Marisol." He fell silent. Oliver realized the animal was waiting for his reaction. He tried to remember anyone named Marisol. The name was vaguely familiar, a whisper of something on the news, maybe an article flashing across social media in one of those annoying advertisements. He shook his head. "I don't know who Marisol is." The guinea pig's eyes widened. "Marisol? The pop singer on top of every music chart? Queen of the new neon movement? Singer of such songs as Unplug from Life, Connect to Living, Electric Star Destroying Meteor, and her newest release, The Earth Didn't Abandon Us? You don't know Marisol?" Oliver shrugged. "Does it matter?" Waffles gave a little huff. "Well, it should. She's only the biggest chart topper of this decade. How many other people do you know with only one name?" "4," Oliver replied immediately. At the look of skepticism on the animal's face, he said, "One is a homeless person, Dave, who forgot his last name due to an overabundance of drug use. The other 3 are siblings who moved from Europe and dropped their last name because it turned out to be an offensive word in the United States. They're the heads of DDB Builders, Derek, Donovan, and Bertie. DDB Builders Co. is a big enough company that nobody questions the missing last name of its founders." Waffles gave a snort of what sounded like disbelief before he said, "Well, Marisol had a far bigger impact than any builder ever could." "Even one designing the new will-be-tallest skyscraper in New York?" Oliver queried. The animal's mouth opened, closed with a shake of his head, then opened again, and he said, "You're changing the topic." "I am merely asking a question. I'm curious because I don't follow modern-day musicians with their mass misunderstanding of the purpose of music and the impact they could be having on society." Oliver held the guinea pig's gaze for a moment before he sighed and shoved his fingers through his hair. "Fine. Why should anything regarding this Marisol bring you to my bed at this ungodly hour?" Waffles gave a decidedly judgmental sniff. "It's only ungodly to those who have been deep in a bottle the night before." He followed the animal's gaze to the nightstand where an empty bottle of whiskey lay on its side next to a glass he had stopped using at midnight in exchange for drinking directly out of the bottle. It was easier that way. Oliver's eyes narrowed. Waffles cleared his throat again. "Your abundant imbibing aside, I am here because Marisol's time is up." Oliver eyed him. "You killed her?" "No!" Waffles shouted. "What? Don't you ever see the news? Marisol was listed as murdered. She's currently being mourned by nearly every person in the United States and has been for an entire week. An image of a woman with long black curly hair, 20-something, and with a neon orange half-moon drawn over her eye surfaced in his mind from the front page of his internet search engine a few days ago. "If she's murdered, why do you say her time is up?" he asked. "Isn't that pointing out the obvious?" "Because I saw her be kidnapped. The note the kidnappers left was very specific that they would be given until this Friday to pay her ransom, but it got misplaced when the police searched her apartment for clues, and I need to tell someone about it so they can rescue her." Oliver stared at the guinea pig. "Rescue her? Me? I'm a janitor at Henderson Junior High. What am I supposed to do?" "Tell the authorities," Waffle said, in a tone that implied he thought Oliver was an idiot. "Tell the authorities that a guinea pig witnessed this Marisol's kidnapping and needs them to pay the ransom so she can get back?" At the animal's nod, a sound of disbelief escaped Oliver's lips. "Do you know what that sounds like? And from my understanding, the police don't pay ransoms." "Marisol has more than enough money to cover it in the safe in her apartment. You just have to take me there and I'll show you how to open it," Waffle said, as if it was as simple as a walk in the park. Oliver rose from the bed and paced across his small bedroom. His bare feet thudded lightly on the threadbare green carpet. "Do you hear what you're saying?" he asked. He paused in his pacing and turned to the guinea pig. "You want me to go to the police, tell them that there was a misplaced note that tells them this Marisol wasn't murdered and was kidnapped instead and awaiting a ransom, and then break into Marisol's apartment so we can use her money to pay the ransom demand. I count at least 4 reasons they'll have to lock me up and pin me with her murder." "Well, maybe," Waffle said, his tone a bit less certain. Then the animal's eyes narrowed. "Aren't you related to Sherlock Holmes?" Oliver's gaze darted to the rows of books on his shelf. Every story ever published about Sherlock Holmes took up 2 full shelves. There was a gap in the middle where books leaned against each other. Oliver's heart clenched at their loss. He shied away from giving in to the memory of who had destroyed them. "Sherlock Holmes is a fictional character." Was that bitterness in his tone? He gave the guinea pig a closer look. "Is that why you came here?" The animal's large brown eyes looked up at the ceiling, then to the walls, then the floor before meeting Oliver's again. Oliver shook his head. "I'm not a detective. I'm a janitor." More bitterness. He had never been ashamed of his job. It paid the bills, and he made a difference when he scraped gum from the lockers and pulled gobs of toilet paper from overflowing toilets. He chided himself. He was selling his job short. He enjoyed the way most of the students knew his name and found him when there were problems. He had keys to the school and could go there whenever he wanted. He had been acknowledged at the last pep rally as a changemaker at the school, and the entire football team had given him high fives after he helped clean up the locker room when the rival team trashed it. "Does one necessarily negate the other?" Waffles asked. "You could still be a detective, you know." A tiny thrum of electricity ran through Oliver. There was a reason he had so many Sherlock Holmes books. His mother used to find used copies at Begin Again's, the vintage store that had been 2 blocks from their apartment. He didn't care if he had duplicates. Every volume had been treasured and added to his collection. Sharing a last name with the main character gave the stories their own personal feeling. He used to picture himself working alongside Sherlock and Watson solving crimes. "It was a childhood fantasy," he said, though his conviction wasn't as strong as he thought it should be. "Becoming an adult doesn't mean forgetting childhood dreams. It means bringing them to life," the white and orange animal said. Oliver eyed him suspiciously. "What are you, some sort of guinea pig guru?" Waffle snorted. "It's a lyric from one of Marisol's songs. I'm amazed at the vastness of your ignorance." At Oliver's look, the guinea pig raised a paw. "But there's nothing that says one must have knowledge of current social media affairs in order to solve a kidnapping." In a quiet undertone, he whispered, "I hope." Oliver ignored the whisper and said, "What happens if I say no?" Waffle's eyes lowered. "There's no one else who could understand me. Without the ransom note, the money won't get paid." His voice softened. "And Marisol will die." Oliver's heart clenched. He had a sneaking suspicion the animal was playing it up a bit for dramatics, but there was no denying the guinea pig's logic. If he didn't help, and nobody else knew about Marisol's predicament, her death would be on his head. He started pacing again. The distance from the wall near his bed to the bookshelf was 5 strides, which, given the length of his stride, made it 310 inches. Covering the area twice gave him 620 inches in which to think. Sometimes it was enough for him to clear his head and come up with a solution. This time, it took 3,100 inches with the guinea pig watching every step he made. The nerves that twisted in his stomach intensified. Oliver stopped and put a hand on the bookshelf. He closed his eyes, sucked in a steadying breath, and clenched his left hand into a fist. He released the breath and willed all the tension to exit when he opened his hand again. The exercise he had learned from Rainey, the school counselor, helped a bit. He opened his eyes and focused on the only frame on the shelf. It was surrounded by small rocks, several pressed flowers, and 2 whittled sticks, all carefully laid out in equal spacing. The rock on the end was too close. Oliver slid it over a centimeter. The rest of the tension eased from his shoulders. "Is that your girlfriend?" Waffles asked. Oliver glanced over his shoulder. The rodent had crossed to the edge of the bed. A string from the fraying edge of Oliver's quilt was caught in its claws, but he didn't think the guinea pig noticed. He followed the animal's gaze back to the picture. "No," he said shortly. The sound of the guinea pig's throat clearing cued Oliver that he was being rude. He sighed inwardly at the annoyance that came with following normal social customs of politeness. Why should he have to explain if he didn't want to? "He's your guest. Be nice." His mother's voice carried a hint of the smile reflected in the picture. She wore her favorite red sweater and a pair of jeans with a hole in the knee that she had repaired using a red bandana. She sat on the swing in the park where she used to take Oliver whenever his dad was in one of his moods. Her wavy brown hair that matched his own was pulled back from her shoulders by a headband, and her blue eyes that were a shade lighter than his crinkled at the corners with her smile. She seemed to see right into his core in a way that sent an ache through his chest. Oliver's right hand twitched. He lowered it from the shelf. "She's my mother." "Oh, my apologies," Waffles replied, his thick Russian accent softening the words. "I assumed, given your age, that you would have a girlfriend, but that's the only picture of a woman I see." Oliver faced the animal. "What does age have to do with having a girlfriend?" "Well, it seems that with humans, after you reach a certain age, it becomes important to attach yourself to someone," Waffles explained. Oliver shook his head. "Age has nothing to do with human compatibility. It is merely a marker by which those who are seeking a companion determine whether their maturity levels match. There is nothing that says that by 40 I should have a significant other in my life. I choose solitude because there is no other with whom I wish to share anything of importance." "Except your mother," the guinea pig pointed out. "She's dead," Oliver replied. He crossed to his dresser. The animal's eyes widened at the bluntness of his statement. "Oh, I'm sorry." "You have nothing to apologize for," Oliver replied. He pulled on a green t-shirt with Henderson Tigers printed across the front in gold letters, then grabbed a pair of folded underwear from the second drawer along with folded jeans from the third. "You had no hand in her death, given that she died of cancer 24 years and 15 days ago, and you are a cavia porcellus with an average life expectancy of 5 to 8 years. There's no way you both could have been around then and now, so your apologies are unfounded." Waffles blinked at him as he made his way to the bathroom. "It's customary to apologize when someone talks about a deceased loved one," the guinea pig said. Oliver paused by the door. "Why is that? I've never understood it." The animal looked back at the picture in the frame as if contemplating. "I guess I'm sorry that someone who is significant in your life is no longer here to share it with you." The animal's statement made Oliver hesitate in the act of closing the door. He thought through the rodent's words. "That's actually a nice sentiment," he said, not bothering to hide his surprise. He met the guinea pig's gaze. "Thank you for saying it." Waffles opened his mouth as if to speak again, but Oliver shut the door. Oliver stood there in his pajama pants, his underwear and jeans held forgotten in one hand while his other remained on the doorknob. There was no reason he could think of as why he could speak to and understand the animal. How it had found him was baffling, and why it had sought him out beyond his last name of Holmes and the rodent's hope that he could somehow solve its mistress's disappearance was confounding to say the least. Perhaps he was going insane. People who lived alone could lose their mental acuity without awareness due to the lack of someone to point it out. Maybe the rodent was right, and he needed a companion, if only for the sole purpose of telling him that he had finally found himself on the other side of his breaking point. The guinea pig could be a figment of his imagination, a specter whose presence heralded the full scope of his breakdown. It was the only explanation he could come up with. Oliver opened the door and peered out. Waffles looked up at the door and opened his mouth. Instead of words, a belch came out that would have done a full-grown man proud. "Sorry," the guinea pig immediately apologized with an embarrassed shuffle of his front paws. He lifted his right one and noticed the string wrapped around his claws. He bent down and began chewing on it. "My stomach hasn't been right for a few days now," he said in a muffled voice as he worked to free himself. "Street food, you know." Oliver shut the door once more. He didn't look at the mirror. He knew exactly what he would see. A 40-year-old with scruff that needed to be shaved and hair that was getting too long thanks to his barber who had decided taking a vacation to Europe was more important than cutting hair on the schedule Oliver had maintained with strict regularity for a decade. Everything was falling apart. He pulled on his clothes, tossed his underwear in the small hamper under the sink, and brushed his teeth in concentric circles until the fronts and backs were well coated with minty toothpaste before he spit it out and rinsed with the New York Jets cup Bunny had once given him as a joke. By the time he opened the door again, he felt in control once more. "We'll solve the crime and free Marisol," Oliver said. He folded the pajama pants and set them in the left corner of the top drawer before selecting one of the 14 identical pairs of ankle socks. Then you can go back to your life, and I'll return to being just a janitor who doesn't talk to animals or solve kidnapping cases. Deal?" He turned, fully expecting to see the guinea pig sitting on his blanket where he had left the rodent. Instead, Waffles lay in a heap on the floor. Oliver bent over the animal. He reached out a hand but pulled it back before touching the guinea pig. Waffles?" A groan sounded from the animal, along with the whispered words, "My stomach hurts." Oliver looked around, but knew even while doing so that he had nothing to offer the animal. He ran a hand through his hair, agitated at how it fell in front of his eyes. "What should I do?" Another groan came from the guinea pig before it whispered words quiet enough that Oliver didn't catch them. He lowered to his knees and bent his head closer. "What did you say?" Waffles opened one eye and replied, "Find a vet, you idiot!" He closed his eye again and left Oliver staring down at him in dismay. Chapter 2. Iris. "Dr. Perry, there's a guinea pig in 2, Claire, the new assistant, reported. Iris glanced at the chart. "With a stomachache?" "That's what the guy who brought him in said." Iris caught the look Claire and Leonie exchanged. She folded her arms around the chart but couldn't help smiling at the pair in their matching purple scrubs. "What is it?" Leonie grinned from her usual seat at the front desk. "He's really cute, especially the way he asked the guinea pig what was wrong with it." They both giggled. Iris pushed down the urge to roll her eyes. It was her own fault for hiring college students. She shouldn't expect maturity when they were young enough to be her own children if she had any. "He asked the guinea pig?" Leonie nodded, and then waited for it to chatter back before he answered us. Claire giggled again. "It was adorable." "And he's hot," Leonie said. Iris shook her head. At least the waiting room was empty for another 20 minutes, so there was no need to reprimand them. If her employees wanted to rave about the good looks of a client, she was at least grateful there was nobody out listening to their unprofessional opinions. She glanced through the window of the door to room 2 and paused. There was indeed a guinea pig on the examination table. The orange and white teddy guinea pig stood on the edge and gave several squeaks and grunts Iris could hear through the door. The weaking noises were sounds she normally heard from guinea pigs. But the funny thing was that it appeared to actually be talking to the man who sat a few feet away on the edge of a chair, his back ramrod straight and his brow furrowed as he spoke back to the animal. Her employees were right. He appeared to be having a full conversation with his pet. Iris smothered a smile and pushed the door open. The man immediately stood. Hello, Doctor," he glanced at her name tag. "Dr. Perry, thank you for taking the time to see us. I know your time is valuable, and I wasn't aware that I could just come into a clinic like this without an appointment, but it appears to have worked out, so you have my appreciation for being available." Caught off guard by his formality, Iris replied, "Thank you for coming in." She glanced at the chart. "Mr. Holmes, I've been told that Waffles has a stomachache." He looked at the animal. "Does that cover it?" The guinea pig gave another weaking sound. Mr. Holmes nodded. "Yes." Amused, Iris couldn't help the smile that lifted the corner of her lips. "All right. Do you want to hold him while I examine him?" The man's blue eyes widened. "No," he said with an adamant shake of his head. "I don't think he'd like that." Baffled, Iris looked from Mr. Holmes to the guinea pig. "He doesn't like to be held?" "I don't know," Mr. Holmes replied. He met the guinea pig's gaze. "Do you?" The animal squeaked. Mr. Holmes sighed. "Like to be held," he continued. He paused and a frown crossed his face. He regarded the animal steadily. "You can't understand her?" The guinea pig weaked. Iris watched with part amusement, part concern. It appeared as though the man truly thought he was having a full conversation with the animal. She had to admit that with the guinea pig's sounds, it seemed to be answering him. But did Mr. Holmes truly believe that they were speaking to each other? "I know, you just said that," Mr. Holmes continued, his full attention on the animal. "It's just that it's going to make things much more difficult when it comes to the letter and Marisol and talking to the police." He glanced at Iris and lowered his voice as if suddenly aware of how it looked. "And now I have to describe your stomachache, which is going to make me sound like an absolute idiot." The animal gave a grunt in reply. Mr. Holmes' head reared back. "Well, that's just rude. Maybe I should leave you here and they can help you find Marisol." The guinea pig let out a huffing sound and collapsed on the examination table. Iris immediately removed her stethoscope from where it hung around her neck and set the ear tips in her ears. She put the bell to the guinea pig's chest and listened. "Waffles?" Mr. Holmes said. "I was just kidding. I'll help you find her. Are you all right?" She glanced up at him. "Mr. Holmes, I need to listen." "Right," he said. Red colored his cheeks, and he took a step back from the table. "My apologies." She moved the stethoscope to the animal's abdomen and listened. The gut sounds that normally came from guinea pigs were markedly absent. "I think he has a bowel obstruction," she said. She met Mr. Holmes' gaze. "We have a few options, but he may need surgery. Are you all right with that?" He nodded, his shocked expression the same as many pet parents when faced with surgery for one of their fur children. She gave him a reassuring smile. I performed this surgery many times. Waffles is in good hands. She pressed a button on the wall. Claire stuck her head in the door. Yes, Dr. Perry? Waffles needs immediate surgery. Will you escort Mr. Holmes to the front desk to sign the paperwork and send Malachi in for prep? Right away, Claire replied. She gave Mr. Holmes a warm smile. You can come with me. Mr. Holmes turned back to Iris. Shouldn't I stay with him? He's scared and in pain. I just don't know if I should leave him. The true uncertainty on the man's face appeared akin to panic. He opened and closed his hands as if trying to stay in control. He looked completely lost and out of his element. Iris's heart went out to him. It's all right, Mr. Holmes. Waffles is in good hands. I promise I'll take care of him. The man looked from the guinea pig back to Iris. Are you sure? She didn't get the feeling that he was doubting her skill. It sounded more like he wasn't aware of the protocol for surgery and was worried he was abandoning his pet. She nodded. I'm sure, Mr. Holmes. Please follow Claire. I need to get started here. Malachi appeared at the other door that led to the operating room. Prepped and ready, Dr. Perry. She gently picked up the guinea pig. Mr. Holmes reached out a hand, hesitated, and then gave the animal's body a quick pat the way he might do to a friend's shoulder. Hang in there, Waffles, he said before he turned away. Iris followed Malachi down the hall. That was strange, the veterinarian assistant said as he held the door open. Different, Iris replied. She focused her attention on the guinea pig. Start anesthesia. I want to run some blood work and an abdominal x-ray. She pulled off her gloves an hour later and wiped her forehead with her arm. She made a mental note to have Leone call for a service of the air conditioner again. The summer heat had definitely stressed the system. Even though it was getting cooler for the fall, the unit wasn't holding its own. Waffles' numbers are good. I'll have Claire check on him every 10 minutes for the next hour, Malachi reported on his way to the recovery cages. Thank you, Iris said. I'll talk to his owner. Any luck with the Rottweiler? None yet, her assistant replied. I can't even get a muzzle on him to safely sedate him. He's the meanest we've had in a month. Something's bothering him. He was a sweetheart when he gave him immunizations 6 months ago. Keep trying. She pushed the door to the waiting room open with her shoulder and paused. Mr. Holmes sat in the farthest corner with his head in his hands. His hair hid his face from view. The wavy brown strands looked tousled as though he had shoved his fingers through them many times during the wait. She found herself wanting to see his eyes again. Their shade of blue was darker than most, like the edge of the sky that lined the storm clouds, expressive in their depths and yet shadowed as if hiding so much from view. Iris gave an unfeminine snort at the waxing poetic about the eyes of a stranger she had spoken to for the space of 5 minutes. It had been a long day. Her brain must be tired. Mr. Holmes lifted his head and met her gaze. His eyes tightened at the corners and his forehead creased. I must be going crazy. Usually, the first thing she had heard from a pet parent was a panicked query as to how the operation had gone. The confusion in Mr. Holmes' eyes brought back the strange one-sided conversation she had seen him hold with the guinea pig. Her heart softened and she crossed to the row of chairs facing him. She sat down, something she rarely did when giving a report. An unbidden sigh escaped her at getting off her feet for a moment. Long day? She gave a weary smile and asked ironically, What makes you say that? His head tipped to the side and he spoke as he regarded her. Strands of hair have come out of your braid despite a second rubber band placed to hold them. There are marks under your eyes from makeup that hasn't been touched up since at least 8 hours ago. There is a smudge of ink on your chin that your employees haven't told you about, which says the length and heat of the day must also have either affected them or you're the type of boss who doesn't allow for personal criticism. A matching smear on your right pisiform that has been cleaned multiple times says you have a leaking pen but no time to exchange it for another one. His eyes swept lower. Your scrubs have ironing lines, which says you care about a tidy appearance, but they are wrinkled at the sides of both hips, denoting leaning against door frames when time permits. There is a lack of wrinkles near the front of the hips and the backs of the knees, which tells me you haven't had much time to sit before now. He leaned forward, his gaze still on her clothes as she listened, speechless. The lower half of your scrubs contains hair from at least 5 dogs and 2 cats, one of which has recently returned from the outdoors. Your shoes have 3 specks of blood on the right and 2 on the left, as well as scrub marks where the other spots were cleaned off, but not completely. There is a smear of antibiotic ointment on your left cuff and a paw print of some sort of dust akin to chalk. My guess would be from a paw print mold. She nodded, awe growing with each word. His attention shifted back to her hands. You don't have a wedding ring or the tan line of one removed for work, but you do wear a promise ring on your right middle finger that is scratched but shiny as though it is worn daily but cleaned often. The ring on the chain around your neck is too large for your fingers and masculine with the violet wing insignia of the Army Air Corps circa World War II. My guess is it's an heirloom from your father or uncle. The chain has been changed at least twice. She didn't know whether to be amazed or alarmed. "I've only just met you. How do you know so much?" He sat back in his seat and his gaze shifted away from her as if he couldn't bring himself to make eye contact any longer. "The power of observation," he said. "It's not a trick. I haven't been stalking you. I'll leave if you want me to." There was a note of resignation in his voice as if he had been told to do so many times. She guessed by his quiet acceptance that he would go without question. Somehow the thought made her feel better. She sat up straighter. "I suppose it's my fault for asking you why you thought it was a long day." He glanced at her and then away again. He ran his thumb over a scar on the back of his right hand. "I'm guessing you were going for light chit-chat. I'm not exactly great with small talk." A smile touched her lips at his honesty. He glanced at her. "Did Waffles die?" Her mouth dropped open. "Oh, no, I should have started with that. He's going to pull through." She gave herself a mental kick. She must be exhausted. Here he was thinking that she had been trying to make small talk to break the news that had Pettis passed away. Always start with the good news. "I'm so sorry. I should have said that the moment I walked into the room." The barest hint of a smile showed before it vanished. "You were tired." An answering smile lingered on her lips. "As you so eloquently pointed out." He let out a half laugh and shook his head. "You mean described in more detail than you ever probably wanted to know about yourself. Most people don't appreciate it, but I can't help it. I'm detail-oriented." She almost snorted again at the understatement, but kept it back. It was there in his voice, a hint of relief as though he couldn't hide it. He had been worried, no matter his strange relationship with the guinea pig. "He's a tough little guy," she said. "He had a blockage, but we were able to rehydrate his GI tract with fluid therapy and allow his body to pass it naturally. He'll be a bit sore, but he's sleeping now and should recover quickly. Is there anything in his diet that could have led to the issue?" "I'm not sure," Mr. Holmes replied. She couldn't help the rise in her curiosity. "But he's your pet." The man shook his head. "He came to me for help." "So you rescued him?" "He's trying to rescue someone else." Iris was sure she had missed something. "The guinea pig is trying to rescue someone?" Mr. Holmes nodded. His hair fell in front of his eyes and he shoved it away. "He came to me because he feels I'm the only one who can help." Her thought that the guinea pig might not be the only one who needed help was compounded by his next statement. "Do you know anyone else who can talk to animals?" There was a desperate note to his question. She remembered his words when she stepped into the room. He felt like he was going crazy. Maybe he really did need help. She rose and stepped around the chair she had been sitting in to put some space between them. "I don't know anyone who speaks to them in full conversations." "Does Waffles talk back?" His expression changed to one of annoyance. "How else would I hold a conversation? Otherwise it's just me talking to myself." She couldn't hide her expression. He tipped his head back and stared at the ceiling. "I am going crazy." "I think you're tired," she said, hoping for both their sakes that was the case. "I'm going to go check on Waffles and some of my other patients." Her hand touched the door so she could escape through it, but before she could open it, he said, "Check the Rottweiler's back left paw." She glanced over her shoulder at him. Mr. Holmes still sat with his head resting on the back of the seat and his gaze on the ceiling. "What did you say?" she asked. His jaw clenched, then he repeated without looking at her. "Check the Rottweiler's back left paw. He said it was hurting." She didn't know what to say, so she ducked through the door and let it shut behind her. She leaned against it and tried to come to terms with all that had happened in the waiting room. Claire appeared from the front desk. "Is the Rottweiler still biting?" she asked. Claire nodded. "Malachi got a muzzle on him, but he nearly got his face bit off in the process. That dog's terrifying. I'm not sure where we can even start." "Come with me," Iris told her on impulse. She led the way down the hall to the biggest holding cage in the back. Owner drop-offs without emergency were seen as soon as possible throughout the day. The Rottweiler had been delivered while Iris was in surgery with Waffles. "Unusual aggression, loss of appetite, and touchy," Claire read from the folder. She looked up. "Mrs. Hanson called Monday but couldn't find anyone to drop him off until today. She said he didn't want to go to his kennel and her son nearly got bit, so they gave up. She mentioned he hasn't shown any aggression until this week." Iris studied the way the dog was sitting. As long as they stayed a few feet away, he ignored them with his head hung low and a dejected air about him. When she took a step closer, the dog lifted his lips to reveal sharp canines behind the leather muzzle. Another step brought a rumbling warning growl from his barreled chest. "Find Malachi. I want to check something," Iris said. She watched the dog for the few seconds it took Claire to track down her other assistant. There wasn't the kind of anger she usually saw in the eyes of aggressive dogs. This one stared at her with something akin to fear and panic. She only hoped she could figure out what the problem was so the animal wouldn't need to be put down. The marked distrust that revolved around potentially aggressive breeds like Rottweilers and Pit Bulls meant that if he did have to be sent to the pound, he would be put down without a chance to find another family who could handle him. Nobody wanted to be responsible if a child or another animal got attacked. She had to figure out what was happening to it. Malachi and Claire came from the break room. You needed me? Malachi asked. I need you to restrain Bruce long enough for me to check something, she told him. Malachi's eyes widened at the request, but he nodded and grabbed the slide leash that hung next to the dog's kennel. He really doesn't like me after the muzzle incident, the young man said. Fortunately for them all, Malachi was no stranger to handling dogs. As soon as the kennel opened, Bruce lunged for the exit. Prepared for the inevitable, Malachi slipped the loop over the dog's thick neck and followed with an arm. He snaked his other arm around the big animal's middle. A lunge forward put them both against the wall where he could effectively pin the dog without hurting him. Impressive, Claire said. She stepped back around the office chair that had somehow found itself between her and the potential attack. Good work, Iris told Malachi. This will be quick. She dropped to her knees and picked up the dog's back left paw. The thought that she would feel pretty stupid if she had found nothing, and also that she would have to explain if she did find something, whispered in the back of her mind. She felt down the length of its paw but couldn't find anything unusual. There was no strange swelling, no masses, nor anything poking out like foxtail or wire. She was about to give it up as a loss when something caught her gaze. She opened his two middle toes. The dog kicked and struggled against her grip. Claire grabbed the dog's hips and helped to restrain him so she could try again. This time, Iris's fingers found what she had glimpsed. Feeling as though she was in some sort of strange dream, she unwrapped a long strand of what appeared to be dental floss from the dog's two middle toes. The string had been deep enough to start cutting off blood flow to the toes themselves, but it wouldn't be bad enough to require stitches. However, if the floss had been left any longer, he might have needed an amputation of both toes. She pulled the floss free and held it up. As soon as the floss was completely clear, Bruce stopped fighting entirely. He gave her a look that could only be expressed as relief. Before Malachi could stop him, he nuzzled Iris's chin with the muzzle. She rubbed behind his ear with her free hand. The dog leaned into it, relishing the contact. Is that what's been hurting him? Claire asked in shock. I think so, Iris replied. Wash the wound and wrap it. If he chews, he might need a cone for 2 weeks. Tell Mrs. Hanson to bring him by for regular bandage changes. It should heal in no time. She headed back up the hall with the floss in her hand. How did she do that? She heard Claire whisper loudly behind her. She's magic, Malachi said. I've heard other people say that she's a wizard at healing, but I didn't know just how much until this moment. Iris paused by the door to the waiting room. She waged an internal debate on whether or not to confront Mr. Holmes. On one hand, he had just saved a dog's toes and possibly its life. On the other, if his claim about being able to understand animals was true, what was he doing wasting his time in a veterinarian clinic? He should have been making millions of dollars diagnosing ailments, depression, and anxiety from the pets themselves. People would travel from all over the world to have him speak to their animals. Owners paid thousands on designer clothes for their pampered poodles and dog show-ready purebred golden retrievers. They wouldn't hesitate to drop even more to properly diagnose the true mental and physical well-being of their companions. She pushed open the door and found him pacing agitatedly across the waiting room and back while staring at the phone in his hand. Another client, Mr. Rowanbuck, watched the man furtively out of the corner of his eyes while clutching his canary cage to his chest. It was as though the man expected Mr. Holmes to attack him. While Mr. Holmes did appear quite upset, she felt that Mr. Rowanbuck was exaggerating just a bit. We have a room ready for Chuckles, Claire announced from the door to the treatment room. Oh, thank goodness, Mr. Rowanbuck muttered. He pushed to his feet while taking great care not to jostle the canary he brought in regularly. He hurried past Iris to the waiting assistant. The bird is fine, Mr. Holmes said, without looking at Iris or slowing his pacing. I'll keep that in mind, she said. She watched him and wondered whether to interrupt. He crossed the room twice with his hands behind his back and the phone in them, paused by the window to stare down at his phone screen, muttered something under his breath, and then continued his pacing. No wonder Mr. Rowanbuck had been worried. She decided to interrupt before he wore a hole in the linoleum. Mr. Holmes? He said as he resumed another round of pacing. She stepped into the room. Mr. Holmes? His head was bent, and an epitaph of barely audible words reached her ears. Concern filled her. Did you just receive bad news? Another was her only reply. He paused by the window, glanced at the screen, and was about to march past her when she touched his arm. Mr. Holmes jolted as though her fingers had struck him like pure electricity. He turned his blue-eyed stare on her, looking at her as though seeing through her to the room beyond. Mr. Holmes, are you all right? She asked. He blinked and then nodded. Yes, well, no, he said with a glance at his phone, his brow furrowed. I suppose not. The deep distress in his voice made her ask, Is there something I can do to help? No, nothing, he said. Are you sure? She pressed. Maybe you can tell me what's wrong and I can try to help. I owe you. The meaning behind her words must have struck him because he asked, You mean with the Rottweiler? She nodded. You were right. The rear left foot? He had floss wrapped around his toes. He was very uncomfortable, she said. He looked away as if he couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze. His exact feeling was that his foot felt like it was going to explode, and the pain was so excruciating he couldn't help lashing out. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He didn't. Iris wasn't sure why she felt the need to reassure him, but Mr. Holmes appeared completely uncomfortable in their current situation. She had the distinct feeling that he hadn't told anyone else he could speak to animals. She decided to go with a change of subject to give him a break. So, how can I help? Chapter 3. Iris. Mr. Holmes sighed and held up his phone. Why is it that people feel the need to gather together in order to experience the joy of each other's presence? Gatherings are not necessarily joyful, nor is the proximity of a person necessary for reassurance. We can just as easily send a text and do in 3 little words what it takes hours in person to do. Is it family? She asked. He stared at her. How do you know that? She lifted a shoulder and gave a teasing smile. I have my ways. At his lifted eyebrow, she said, Only family can make a person feel so frustrated. A laugh escaped him. He shut his mouth with an amazed expression. I can't remember the last time I really laughed. You should do it more often, she said before she could stop herself. That smile's a good look on you. He glanced down at his phone again, and the smile fell. He dropped into the chair next to him, and a heartfelt sigh made his shoulders droop. It's my sister, he said. He gave his head a shake that appeared weary and all-encompassing. I can't deny her anything. The way he said it as a full-out truth made Iris smile. Then seeing her can't be that bad. He lifted his gaze to hers. It's tonight at my brother's, and she's begging me to bring a date to soften the blow that she's no longer engaged. He ran the fingers of his right hand roughly through his hair, mussing it further. Is she handling the broken engagement all right? Iris asked. His eyebrows pulled together. I don't know why she shouldn't be. She ended it, so she should be happy about it being ended, right? The last word came off as an uncertain question, and he glanced at her. Iris lifted a shoulder in a half shrug. It depends. For some people, ending an engagement is a relief, but for others, it can be heartbreaking depending on how much they cared about the other person. Mr. Holmes turned his attention to the floor. Even if she is the one that chose to break it off? Even so, she replied. Sometimes it's harder because she cared enough about the other person to get engaged in the first place. He ran his thumb over the scar on the back of his hand again in a gesture that appeared unconscious. So that's why she needs me to bring a date. She wants to avoid talking about it. Iris wasn't sure if he was talking to her. His tone was musing, contemplative. He might have forgotten her presence altogether. He let out a small huff that might have been an ironic laugh. Too bad Waffles isn't feeling good. I'm sure he'd be a great dinner companion. I'll go with you. She wasn't sure why she said it, or even how the words slipped out. There was something about his forlorn tone and lost expression that bothered her. She wasn't sure she had ever seen a man so dejected in her life. No wonder the phone message had bothered him so much. She used to deal with social anxiety, but not to the extent that Mr. Holmes seemed to. The thought of helping him was so much better than going home to her empty apartment. Besides, she owed him for helping the Rottweiler. He turned his head slowly and looked at her as though he was afraid if he blinked she would vanish and her offer with her. She expected him to ask why. It was a logical question in that scenario, and one she wasn't sure she would be able to answer. She ran through a myriad of possibilities like she had nothing to do that night. She enjoyed meeting strangers. She was a glutton for punishment. She was anxious to see what sort of family someone like him could come from and if there were more people who could talk to animals. Instead, he asked, Chicken or fish? The question caught her so off guard she wished she was sitting in a chair. What? That's what my brother wants to know. Chicken or fish? I think the important thing is that they're dead when they arrive so that they don't tell me their ailments before his wife starts overboiling them. Silence fell. Was that a joke? She asked tentatively. He nodded without smiling. A bad one. I'm sorry. I've never been great with jokes. I really should stop trying. But if they do speak, we're both in trouble. She made herself ask, Why is that? Because I'll have to answer and you'll have to fix whatever's wrong with it. I'm not sure Patty will appreciate us caring for the animals meant for dinner. Iris laughed out loud. She didn't know if it was the exhaustion, the ridiculousness of agreeing to a dinner of strangers with a man she had just barely met, or the thought of him talking to a fish before it was cooked, but once she started laughing, she had a hard time stopping. By the end, even Mr. Holmes gave a chuckle. I suppose it is a rather silly thought, me conversing with a halibut. Would I have to talk underwater? She laughed harder at that, and he grinned. The effects of the smile softened the edge of his eyes and the lines around his mouth, making him look younger and less weighed down by the cares of the world. Her employees were right. Mr. Holmes was a very good-looking man. Perhaps tonight wouldn't be so bad after all. The door opened behind her and Leonie said, "Dr. Perry, room 1 is ready for you." "I'll be right there," Iris told her. Leonie looked at Mr. Holmes, then again at Iris. A smile spread across her face before she pushed back through the door. As soon as the door shut, Iris turned to Mr. Holmes. "I'd like to keep Waffles overnight for observation. If he does well, he'll be ready to go first thing in the morning." "Right," Mr. Holmes said. He rose and picked up a cardboard box that she hadn't noticed beneath his chair. At her look, he said, "Waffles insisted on riding in this in case his stomach got worse. I appreciate that he didn't want to make a mess. He's very considerate." It was the first time Iris had ever heard anyone describe a guinea pig as considerate. "Chicken," she said. Mr. Holmes blinked, then nodded. "Chicken it is." "Dead, preferably," she said. The barest hint of a smile touched his lips, and he nodded again. He turned to go through the door when a thought struck Iris. "Do you want to send me the address or ride there together?" A strange sort of tension seemed to fill Mr. Holmes at the question. His shoulders tightened, and the grip he had on the doorknob turned his knuckles white. I'm not sure," he said. She decided to let him off the hook. "I'll meet you there. Let me put my number in your phone and you can send me the address." He held out his cell phone without speaking. She felt his gaze on her as she entered the numbers and then her name. "Iris Perry. Are you named after the flower or the eyeball? You read that upside down?" She glanced up at him as what he had said struck her. It was all she could do to not laugh, but she didn't want him to think she was laughing at him. "The flower." "Shame," he replied, accepting the phone back. He studied what she had put in. "An iris is as individual as a fingerprint. No two are alike. The iris has 256 unique characteristics, which means that no two set of eyes are exactly the same color." "I had no idea," she said. She spoke before she thought her words through. "Although a gift of eyeballs is far less romantic than flowers." He stared at her. She shifted her weight from her left foot to her right in discomfort. "It's a joke." Air left him in a huff, and the muscles around his mouth tightened as if he would smile, but he turned away before she saw it. "I'll send you the address. Tim's a very prompt man. Dinner's at 7. The door closed behind him, leaving Iris to stare at the painted wood and wonder what on earth she had just agreed to. She heard his words again. The way he had told her so thoroughly about herself, she was tempted to accuse him of being some sort of stalker. From her rings to the wrinkles on her scrubs, he had taken apart her life at the clinic and pieced it back together like somebody had followed her around all day and made notes. It had been so strangely accurate. She checked her phone after giving Chuckles a clean bill of health. Her stomach tightened at the name Oliver Holmes, accompanied by an address and a reminder to be there at 7 o'clock sharp. "What a day," Claire said on her way past. "If I don't see that schnauzer Mr. Darcy again, it'll be too soon. I'm going to have nightmares about his tick infestation." "Poor dog," Malachi agreed. "The Fosters will learn not to let him roam free in the park after that." Leonie rose from the desk with the cash and the receipts from the box to lock in the safe in Iris's office. "We start at 8 with Mr. Schmidt's rag dolls, Periwinkle and Dynamite, to be spayed and neutered," she announced. "See you all tomorrow." "Have a good night," Iris told her. "Ready for karaoke?" Claire asked Malachi on their way through the front door. "Ready to cheer from the back of the room," Malachi replied. He waved at Iris before letting the door close behind them. "Oh, come on," she heard Claire say as they crossed the parking lot. "Someone's got to sing Small Town Girl with me." Iris did a final check of the animals as she did every night. She liked being the last one at the office. She had started Paws and Cause 15 years earlier. It ran smoothly with the occasional chaotic rush of most veterinary clinics, but she loved working with animals. She stopped beside Waffles' cage. The little guinea pig slept soundly. She guessed he wouldn't awaken until the morning. The next cage held a mother Siamese cat and her 5 kittens. Their owner was a dainty older woman who was so excited for the increase in her family, especially considering she had rescued the cat as a kitten a year earlier from a dumpster behind the gym where she did yoga. Bruce snored from the big kennel. The Hansons would be by in the morning to pick him up as a no doubt happier, less volatile pet. A pair of rabbits were being held for adoption and had been posted on the clinic website. It made Iris happy to see how many rehomings they had fostered at the clinic. Her clients trusted her and referred their friends who were looking for a pet to the clinic's site. A neutered beagle slept soundly in the cage across the way, despite the snoring neighboring Doberman who had torn his muzzle on a nail protruding from his family's wooden fence. Dobby had received 18 stitches and would recover with a minimal scar. For now, he was sleeping off the effects of the anesthesia with a great rumbling snore that echoed around the recovery room. The other pets they had cared for that day had returned home with their owners. It was a day well spent. Iris remembered her promise to herself to go to bed early after eating reheated pasta from 2 days earlier and binging on a little reality television. Plans had changed quickly after Mr. Holmes brought in his guinea pig. Was she really going to a dinner party at his brother's in, she checked her watch, less than an hour? Iris made a final sweep, turned off the lights, locked the door, and hurried to her car. She made it home, changed far faster than she usually could manage, and jumped back in her trusty little red sedan. With the caution from Mr. Holmes, Oliver, she reminded herself from the text, to be prompt, echoing in the back of her mind, Iris cut it close through several yellow lights and managed to pull into a parking spot by an older but well-maintained apartment complex in downtown Manhattan. Her heart gave a funny little hiccup at the sight of Oliver Holmes standing next to the steps. His blue gaze seemed to lighten when she climbed out of her car. She ran her hands down the front of the black cocktail dress that had been her go-to going-out outfit for the last several years. It might be a little worn, and a thread poked out here and there, but she loved it for its comfort and the surprisingly welcome pockets into which she slid her cell phone and car key. She stepped around the car and caught Oliver glancing at his phone. 5 minutes to 7, cutting it a little close. Iris took his comment in stride. You were right about Chuckles. He had a clean bill of health. Maybe I should have you talk to all of my patients. It'd certainly make my job easier. She had meant it as a joke, but Oliver glanced up at the steps behind him before he lowered his voice and said, Nobody knows. It'd be horrible if they did. They'd never believe me and wouldn't let me live it down. He held up a hand before she could say anything. I know, family and all that, he said briskly, but also, do you have brothers? The tone in which he said the word made it sound worse than a monster hiding under the bed or stewed spinach when one expected cheesy potatoes. Iris hid the way she cringed inside before she said, I did have a brother, but he died in a car accident. Something clicked behind Oliver's eyes and he nodded. The ring, yes. He turned to go up the steps. Caught off guard by his abruptness, she grabbed his arm, forcing him to turn back around. What do you mean, the ring? Most people express condolences, not a statement about a ring. His lips pursed together for a moment before his gaze locked on the object in question. I couldn't figure out why you would wear the ring on a chain around your neck. It is certainly vintage given the size and heft, and couldn't be comfortable, yet it's still there beneath your dress collar. If it was a family heirloom, I doubt it would hold so much value to you. What now makes sense is that you weren't the one to value it, your brother was. That, in turn, gave it value to you when he passed away. A small furrow formed between his eyebrows. I can't say I understand sentiment, but I've studied the emotional attachment to inanimate objects enough to accept that intrinsic value is given to otherwise worthless objects, turning them into symbols and recipients of affection no longer able to be given to the intended receiver. He tipped his head. Does that cover it? She found herself holding the bulge of the ring where it rested at her breastbone beneath the soft cloth of her dress. I've never thought of it in that light. One usually doesn't, he replied. He turned to go up the next step, then hesitated. After the space of a breath, he faced her again. You went out of your way to be here with me tonight. He paused. He clenched one hand, then the other. When he opened them, he said, I know I'm not the easiest to be around. I understand what I don't understand, and that is a statement most cannot acknowledge, or else the majority of the human race would cease speaking entirely. He rubbed the back of his neck before he met her gaze with his captivating blue eyes. What I'm failing so completely to say is thank you. He glanced away from her and concluded, It'll make Bunny happy, and that is worth more than anything I own in this world. He turned and continued up the steps, leaving Iris to hurry after him or be left behind. Fortunately, she had gone with sensible flats instead of heels in an effort to lower the expectations of whatever this get-together was meant to be, so she quickly caught up and slipped through the door before it could close. You're late, a male voice said. 2 minutes, Oliver replied flatly. We were out front early, but needed to talk. That's still late. If you don't... Wait, we? The man repeated. Iris realized Oliver wasn't going to step aside, so she peered around him. Before her stood a man who was undoubtedly Oliver's brother with his same wavy brown hair and eyes, albeit the hair was edged in gray at the temples, and his eyes were lighter and less piercing than Oliver's. The man wore a blue and white striped button-up shirt, black slacks, and dress shoes shined to perfection. She wished she had worn her heels. You brought a date? He asked, in a higher voice than before. I'm Iris Perry, she said. She held out her hand. He glanced at Oliver, then smiled at her. Tim Holmes, welcome to our home. He laughed and Oliver groaned. Iris chuckled at the obviously old pun. Thank you. Is that a woman's voice? Came a shout from further into the apartment. Oliver brought someone, Tim replied. An answering squeal sounded. Tim gave an embarrassed shrug. Sorry, Patty gets really excited about having company. Prepare yourself, Oliver whispered. For what? A blur of a blue dress shoving past him was followed by arms catching Iris in a hug. It's so good to meet you, Patty said. She froze and then dropped her arms, stepping back quickly. Was that okay? I mean, is it all right that I hugged you? I mean, Oliver doesn't like hugs, and I should have asked, but I got so excited at the thought of another woman here that I couldn't help it. It's all right, Iris reassured her. I like hugs. "And you came here with Oliver?" Tim said, staring between them again as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Oliver gave him a straight look. "Are you done? We'd like to get further than the entryway." "Of course," Patty answered for them both. "Come in. Our house is your house." "But not literally," Oliver replied. "That would be weird." Patty caught Iris's hand and led the way through the hall lined with pictures of the couple doing various activities, like hiking beneath the Red Rock Arch, biking along a tree-lined path, eating a picnic in Central Park with Oliver and another couple, and standing next to a lake with Patty holding a huge fish and Tim a tiny one. "I hope you like chicken Alfredo manicotti," Patty said over her shoulder. "Usually if I know we're having guests, I'll make something fancy." "I'm a guest and you knew I was coming," Oliver said from behind Iris. "Oh, you know what I mean," Patty replied as she led the way past a staircase and into a kitchen that turned out to be far bigger than the apartment entrance led on. She must have read Iris's amazement because she said, "Right? We toured a dozen apartments, but when we walked into the kitchen, I knew this was the one. The one after completely remodeling the cabinets, the countertops, the tile, repainting, putting in recessed lighting, and don't get me started on the moldings," Tim said in a flat, teasing tone behind them. Patty waved a hand. "Yes, but wasn't it worth it?" Iris had to agree that the kitchen and the adjoining dining room were the perfect mixture of charm and modern decor. It looked straight out of a celebrity Holmes photo shoot. Patty winked at her and whispered, "It doesn't hurt to be married to a deputy mayor." Tim caught her around the waist from behind and winked at Iris. "And it doesn't help that I married a best-selling poet. Who pays the bills around here?" "You both do," Oliver said in an unamused tone. "Stop trying to be cute." "We are cute," Tim said. Oliver looked at the ceiling when Tim gave Patty a loud kiss, obviously meant to annoy him. "Where's Bunny?" he asked the ceiling tiles. "Brooks is picking her up. She said Tabitha wasn't able to make it today." Patty shook her head. "I feel like tonight is a bad one for Tabby to miss." "They're late," Tim pointed out. Patty tipped her head towards Iris and her husband took the hint. "But we're as casual as sneakers around here. Time doesn't matter as long as the company is great." "Did you just say as casual as sneakers?" Oliver asked. Iris fought back a giggle at how easily Tim annoyed him. It was obvious Oliver's older brother enjoyed pushing its buttons to a great degree. "Sneakers are pretty casual," Patty said as she checked something in the oven. She rose with a satisfied nod. "The manicotti will be done just in time." She met Iris's gaze. "We have salad, fresh rolls with garlic butter, Bunny's favorite Chardonnay from Napa, and birthday cake." Iris bit the inside of her cheek. "It's someone's birthday? I didn't know or I wouldn't have come empty-handed." "Nonsense," Patty waved her off. "Bunny wouldn't expect a present from someone she's never met." Her gaze shifted to Oliver. "But her brother better have brought something." Oliver had the presence of mind to appear embarrassed. "I'll make it up to her." "Did you really forget?" Tim scolded. "Honestly, of all the things in your head, you'd think your sister's birthday would take precedence." "Dates don't stick," Oliver replied. He gave Iris an apologetic glance. "I'm sorry if it was rude not to tell you, but I forgot that was the reason we were getting together." It struck Iris how much worse it was that Bunny's ex-fiancé wouldn't be there. The fact that Patty had been concerned about her missing Bunny's birthday dinner said they didn't know the couple had separated. She really had been invited as a distraction. Her heart went out to Oliver's sister she had never met. A bang sounded as the front door was shoved open. "It's my birthday!" a woman called out. "Bunny!" Tim and Patty said at the same time. Even Oliver's expression softened at the sound of his sister's voice. Iris took a calming breath and vowed to be the distraction the woman needed for her birthday. A woman who looked to be a year or two older than Oliver burst into the kitchen. She was small in stature, but vibrant in a pink and yellow dress that appeared to be homemade out of dyed jean material. Her short silver hair was caught up in 2 tweaks with yellow ribbons, and she grinned with the enthusiasm of someone far younger. The man who followed her had shoulders that were broader than his brother's. He had a short brown beard that matched his curly hair, and eyes that crinkled at the corners as he followed his sister's enthusiastic flight. He immediately spotted Iris and looked her up and down as though expecting her. She had a sneaking suspicion word had gotten out about her presence, though she hadn't seen any of the siblings texting since she had arrived. Brooks gave her a wink and a grin from where he paused in the hallway for Bunny to complete the rounds. The woman swept into the room, giving hugs to Tim and Patty, then around the table to Oliver. Expectant silence fell when she looked past Oliver and her eyes met Iris's. Her blue eyes that were a shade lighter than her brother's widened and a squeal left her. "You brought someone," she said with such enthusiasm everyone laughed. She threw her arms around Iris and hugged her tightly. The woman's scent of lavender and vanilla enveloped them as Iris hugged her in return. "This is already the best birthday ever," Bunny said when she took a step back. "Everyone I love is here." She blinked quickly at the shine of moisture that gathered in her eyes, but pushed past the emotion. "We are going to have a great time." Chapter 4. Oliver. Oliver watched in awe as Iris chatted with his family as easily as if she had known them all her life. To be honest, she conversed with them far easier than he did with his own siblings. Truth be told, it was easier bringing a date, if that's indeed what this was, because their focus was entirely on her. He couldn't blame them. She was captivating. There was no other word to describe it. She had taken her hair out of the braid she had worn at the clinic. It fell in dark blonde waves around her shoulders, setting off both her black dress and her green eyes in a way that entranced him. He had never had his attention captured by a person in such a way before. Usually people were either boring or too much. Neither could be said about Iris Perry, veterinarian and his rescuer from what would have been an interminable situation. Bunny had taken to Iris immediately, and the pair sat across the table from each other talking about Bunny's antique store, fabulous and fickle finds. When she said the name, she shot a glance at Oliver. He usually didn't pay attention to such things, but with Iris pointing out how Bunny might not be all right with the separation, he found himself trying to catch the subtleties that he often missed. Was the look because Bunny and Tabitha had started the store together? They used to joke that she was fabulous and Tabitha fickle, or the other way around depending on who was feeling sassy at the time. Did the way Bunny blinked more than he thought she usually did mean she was holding back tears? His heart clenched away from the thought. He was no good with tears. They seemed like a meaningless display of emotion that could just as easily be kept to oneself. Hopefully she didn't start crying. He never could take Bunny's tears. The others exchanged glances. Again, that was something that Oliver would never have noticed. He felt hypervigilant, like a spy attempting to sleuth out a murderer by a person's minute facial expressions. It was a strange feeling to be so aware of the nuances of the face. Why had he never noticed that Patty glanced at Tim before she answered any questions from the others, or the way Tim's fingers drummed on the table whenever he was put on the spot? Brooks seemed to be talking louder than usual, though as a fire chief he tended to be much louder than Oliver preferred anyway. Were his siblings actually nervous to have everyone together? Or was it that they knew about Bunny and Tabitha's separation and didn't know how to talk about it? The wet shine to Bunny's eyes lessened the more she spoke to Iris. The veterinarian told stories about animals she had treated, and she had everyone laughing by the time Patty brought out the birthday cake. The cake was shaped like a white bunny with pink sprinkles sitting in a bed of frosting grass peppered by a multitude of candles. He recognized Patty's craftsmanship. His sister-in-law had taken baking lessons after Tim had joked that everything she made tasted like cardboard. She had taken it as a challenge, and many cooking lessons later, they were reaping the rewards. "It's beautiful," Bunny whispered with such awe in her voice that everyone smiled. Even Oliver felt his lips curl up at her happiness. He couldn't help it. Bunny was her own son, and everyone around her was drawn into her warm, shining orbit. He saw a matching smile on Iris's face and could only guess that she had felt the same. The relief that accidentally inviting her to Bunny's birthday had turned into a good thing eased the tightness in his stomach. Oliver mumbled the words to the birthday song until Iris nudged him. "It's only once a year," the woman whispered to him. The feeling of her breath along his ear sent a shiver down his spine. He wanted to lean into her and have her whisper more things to him. The ridiculous thought made him grit his teeth before he cleared his throat and sang louder. He caught Brooks and Tim staring at him. He ignored them. So what if he usually never sang? He lifted his head and sang even louder. Brooks and Tim took up the challenge and bellowed the words of the song. By the time they were done, the word "you" rang through the apartment so loudly everyone held their ears and grimaced. Bunny's laugh broke the following silence. "Best birthday ever," she said. She blew out the 43 candles and everyone clapped. Oliver felt a nudge under the table. He glanced down to see Mistress Mistletoe Mincemeat Holmes, or Missy for short, rub up against his pant leg. He stared at the fluffy Siamese cat. It wasn't a secret that the cat hated him. She usually never left Tim and Patty's bedroom when he came over. He hadn't been able to say exactly why, but he had also never liked the thought of animals in the house. They were dirty hoarders of bacteria who often had no qualms about eating their own excrement. Why anyone would allow such a creature to share a home with them was beyond him. At least it had been until he met Waffles. Perhaps the cat used to sense his distaste at her presence in the home. Had he really changed opinions in a way that was so obvious so quickly? "Please tell them my cat food tastes like dead fish, and not the good kind," she said with a purr. Oliver stared at the cat. Uncertain how to respond, but entirely certain he didn't want his siblings to overhear, he bent down on the pretense of retying a perfectly tied shoe. "I can't tell them that," he whispered. "Why not?" Missy asked with an annoyed flip of her tail. "I can't tell them, so you must." Oliver narrowed his eyes at her. "Why must I?" She swiped at his leg with a set of well-sharpened claws. Not wanting to see his favorite pair of dress pants irreparably sliced, he hissed, "Fine, I'll figure it out, but I don't respond well to threats. Try that again, and I'll see to it that you're fed dog kibble for the rest of your life." The cat hissed at him. "Oliver, are you playing with Missy?" Patty asked in surprise from the other side of the table. At the same time, he heard Bunny ask, "So how do you know Oliver?" Oliver cringed inwardly. He rose back to a seated position and straightened his shirt. Without looking directly at Patty, he said, "I was attempting to retie my shoelace. Missy apparently thought it looked like a feline-appropriate toy. I was merely dissuading her of that train of thought." Claws swiped across the toe of his shoe with enough friction that he winced. 4 scratches would mar his perfectly good wing-tipped Oxfords from now on. "Pleasant creature," he said through gritted teeth. Patty and Tim exchanged glances. Oliver had no idea what their expressions meant. Why didn't people just say aloud what they were thinking? It would make his life so much simpler and probably reduce the need for so many family gatherings. Bunny looked at Iris, waiting for the answer to her question. Oliver begged inwardly for Iris to keep her mouth shut. "He brought Waffles into my clinic with stomach distress," Iris said. Oliver's own stomach sank. "Waffles for stomach distress," Brooks repeated in his deep bass voice. "That doesn't make sense." "Waffles might cause stomach distress, not cure it," Patty pointed out. Iris looked at Oliver. He looked at the ceiling, then at the table. "Waffles is a guinea pig," he said in a voice just above a whisper. "A guinea pig!" Bunny exclaimed so loudly that the cat burst out from under the table and darted up the stairs to the bedroom. "That makes more sense," Brooks said. "You have a guinea pig?" Tim stared in disbelief. "Since when?" Oliver sat up straighter and didn't look at anyone when he said, "He showed up yesterday." "Do guinea pigs just show up?" Patty asked. "I didn't know they were prone to doing that." Oliver felt the very curious gazes of his siblings and realized he wasn't getting out of it that easily. He glanced at Iris. "I'm sorry," she mouthed with a little light twinkling in her eyes. Her mouth twitched as though she was holding back a laugh. He realized with a start that she was enjoying the situation. Honestly, it was quite hilarious. He wasn't prone to laughing at himself. He had been the butt of enough confusing jokes that he seldom found hilarity in any situation. But who ever heard of waking up with a guinea pig on their stomach? And one with indigestion at that. If Iris could see the humor in it, he would strive to as well. Oliver gave a grin that felt foreign on his face, but good. "To be honest, I woke up and it was sitting on my bed." Surprised laughter burst from Bunny. "You're on the 5th floor. How did it get up there?" "Maybe it climbed the fire escape," Iris guessed. Everyone laughed. "Or it jumped from another building," Patty said. "Or it zipped on a web like Spider-Man," Brooks guessed. Tim drummed his fingers on the table. "I think it rode up in Oliver's backpack." Oliver didn't tell him he hadn't worn a backpack in ages. "But how did you know that it had stomach problems?" Bunny asked. Oliver felt all of their eyes on him. For the first time in his life, he wanted to make them laugh. It felt strange to have their attention so secured, and for it not to be an uncomfortable thing or because he had done something that didn't fit in. He couldn't tell them the full truth, or that look of skepticism mixed with pity he was used to seeing would return, but he could give them a little something. "It fell off the bed with its little paws on its stomach, so I made a guess," he said. The amazed laughter that came from his siblings warmed him from the inside. It was the strangest feeling. He supposed it was rather good. At least it was better than feeling like the odd one out. "It was a good guess," Iris said when everyone calmed down. "He probably saved the guinea pig's life." At Brooks' prompting, Iris dove into an explanation of what probably happened to the animal's intestines. Oliver's siblings asked plenty of questions as they ate cake and drank Bunny's favorite wine, which paired well with the cream cheese frosting. It was deep into the night when they finally said their goodbyes. Oliver's brothers settled for his usual nod of farewell. Patty gave him a quick hug that consisted of a sidearm and a pat on the back, but Bunny continued to disregard his taste for hugs and forced him to endure her tight embrace far longer than was necessary. Iris hugged her right back, did the same for Patty, and said farewell to Tim and Brooks with warm smiles for everyone. "Promise you'll come back soon," Patty urged. "Yes, you're welcome here any time," Tim said. He winked. With or without Oliver. Oliver rolled his eyes, as was expected, but inwardly he was very pleased at their swift acceptance of Iris. He couldn't blame them. Inviting the veterinarian had gone above and beyond anything he had hoped for. He would prefer her over himself as company for sure, and he couldn't say that for most people, or anyone beyond his siblings. Or probably just Bunny. Brooks and Bunny walked down the stairs ahead of Oliver and Iris. Bunny lived up to her name by bouncing most of the way down as if she was a quarter of her age. "That truly was the best birthday ever," she exclaimed as they walked over to Brooks' truck. The bright vehicle with FDNY emblazoned on the side was hard to miss. She carried the flowers Patty and Tim had given her and wore the necklace Brooks had surprised her with. At everyone's shocked expressions that he had picked out the trinket himself, he winked and said, "Esme and Ari helped, along with a few pieces for themselves." Patty had leaned over the table and explained to Iris in a loud whisper, "Those are his girlfriends for the week." Tim had surprised everyone by letting down his stiff facade enough to say, He can't settle down because too many throw themselves at a man in uniform. Brooks had burst out laughing and said, "I'm not about to discourage it." Apparently, the gist of the conversation was that Brooks slept with a lot of women. Oliver knew that to be true. Brooks didn't hide it. Oliver couldn't understand why it was so hilarious to everyone, but he gave an obligatory chuckle and pretended to enjoy whatever joke it was instead of the truth that Brooks really got around and should probably keep a monthly checkup to ensure he didn't catch anything. Brooks threw an arm around Bunny's shoulder. "I'm glad it was special. You deserve the best." Bunny gave Oliver and Iris a grin over her shoulder. "If Big Bro says it, it must be true." Iris nodded. Brothers know these things. Much to Oliver's dismay, Bunny insisted on giving them both another hug before she climbed into the truck. "Thank you for coming to my birthday," she said to Oliver. She leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "And for bringing such delightful distraction. I don't think anyone even noticed Tabitha wasn't here." Oliver didn't point out that even he had noticed Bunny's missing partner and the way everyone treated her as though she was made of glass. Instead, he said, "I think we fooled them." She grinned at him before throwing her arms around Iris's neck as though they were lifelong friends. "Definitely come back," she told Iris. "We usually have Sunday dinners at Tim and Patty's, but it's hard to get Ollie to go. Maybe if you come, he will too." Oliver refrained from promising anything. It was far easier than making excuses later. Iris must have read the determined look on his face because she smiled at him, then said to Bunny, "I would love to come back. Text me and I can check my calendar." "Will do," Bunny exclaimed. She opened the door to the truck. "Can we turn on the siren?" she asked Brooks. "Where's your car?" Iris asked. Oliver gave her a questioning look. "I'm curious what you drive," she said. She pointed at her red sedan across the street. "That's little Bessie. She's kept me running for years." "Driving," Oliver corrected automatically. At Iris's look, he explained, "Your car keeps you driving. If it kept you running, that means it's broken and it wouldn't be here." Iris smiled. "It's an expression." "It's better not to argue with him," Bunny called out from the truck. "You'll never win. Trust me." Oliver cringed inwardly at the thought that maybe correcting his guess had been rude. But he was right. A car shouldn't keep someone running. That made no sense. Stifling his desire to point that out and maybe make things worse, he walked to the motorcycle parked near the curb. "That's yours?" The surprise in Iris's voice made him turn with the helmet in his hand. "Yes," he said simply. Brooks left the truck and strode over to them as if excited to have the same argument Oliver had heard for years. "Oh no," Oliver muttered. "Ridiculous, right?" Brooks jumped in. "My brother's neurotic, but he drives around the city on that." Oliver kept his face expressionless when he replied, "This way, I'm in charge and not relying on the unpredictability of the taxi drivers and tourists who can't drive in a straight line." Iris stared from the motorcycle back to him. "But you're unprotected." He held up his helmet. She rolled her eyes. "Great, so your head is protected and the rest of you can shatter upon impact." "I keep telling him that, as a fire chief, some of the worst injuries we see are from motorcycle accidents," Brooks said in his "I told you so" tone. Oliver slid his helmet on and buckled the strap beneath his chin. "There are an average of 367 car accidents per day in New York versus 4 with motorcycles. My odds are better not relying on a chauffeur." Brooks sighed and went with his go-to argument. "Yes, but you are still 37% more likely to die in a motorcycle accident than a car accident." "I wear a helmet, avoid left turns whenever possible, and I'm smarter than they are, so I'll outmaneuver them," Oliver concluded as he pulled on his gloves. Ready to be done with the same argument he'd had with his brother for years, he climbed onto his motorcycle. "Wait," Iris said. Oliver paused with the key in his hand. "If that's your only vehicle, how did you bring Waffles to the clinic?" Oliver gestured to the back seat. "I strapped the box on." He opened the saddlebag on the side to show the bungee cords and ropes he always kept inside. "He was very secure." Iris shook her head. "Text me your address." Oliver stared at her. "Why?" "Never ask why a girl wants your address, Ollie," Brooks said. At Oliver's straight look, his older brother raised his hands. "Just trying to help." He gestured to his truck. "Better get Bunny home. Take care, kids." He took a few steps away, then gestured to the motorcycle and gave Oliver a thumbs up behind Iris's back. "Good move," he mouthed. Oliver shook his head. "What?" Iris asked. "Brothers," he said simply. Iris laughed. "They're fun, and they obviously care about you. What's with the kids comment?" Oliver put his key in the motorcycle. "It's Brooks' way of reminding me that he's 7 years older and apparently far wiser." He looked back at the truck. "I wouldn't need reminding, except he acts like a toddler most of the time." Brooks and Bunny drove past, waving as they did so. Brooks winked at Oliver, then flipped a switch. The lights and the sirens on the truck made Oliver and Iris wince and cover their ears. "See," Oliver said when the truck turned out of sight and he could lower his hands. Iris laughed. "They're a lot, but I really like them." "All of them?" Oliver asked, thinking of Tim and the way the man had practically grilled Iris over the way she ran the finances of her clinic. All of them, she said with a chuckle as if she guessed his train of thought. She held out her phone. I'm serious about Waffles. I'll drop him off after work tomorrow. Driving in a box strapped to this thing isn't veterinarian approved. The statistics show, she cut him off to say, I doubt guinea pigs are figured into the statistics. Why risk it? Oliver found he couldn't argue with her. Well, he could have, but he didn't want to. In fact, the thought of giving in and being able to see her again outside of the veterinary clinic was more welcome than he wanted to admit. He took her phone and entered his address on the screen she had pulled up. His heart gave a funny stutter at the name Ollie Holmes already written there. Only his family had ever called him Ollie. Unsure what to say, he handed back the phone with the address entered and started the motorcycle. Thanks for inviting me tonight, Iris said over the rumble of the engine. I had a really good time meeting your family. Thank you for coming, Oliver told her as he slid the kickstand up and angled the handlebars towards the street. We should do this again sometime, she said. Oliver nodded and pulled out onto the asphalt. As he drove away, he glanced back to see her watching him from the sidewalk. Her arms were crossed in front of her form-fitting black dress, and there was an expression on her face that he couldn't read. He turned back to the road with a shake of his head. He hated unreadable expressions. Honestly, that included all expressions. Why did the face have so much to say, yet nothing at all? It was like listening to a foreign language, but at least most languages had root words that were identical. Faces were so different from each other, and each twitch of an eyebrow or turn of the lips meant something. Or so he had read. Oliver ignored the urge to tighten his grip on the motorcycle. He could categorize the nearly 450 different bee species residing in New York. He could identify the age of a headstone by the chisel imprints of the engraver. He had written papers on the differences between the North American gray wolf and the European wolf. He was published in an agricultural magazine documenting the changes in photosynthesis of alfalfa when stressed. And he had successfully removed gum from the Henderson Junior High Tiger mascot's uniform when it was sullied by the opposing team's chicken. Why did those things come so easily to him, and the face of a friend could be so foreign? Oliver pulled into a parking spot near his apartment building as several drops of rain hit the pavement. The narrow parking space had been mismarked when whoever had drawn the lines miscalculated, leaving a 2-foot gap just large enough for his bike between the last car and a small oak tree that served as shelter from most everything but the stubborn birds that seemed to think motorcycles made excellent target practice. He kept a package of wipes in the saddlebag opposite the ties for just that reason. Oliver clipped his helmet strap together, put his gloves inside, and looped it over his arm, tipping it forward so the rain wouldn't land in it. He put the key in his pocket and paused with a hand on the vehicle's gas tank. It was a huge risk to be driving a motorcycle around the city. As much as he tried to argue the point with Brooks, he wouldn't deny it to himself. Motorcycles were dangerous, the streets of New York were even more so, and he risked his life whenever he ventured out. Yet there was nothing like the growl of the engine beneath him, the feeling of the throttle in his hand ready to respond at the slightest touch, the freedom of going wherever he wanted, listening to whims as he never did in his day-to-day life. And then there was the music. He couldn't define it. He hadn't been able to quantify it with research or record it no matter what device he used. Yet it was undeniable. Whenever he rode his motorcycle, music sounded in his ears. It wasn't a symphony. It was a cacophony. Strings of violins, cellos, and bass made up a discordant thrum unlike anything he had ever heard beyond the seat of his motorcycle. He had tried to duplicate the sounds. He had learned the guitar years ago when his father refused to get him a violin so he could play like Sherlock Holmes had. As a close runner-up, the guitar had become an excellent way for him to think and clear his thoughts, though nothing quite worked as well as his motorcycle. He carried the helmet inside so it wouldn't get stolen and stepped into the dark corridor. Mr. Marks had been promising to fix the lights ever since Oliver moved in. 10 years later, they still went out when it was the least convenient, leaving a small hallway awash in darkness. It was probably a good thing the building lacked an elevator. If it ever broke, Oliver assumed it would receive the same treatment as the lights. He walked up the 5 flights with the easy steps of someone who had conquered the same every day and multiple times a day for a decade. There was no need to rush. His apartment wasn't going anywhere. When he reached the top and entered the place he considered home, he set the helmet in the space on the bookshelf near the bed he reserved for it. He looked around the studio apartment, took a calming breath, then walked back out the door and shut the door behind him. He jogged down the stairs and opened the door that led from the corridor into the rapidly increasing rain. Oliver turned up the collar of his jacket against the rampaging elements and took off running. Chapter 5. Iris. Iris reached the last step and paused on the final landing to collect her breath. She lived in a cute little downtown Manhattan apartment on the 8th floor, but it had an elevator. She wasn't used to so many steps, especially after a full day of work. The Upper West Side of Manhattan was full of similar walk-ups. She had never thought about the logistics of living in one. The door to the right opened, and Oliver peered out of 5B. "Were you watching for me?" Iris asked. I saw your car pull up, he replied. He eyed the stairs. It took you a while to get up here. She shook her head. It was a long day. He was standing in front of his door as if reluctant to let her inside. She had the distinct feeling by both his actions and those of his siblings the night before that he seldom, if ever, had a woman up to his apartment. She hefted the box she held with a smile. Waffles is ready to go home. If anything, the uncertainty of Oliver's expression deepened. That's going to be the hard part. Iris wasn't sure how to take that. What do you mean? Oliver looked from the box back to her. Now that he's here, we have to solve the kidnapping of apparently the biggest pop star in the world. Iris felt her eyes widen. You mean Marisol? You said her name at the clinic, but I didn't know it was that Marisol. Oliver gave an exasperated huff. Everyone knows who she is but me. You don't know Marisol? He shrugged. Well, now I do. I spent half the night researching her. Because we have to solve her kidnapping, Iris said slowly. I'm pretty sure she was murdered. That's what they want you to think. She watched him carefully. And this talking guinea pig knows how to find her. He indicated the box without offering to take it. The fact that he talks is not part of the problem. Well, your problem. It's definitely mine. But it has nothing to do with the guinea pig in particular. Besides the dog at your clinic and Patty's fat feline, I was stopped by a gutter rat last night who asked me to buy him a bagel. Last night, she said, stalling while trying to come to terms with what he was saying. It was pouring. I went for a run, he replied without emotion, and the rat wanted a bagel. She nodded as if that was the most normal thing she had heard. What did you do? I bought him a bagel, Oliver replied. I'm not great at saying no. The thought of the man in front of her, drenched from head to toe by the rain, stopping to buy a rat a bagel, made her want to laugh and tear up at the same time. I don't know what to make of you, Oliver Holmes. You and the rest of the world, he said. He gave a small smile. Lucky for us, that has nothing to do with the kidnapping. He opened the door and stepped inside. Iris walked into the room and paused. It was smaller than she had expected. At roughly 300 square feet, the studio apartment was made up of a bed with a perfectly aligned patchwork quilt, a bookshelf, a guitar on a small stand, an end table with a serviceable lamp, a small sink, and a countertop with a hot plate, a slender white fridge with a piece of paper attached to it by a magnet on each corner, a chair and a small rectangular table that appeared to act as both the kitchen table and his office, as it held a laptop, 2 pens placed perfectly perpendicular to the laptop, and a Patriots cup. For lack of somewhere else to put it, Iris set the box on the bed and opened the lid. Waffles blinked at the sudden light. He's kept down some water, but you'll want to keep him on a simple diet for the next few days, she told Oliver. There's a chance of recurrence if he eats too much too quickly. All right, Oliver replied. What does he eat? She pulled a small container of pellets from her purse, along with 2 sandwich bags in which she had piled hay, lettuce, carrots, and cucumbers. Those are strange things to carry in your purse, Oliver pointed out. Not for a veterinarian, she replied. At his guarded expression, she was quickly learning meant he didn't know whether she was joking or not. She said, Just kidding. I figured you would need this since you've never owned a guinea pig. He looked uncomfortable when she set the items on his bed. She hesitated. Do you want me to put them in the fridge? Yes, he replied. She complied, noting that the contents of the fridge were sparse, with half a gallon of milk, half a dozen eggs, a container of orange juice, some cheese, butter, and mayonnaise. She added the bags and turned away to see him talking quietly with the guinea pig. Iris chose to give them some space and browse the contents of his bookshelf. Her gaze lingered on the picture of a woman sitting on a swing in a playground. She felt Oliver come to stand behind her while still far enough away to be out of her personal space. That's my mother, he said quietly. She's beautiful, Iris replied. She is, he agreed. She chose not to pry. The lack of her presence at the dinner or any mention of parents clued Iris in not to ask unless he wanted to tell her what had happened. She shifted her gaze and changed the subject. You have a lot of Sherlock Holmes books. Is that because you share a last name? Something like that. A hint of excitement touched Oliver's voice. Have you read any of them? She studied the titles. I think I read The Hound of Baskervilles when I was in high school. He pulled out 4 copies of the book with the same title but different covers. I have a first edition, a combination of The Hound with A Study in Scarlet, an edition that was supposedly signed by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, but I've since disproven and I need to get my money back, but I am loath to part with it, and this one that I have for reading. She took the books he held out. It's also in a compilation with 4 other Sherlock Holmes books, in another one with 8, and in this gold-leafed edition. He paused with his hand on the last book and red touched his cheeks. I guess you really don't need to hold them all. She smiled at his enthusiasm. It's really neat you have all of these. Oliver shrugged, but it was clear by the brightness of his gaze that she had hit upon a welcome topic. My mom collected them with me. I used to pretend I solved the cases with him, that he was my His voice cut off quickly, and his expression shuddered, all excitement dying from his expression. "You're what?" she urged. He shook his head. "That was too much information. Sorry, it's silly." She sat on the bed, taking care not to jostle Waffles' box. "I've never thought anything with books to be silly. I read throughout my childhood and all the way up to veterinary school. Then my reading became medical texts. I've finally been able to read for fun again." "Fun," he replied. His voice quieted. "Or escape." She nodded. The sensitive nature of the subject pressed against her. She kept her gaze on Waffles and petted his fur as he rested contentedly curled up in the little fleece blanket she had put in there. "What did you escape from?" The silence that met her words was charged. She kept her head down, avoiding looking at Oliver so he didn't feel put on the spot. She heard him let out a small breath before he said, "My father." The two words came out strained as if they were difficult to say. She smoothed the hair on the back of the guinea pig's head and said, "I hope Sherlock Holmes was helpful." Oliver paced across the apartment. Iris realized there was a worn path in the short green carpet from the bookshelf to the wall near the bed. "It was different from escapism," Oliver finally said, his words musing as though he had never said them out loud. "I patterned my life after Sherlock. I learned how to compartmentalize things like fear, worry." His voice lowered. "Love." He took one of the books from the stack she held and ran a finger down the spine. "I've never acted the way other people do, and that didn't bother me. But it bothered my dad. For a time, I did just that. I put on an act and pretended to be normal." He turned the book over and flipped through the pages. "But eventually, that wasn't enough, so I stopped trying." How did he respond to that? Not well. His words were loaded with memories and pain. Iris let the silence draw on, wondering if he would elaborate. When he didn't, she forced a smile to her face and said, "I grew up wanting to be Dr. Dolittle." "Doctor who?" She laughed. "Not Doctor Who, Dr. Dolittle." Oliver grimaced. What a horrible name for a doctor. Another laugh escaped her. "I never thought of it like that, but he's the one who can talk to animals." Oliver focused on her. "Really?" She shrugged. "As real as Sherlock Holmes." His expression fell. "Oh." She hefted the books she held. "But to a child, that doesn't make it any less real, does it?" He regarded the books and his mouth lifted on one side. "I guess not." He held out his hand and she put the books in it. He set them carefully back on the shelf, adjusting the order and ensuring that each spine lined up with a precision she felt rivaled using a ruler. When he was done, Oliver turned back to her. "Let's go solve a crime." She stared at him. "What? With me?" He nodded. "You and Waffles." "I don't think you need me," she protested. "I might not," Oliver said. He pointed to the box. "But he could. You said he had a chance to take a turn for the worse. Are you going to risk that?" He looked at the box. "No, I'm not putting her on the spot. She wants to be part of this or else she wouldn't be here." Waffles winked again and chattered his teeth. Iris's mouth fell open. She closed it again. Oliver gave a non-committal grunt and regarded Iris. "Waffles says I'm being rude and that I should give you a choice." His lips pressed together into a thin line. Then he said, "Would you like to return to reading alone in your Broadway apartment or go on a crime-solving, life-saving adventure of your own?" Stillness washed over her. "You know where I live?" He glanced away. "I don't sleep well, so I do a lot of night running." She couldn't help staring. "My apartment is 5.5 miles from here. I just drove it. You ran all that way last night?" He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "I told you I fed a rat." She tried to stifle her astonishment. "You didn't mention it was in downtown Manhattan. It didn't feel important." She realized she was making more out of the situation than there probably was. "So he ran at night, and happened to run 5.5 miles in the rain where he fed a rat and apparently saw where she lived. There was nothing creepy about that, right?" He lowered his head, his attention on Waffles. "I'm sorry, I realize that's weird. I usually don't have a destination, but when I checked your name against other Iris Perrys in New York, I found 49 people. Only 2 were vets, and the other happened to be 68 years old, so I ruled her out." "Naturally," Iris said, keeping her tone level. "So, your address stuck in my mind. When that happens, my feet tend to take me there. I apologize for the intrusion into your privacy." "And the reading?" she forced herself to ask. "It was hard not to notice you sitting on your window seat curled up with a hardback book with a maroon cover." He paused as if debating whether to say the rest. "Yes?" "I concluded by the hardback that it was probably a new release, as it's generally easier to read paperback books due to the wrist strain and possible carpal tunnel issues. I checked the color against the current releases, but nothing quite matched." She studied the patchwork quilt in front of her for a moment. She had gotten herself into this situation. She owed it to herself to see how far it would go. If all else failed, she had pepper spray and she could call the police. She knew self-defense at least to the point of getting away. She refused to be afraid, especially of Oliver. If anything, his demeanor at that moment showed he was terrified of what she might say next. His jaw was clenched tight enough that the muscles stood out along it. His hands alternated from one fist to the other, and he stood so still she wasn't even sure he was breathing. He had allowed her into his space, in his apartment. It was obvious very few seldom got that chance. Sure, he might have been a little bit different, but given the current state of her life, she needed different. Did she really want to return to her apartment and read, or go on an adventure of her own, as Oliver had so succinctly put it? She felt him watching her as she made her decision. The book was The Count of Monte Cristo. I found it at a thrift store a few days back. The story's one of my favorites, and I love how good the older books smell. She met Oliver's gaze. His eyebrows drew together. So, you're not mad? That I have a stalker? Furious and flattered, thank you very much, but I do want to go on an adventure. He opened his mouth, then closed it again as if he didn't know what to say. He then rose from the bed without a word and grabbed his motorcycle helmet from the shelf. He slid a second one from the next shelf down. "We're taking my car," she said, her tone giving no room for argument. Oliver paused. "Right," he said. He put the helmets back. He picked up the box, flipped the light off, and held open the door for the hallway. When she walked through, he pulled it shut behind her and headed for the stairs. "You're not going to lock it?" she asked. He indicated the apartment across from his. "Mrs. Jensen never leaves her studio except to get her grocery delivery once a week from the lobby." He tipped his head to indicate the other two apartments. 5C is owned by a couple from France. They come once a year at Christmas with a dozen family members and spend most of their time going to every Broadway play. 5D is one of 9 apartments owned by a stock market trader. His daughter uses it every few years or so. He headed down the stairs. Their apartments get cleaned once a week by a cleaning crew I vetted. "And you figure nobody's going to go to the top of a 5-story walk-up to rob someone?" Oliver shrugged with the box in his hands. "If they do, they're going to be pretty disappointed at what they find." "Unless they're fans of Sherlock Holmes," she pointed out. That made Oliver pause. He glanced up at her. She grinned. "Kidding." He shook his head and continued down the stairs. "I might have to start locking my door." When they climbed into the car, Oliver slid into the back seat. Iris looked at him in the rearview mirror. "You can sit up front, you know." He gestured to the box. "It would be rude to make Waffles sit in the back by himself." He lowered his voice and said, "I know you don't mind, but I need to secure your box. Did you know in New York City you're more likely to get in a car accident than get mugged?" He paused, then said, "Then you're lucky you don't drive often in cars. Though I'll bet the mugging incidents per guinea pig are far lower." He looked up at the rearview mirror and caught her gaze before she could look away. His eyes creased at the corners. She realized his last words had been for her benefit. She smiled. She couldn't help it. His dark blue eyes were charming, especially when they were lit with humor. Something she found was rare but genuine. It was refreshing to be around a person who was 100% honest in everything he said. His relationship with his siblings was an interesting look into his life. They didn't push him to be different than he was, and the teasing was cute. They obviously all cared about each other. Their shock that he had brought a date had been palpable. His awkwardness was adorable because he tried so hard. She had dated her fair share of the wrong type of man. Relationships eventually dissolved with cheating or just total disconnect. She had been to the point that at 39, she was ready to wash her hands of the entire dating world and accept that she was destined to be a strong, single woman with more cats than was normal. She couldn't help that they naturally came with the job. "You really don't feel a motorcycle would be easier to navigate through all this?" Oliver asked from the back seat. At that moment, a car a few spaces in front of them ran the light and was hit by another vehicle. Luckily, the pacing of the evening traffic was slow enough that it was merely a fender bender, but Oliver cleared his throat meaningfully. She looked at him in the mirror. "You're saying that you could have avoided that?" He nodded. "Of course, when you're riding, you have to anticipate that no car on the road sees you. In a car, it's taken for granted because you're protected by steel and aluminum, so people are more inclined to take risks." A bullet bike sped by their car so close it nearly clipped the side mirror, darted through the intersection despite the current chaos with clearing the cars involved in the accident, and disappeared around the next corner. Iris cleared her throat meaningfully. "Well, that was illegal," Oliver said. "He lane split, which is not permitted in New York City, was driving far above the 20 miles per hour allowed on this particular street, didn't yield at the yellow light, and wasn't wearing a helmet. 4 violations of the law don't atone for the fact that he made it to the next corner in 4 seconds instead of the 11 minutes I calculate it's going to take us." Iris gave a huff of laughter. "You'd be a harsh police officer." She turned to look at him over her shoulder. "No allowance for your fellow bikers?" He shook his head. They're the reason the death toll is going up. Eyes on the road, please. By the time they pulled up to the address Oliver had given her, Iris was getting used to the idea of taking orders from a guinea pig. At least, she had to admit, as she stopped near the fancy hotel in Tribeca, the animal seemed to have the location right. The entrance of the hotel was awash in a clean, classic Art Deco style with a visible atrium. The outside was lit with old-fashioned grandeur brought current to match the modern updates. Security could be seen inside, reminding Iris that they were walking into a crime scene. "Do we have a plan for getting in?" she asked in a whisper, worried now that they were actually there that someone would spot them and accuse them of being part of the pop star's disappearance and supposed murder. "What's the plan?" Oliver asked Waffles. The guinea pig weaked. Oliver's eyebrows lifted. "Really?" The animal shuffled his paws in an obvious display of annoyance at being questioned. All right, Oliver replied. He met Iris's gaze in the rearview mirror. "He hid a key. He says to park on Church Street." Iris found herself rethinking her life's work entirely as she followed the guinea pig's instructions down the next road. If the animal had paid such close attention to his surroundings that he could guide them back, then she needed to give the patients in her care more credit. As much as she loved animals and had dedicated her life to them, she thought their focus was limited to their daily life, like when they would eat next, where they would take a walk, sleeping in the most comfortable chair, getting petted. She had never thought of their cognitive abilities reaching those of a person. Was language all that really separated the animals from humans? "Iris?" She looked up to realize that Oliver had gotten out with Waffles partially wrapped in the blanket and tucked under one arm. Oliver tapped on the window again. "You okay?" he asked, his voice muffled by the glass. Iris collected herself mentally with the thought that if they were truly going to solve a kidnapping, she needed to stop letting her mind wander. There would be time later to reevaluate her entire life. She smothered the wry smile that touched her lips and climbed out of the car. "Sorry, just mentally preparing," she said. Oliver gave her a straight look. "Are you prepared?" She nodded. "I think so." She glanced up at the 8-story hotel. It was dwarfed by the red brick building behind it, giving the structure a quaint, cozy feeling nestled at the apex of the block. The light-polluted sky highlighted the warmly lit exterior. Or maybe not. "Are we committing a crime?" Oliver followed her gaze. "I don't think so, beyond breaking and entering, stealing money from a safe, and possibly getting caught with a ransom note." She waited for him to smile or give any indication that he was joking. When none followed, she sighed and closed the door of her car. "If that's all, then I'm in." Oliver nodded. "Very well." He set Waffles on the sidewalk. Before she could protest that he might run out into the road and get run over, the guinea pig headed into the bushes that lined the east side of the hotel. "If it's a key card, it's probably been reprogrammed," Iris began. The orange and white guinea pig reappeared with a brass key in its mouth. Oliver took the object and held it out to her. She studied the key by the light of the street lamp above them. It appeared tarnished, but it was obvious by the shiny finish that it had been made to be so. The quaintness of having a key for a hotel room appealed to her. It was far more personable than a plastic card. "Harder to duplicate," Oliver said. "Keycards can be reprogrammed, or phones used to hack the door, but keys like that probably don't have a lot of people who can remake them, at least not fast enough for a crime like this." He held out his hand and she set the key in it. He rubbed the handle of the key between his fingers and then smelled it. Definitely brass with something underlying, probably aluminum or steel to reinforce it. "If we had a magnet we could test—" The guinea pig grunted. Oliver looked down at the animal, then back at the key. "I suppose that's not important right now." He headed toward the front of the building. "What's important is getting in and out as quickly and efficiently as possible. We're running out of time." Waffles squeaked. Iris picked him up and hurried after Oliver. "Time for what?" Oliver glanced over his shoulder. "According to Henry, there is a security changeover in 5 minutes. It'll be our best bet to reach the penthouse unchecked." Iris reached his side in time to ask, "Who's Henry?" "A student," Oliver replied without slowing. Iris stopped short. Waffles gave a grunt at the abrupt movement. "Sorry," she told him. She raised her voice. "Oliver, wait. We don't have time," he called back. Realizing he wasn't going to explain, she rushed after him and reached his side just as he paused near a huge pile of flowers, pictures, teddy bears, and other memorabilia. "What is this?" he asked. She spotted a photograph of Marisol on a cross near the back. "A shrine for her," she said. The enormity of the collection told of hundreds, maybe thousands of fans stopping by to pay their respects. Tears pricked her eyes at the verses that had been written on scraps of paper, thank you cards left, and candles that flickered in the night breeze. "We've got to find her," she said, fighting back her emotions. "We will." She looked up at Oliver and saw his gaze on the makeshift memorial for the pop star. There was a furrow along his brow as he looked at the cutout dolls, necklaces, and t-shirts with Marisol's name among the rest of the tokens of love and appreciation. It wasn't clear what he thought about the shrine, but his jaw clenched and then unclenched before he nodded. "Let's go," he said. He pushed through the front door. The lobby was empty, surprisingly so for such a high-end hotel, though given that it was just before 9 o'clock at night, they probably didn't have a lot of work to tend to besides greeting late-night guests. She fast-walked to Oliver's side as he waved the key in front of the elevator scan pad. A green arrow lit up and the doors opened. She followed Oliver inside and waited breathlessly for the doors to shut. "Microchipped?" she asked with a glance at the key. "Obviously," he replied. "Antique appearance with the convenience of current technology. I like this hotel." He pressed the button for floor 8 and the elevator began to ascend. The enormity of what they were about to do settled on Iris's shoulders. Her heart sped up and her chest tightened. She was a veterinarian. She had no business looking around a star's apartment for clues to her possible kidnapping. If they found nothing and were caught, they could be held as accomplices to the crime. If they found something, the same could be said, but with even more dire consequences. "Are you sure about this?" she whispered. "Absolutely not," Oliver whispered back. Though there was no fear of them being overheard, the fact that he responded in kind clued her into the nerves he didn't show. She took a closer look at him. His hand gripping the key did so hard enough that his knuckles showed white. His gaze never left the elevator buttons that lit up in slow succession. His hair was unkempt from their journey. She wanted to push her fingers through the wavy locks to move them off his forehead. Would the strands be as soft as they looked? Iris let out a breath through her nose and turned back to the doors. The sooner they finished this strange, self-appointed mission, the quicker she would be able to return to her normal life. Though with the guinea pig held securely in her arms, and a handsome man with a drive so focused on the task at hand it was close to obsession by her side, she wasn't sure how much normal life appealed to her anymore. Chapter 6. Oliver. The elevator opened to reveal a single door. Police tape marked it as a crime scene. Oliver approached with the hope that the door wasn't monitored. Given the technology they had already seen, putting a key in the lock might trigger an alarm and send security running up. He glanced at Iris and Waffles out of the corner of his eye. They had gone too far to turn back now. The life of a singer relied on what they had found in the penthouse. This was bigger than the three of them. He slid the key into the lock and turned it. A click sounded and the door opened. He hesitated, but no alarm sounded. If it was silent, they were already in trouble, so they might as well get it over with. "All right, where's the letter?" he asked the guinea pig. "Behind the bookcase," Waffles replied. "It slipped back there when they shut the door too hard." "Clumsy," Oliver said, crossing to the shelf the guinea pig indicated. "What is?" Iris asked. Oliver had forgotten that she couldn't understand Waffles. The ransom letter was set here, but the air current caused by them shutting the door sent it behind the shelf. This girl's life could be forfeit because those who took her are idiots. He pulled a pair of gloves from his pocket he had put there in case he needed to touch anything. They were cotton winter gloves, nothing thick or impressive, but they would keep him from leaving fingerprints. He dropped to his knees and reached behind the shelf. A stabbing pain ran through his shoulder and simultaneously down his arm and up his neck. He hissed out a breath at the pain and jerked his arm back. "What was that?" Iris asked, her green eyes wide. She lowered to her knees beside him and set Waffles on the ground. She lifted a hand as if to help him. Oliver winced away from her touch. It was an involuntary reaction, subconsciously brought on by something he didn't want to think about. She lowered her hand, her face pale. He ducked his head and said softly, "I'm sorry." "It's all right," she replied, but he could tell by her tone that she didn't understand. Oliver held his shoulder and willed the pain to stop. It had been a while since he felt it. He had almost forgotten how bad it could be. "It's nothing," he forced out. "Liar," Waffles accused. Oliver sucked in a breath and rolled his arm. The pain began to ease. "It's an old injury," he told them both. "Nothing important." Iris didn't try to touch him again, but she didn't leave. Oliver wouldn't have blamed her if she had. "I can get it," she offered. Oliver nodded. He pulled off his gloves without a word and handed them to her. Iris put them on as Oliver moved out of the way. She knelt where he had and reached behind the bookshelf. The paper was far enough in that she had to press against the side and stretch out as far as her arm would go. Oliver's gaze drifted to her butt where the fabric of her worn jeans outlined her gluteus maximus in extreme contrast as she strained. "Got it," she said. He glanced away. There was a ruffle of paper and then she held it up in triumph. "Whoa," she exclaimed. "This is a real ransom letter." She set the page on the carpet between them. The paper itself came from a regular yellow legal pad, while the words taped on it had been made out of letters cut from magazines. "Not very original," he noted. "They didn't seem to care about originality," Waffles said. "They put a cloth bag over her head, zip-tied her hands together, and took her up the stairs to the terrace." Oliver took a picture of the ransom note with his phone, motioned for Iris to flip it over, and photographed the reverse as well. He scanned it quickly. $6 million for the ransom, drop-off address at Coney Island. We have until tonight. Simple. $6 million is simple? Iris asked in amazement. "It depends on how much the safe holds," Oliver replied. Though I doubt anyone would keep that much money in cash in one place. Please slip it back behind the bookshelf, he instructed. Iris picked up the ransom note in her gloved hand. Are you sure? What if we need to investigate the source of the letters? Appreciation for her quick thinking made Oliver nod. Normally I would say yes, but Marisol is running out of time. We'll shortly have the money to pay the ransom, so following the instructions in the letter is to our best interest. And if we put it back, she began, we can always find it again if need be, or refer it to the police anonymously if our attempts fail. Or if we need to abdicate ourselves from the crime, she said quietly. Oliver gave her a closer look. Did the lines around her eyes and the way her mouth pressed together mean she was worried? She had followed him willingly into a potentially dangerous situation. That took bravery, unless he had gotten under her skin with the alone in her apartment comment. It wouldn't have bothered him, but she hadn't seemed happy after he said it. Granted, he was pretty sure she had been debating whether to press stalking charges at that moment. The safe, Waffles said. Oliver jolted away from his current train of thought. Right, where is it? Where's what? Iris asked. The safe, Oliver replied at the same time as Waffles said. In the closet. It's in the closet, Oliver repeated for Iris's sake. He followed the guinea pig across the room. The animal waited for him to open the door, then padded inside. Oliver pushed the door open further and found himself staring at a walk-in closet bigger than his entire apartment. Whoa, Iris said from behind him. Oliver led the way after Waffles. Is it one of those wall safes? Iris asked. I don't think so, Oliver replied. Too obvious. What's too obvious? Waffles asked. The safe being the standard one in the wall, Oliver replied. He then held up a hand and looked between them. I can't be the intermediary. Too much work. I need each of you to assume that I will repeat anything I find especially important. Otherwise it'll take too much time. Waffles snuffled along the wall. It should be in here, he said. Oliver stared at him. You mean you don't know for certain? I know of his existence, the guinea pig said in a muffled voice as he sniffed along the next wall. I saw Brody, her assistant, put the money in here and leave without it. Our time to look is limited if they check the cameras and see us heading to the penthouse, Oliver said. He doesn't know where it is? Iris asked. Oliver shook his head. She started tapping on the walls with her gloved hand. He watched her for a moment before he asked, What are you doing? Checking for hollow spaces, she replied. Like they do in the movies. If it sounds different, something could be there. At his silence, she asked, Do you have a better idea? Oliver left the closet. He linked his hands behind his back, walked to the couch, then turned and walked the other way. He counted 5 paces automatically before he turned and walked back. It wasn't a great space for pacing due to the change from the fancy Persian rug to the marble floor hallway in between, but it would have to do. Marisol didn't have time for him to be picky. The kidnappers hadn't found the safe. If this Brody knew where it was, why didn't he tell the police? A thought struck Oliver and he paused in his steps. Waffles, why did the police immediately chalk this up as a murder if they didn't have a body? Waffles poked his head out from the closet and replied, Because they found Brody dead in the corner over there. Oliver followed the nod of the guinea pig's head to the bloodstains on the floor near the marble fireplace. The space was hidden from sight by a large mohair couch. He peered at the dark red stain speculatively. But Brody was male. They wouldn't assume he was Marisol. That doesn't make sense. There was another body, Waffles said in a sad tone. Who? Oliver asked. I think she was a maid, but they dressed her in Marisol's clothes and left her in the bathtub. He winced. There wasn't a lot else to distinguish her by when they were done. They're brutal people. Would you recognize them if you saw them? Definitely, the guinea pig immediately replied in his Russian accent. I'll get justice for Marisol if it's the last thing I do. Oliver resumed his pacing. The more he learned about what happened, the less it made sense. If they were trying to ransom Marisol, why leave a body and pretend it was her? The police had forensics. Surely by now they would know the murdered maid wasn't Marisol. A missing persons report would have been filed, and with the dental records they would have put 2 and 2 together. So why not retract the conjecture that she had been murdered? He had seen the articles. The police had been photographed taking 2 body bags out to the ambulance. Though they hadn't given a direct statement at the time, the police hadn't addressed the speculation of the reporters. Fans had run wild with the statement, and the outcry of emotion at her loss had rocked social media. In 1 week, the entire nation had turned their focus to memorializing the woman. It amazed Oliver that he had been able to go so long without noticing. Of course, it was fairly easy for him not to notice something when he was focused on a particular issue. Now it was all he had found when he turned on the computer. He had nearly regretted asking the tech team to help him monitor the security of the hotel, but when he texted Henry on his way in to clean the bathrooms that afternoon, the student had met him at Henderson Junior High with Surrey and Becca, his usual confidants. The tech trio were always willing to help out when he was in a jam. Trying to hide who he was talking about had been difficult. Luckily, they hadn't pressed when he said he couldn't give details. Had they guessed? Oliver forced the irrelevant drivel to the back of his mind and continued pacing with his complete focus on the facts. 1. They needed to find Marisol as quickly as possible. 2. They needed to find the safe so they could use her money to pay the ransom. 3. The police were hiding the evidence of her kidnapping for some unfathomable reason. 4. Brody, who knew about the safe, had been killed. Did they know he was the only one with apparent access to the money? What if the ransom note had been for him and someone else had killed him? Oliver spun towards the closet. Waffles, were both the murder victims killed at the same time? Murder victims? Iris squeaked from deeper in the closet. You mean here? Oliver didn't feel that scaring Iris further was necessary. I didn't mean to use the word murder. Problem evaded. Waffles stuck his head out of the closet. No, they killed the maid first, then Brody came in later. From what I heard, it was quite the scuffle. Oliver kept his voice low when he said, Where were you during the murders? I hid in there, the guinea pig squeaked, lifting his paw to gesture at the door across the main room. I was under the couch with a carrot when they took her, and that's how I saw the letter fall. I hid in my cage when they came back with the maid's body. Oliver crossed to the door and peered inside. A huge animal enclosure complete with hammocks, climbing tubes, several beds, piles of hay, 3 water bowls and 1 hanging feeder, and a mini fridge with a clear front that revealed hordes of fresh fruits and vegetables occupied the space. Other climbing ramps led to a running wheel, something that looked like a trampoline, and several hidey holes. I'm amazed you left, Oliver called over his shoulder. This is pretty posh. It was leave or starve when everything rotted, Waffles said loudly to be heard from the closet. I don't think anyone even noticed me in the investigation. A few weaking sounds followed before he said, She found it! I think I found it, Iris called out. Oliver hurried back to the closet. Iris had pulled away a corner of the carpet beneath a hanging row of multicolored, bedazzled, and sequined pants. The safe she revealed was embedded in the floor. Oliver tipped his head to the side, studying the dimensions. What do you think? Iris asked. Given the length, width, and probable depth, if it's full of $100 bills, there could be roughly $3 million inside, he said. Iris looked up at him. That's $3 million shorter than we need. He nodded. We'll make it work the best we can. Waffles, what's the code? The guinea pig studied the case. There are 3 different codes that she rotates. What if she made up a new one? Did she have anywhere she wrote things down? We don't want to get locked out, Oliver told the guinea pig. Not that I know of, he replied. I thought he knew the code, Iris said. Oliver knelt down by the safe. In the tightness of the space, his thigh rested against Iris's. She didn't move away. Let's give it a try, he suggested. Otherwise, we'll have to involve the police. The ransom note says they'll kill her. Her worry was clear. I don't want to be responsible for Marisol's death. That makes 3 of us, Oliver told her, but we have to try. Ready? Waffles asked. At Oliver's nod, he recited an 8-digit code. Oliver punched in the numbers. The lock beeped, but it didn't open. Waffles shuffled his feet. That was her mother's birthday. She used it a lot. He shuffled closer to the safe. Let's try this one. Oliver entered the code. Again, a fail. We'll get timed out if we're wrong this time, Oliver said quietly. We have 1 more shot before we need to rethink our plan. Waffles sucked in a breath and looked from Iris to Oliver. This is the last set of numbers I've seen her use. His voice was quieter when he said, 0712222. The safe beeped and the door opened to reveal stacks of $100 bills. Waffles sniffed. Is he all right? Iris asked, her voice gentle. It worked. Why wouldn't he be? Oliver asked. Iris nudged him and pointed. Oliver followed her finger to where the guinea pig stood with his head hung and an expression on his face Oliver could only describe as sad. Waffles, are you all right? He asked quietly. Waffles nodded without looking at him. That was my birthday. The numbers were his birthday, Oliver relayed to Iris. It didn't make sense to him. He turned back to the guinea pig. Why are you sad? She trusted me with her life, Waffles replied. That money is supposed to save her, and she used my birthday to protect it, his voice choked off. Iris held out her hands. Waffles stepped into them and allowed her to cuddle him to her chest. Oliver stared from one to the other. He knew he was missing something. Iris hadn't needed to hear his response to offer comfort, while Oliver didn't get how a birthday meant more than just numbers on a page. Everyone had a birthday. He chose not to celebrate his because it was an insignificant number, though Bunny always insisted on dropping off a cupcake and a candy-filled sports-themed cup, even though he didn't like sports because she was silly like that. He looked around the closet. They needed something to carry the money in that wouldn't be missed. His eyes fell on a black duffel bag in the corner. His body tensed. Was the carpet pulled over the safe when you started searching for it? He asked without taking his eyes off the bag. Yes, Iris replied. She ran her fingers along the guinea pig's cheeks. He closed his eyes and leaned into her touch. For the briefest moment, Oliver felt strangely jealous of the guinea pig. He imagined the same touch brushing against his cheeks. Touch was something he usually had an aversion to. It invaded his space and made him uncomfortable. So why was picturing her doing the same to him so inviting? Why? Iris asked. Oliver blinked, jerked back to the topic at hand. Oh, because that bag is obviously not Marisol's. My guess is that Brody was unable to open the safe, and so they killed him and left the bag there because it was useless. So, someone knew Marisol had the money and didn't want to wait for the ransom to be dropped off. Iris's eyes widened. They were cutting out the others. Oliver nodded. But he didn't know Waffle's birth date, and so was apparently shot for his failure. Leaving the others to wait for the ransom to be paid, Iris concluded. This is a very dangerous situation for Marisol. We need to hurry. Oliver slid the duffel bag over and began to fill it with the money. Iris reached in to help. Every time their hands touched, little jolts of electricity ran up Oliver's arms. He forced himself to concentrate on the task, but it was difficult, far more than it should have been with Marisol's life on the line. Iris hefted the bag. They're going to know it's too light. How do we make up for the difference? I have an idea, Oliver told her. He could see the doubt on Iris's face when she pulled into the parking lot of Henderson Junior High School 25 minutes later. Several bicycles were already chained to the rack next to the tiger statue, and the students he had summoned waited by the side door. Are you sure about this? Iris asked. Waffles gave a week from her arms. Children scare me. They're not children, Oliver said, and to Iris he replied, I'm sure. These kids are smarter than anyone gives them credit for. How do you think I figured out the security system at the hotel? He guessed by the wide-eyed look she gave him that she disapproved. Her tone confirmed it. You involved students in a crime? His mouth fell open. He closed it again, thought for a moment, then said, Technically it's not a crime. We had nothing to do with Marisol's disappearance. You involved them in breaking and entering her hotel. Technically we didn't break in, we used her key. If you say technically again, I may have to slap you, she warned. Waffles clicked his teeth together. I don't have to understand what she's saying to know you're in trouble by that tone. Oliver huffed. How else do you plan to get in? If we hadn't slipped between security shifts, we'd be arrested right now, and the $3 million we'd have in the trunk couldn't go to freeing Marisol. I just happened to ask the students if they wanted to help solve a crime. I didn't tell them who it was regarding. Iris opened her door. I hope you know what you're doing, she said before she climbed out. When the door shut, Oliver muttered, I obviously don't. Chapter 7. Iris. It amazed Iris to see how happy the students were when Oliver stepped out of the car. High fives and fist bumps were exchanged. Iris felt their curious gazes on her and the guinea pig, but they kept their focus on Oliver. Hey, Mr. Holmes, so the cameras were right? You said you'd be arrested if they weren't, and we'd have to tell Principal Myers to call in Jameson to cover for you, a tall boy with short dark hair and glasses said. It must have been right. It was perfect, Oliver replied. Thank you. You may have saved a life today, Henry. He looked at the two girls, but we're going to need more help to make it happen. Count us in, one of the girls said. She wore a Nirvana t-shirt and pajama pants that bore matching smiley faces. It could have been her sleeping outfit, or, given what Iris had seen teenagers currently sporting, it might have also just been what she had worn to school that day. Oliver pulled a set of keys from his pocket and handed them to the girl. Get us inside, Becca. At once, Captain, she replied. She took the keys and both girls headed to the door. Captain? Iris replied. What's that about? Oliver waited for her to pop the trunk with her key fob, then pulled the bag from it. It's from a poem and then a movie. Oh, Captain, my Captain, Oliver replied. He actually looked embarrassed as he shut the trunk with a bang. Something they came up with when I helped the tech team salvage their equipment after the locker room flooded and nearly cost them their STEM experiment. He bailed us out, Henry said. Get it? Oh, Captain? Ship and water and all of that? Also, he's a great leader. He let us into the school at night for more time on our project. It's been a grade saver for sure. Oliver met Iris's surprised gaze, then looked away. Want me to carry that? Henry offered, reaching for the bag. I've got it, Oliver replied without relinquishing it. Henry lowered his hand with a confused blink. Iris could tell that his feelings were on the verge of being hurt. She said, Actually, could you carry this guinea pig? I forgot to grab my purse. Henry's face lit up and he gathered Waffles into his arms. The animal grunted at the exchange. I love guinea pigs, Henry said. Actually, I love all kinds of animals. I have pet mice right now, but I'm hoping my mom will let me upgrade to a cat if I show her how responsible I can be with them. Cats are strange, Oliver said. Both Iris and Henry took affront at his statement. What? Oliver replied. It's true. Dogs are like, my paw hurts. It would be really great if someone could fix it, while cats are like, my food smells. Get it changed or I'll blackmail you. Iris stifled a laugh at the realization that Oliver was speaking from first-hand knowledge. And guinea pigs? Henry asked. Oliver eyed the animal the student carried. Waffles gave him a straight look back that would have seemed out of character for an animal before she met Oliver. Guinea pigs are a bit bossy, but they're fine, he said noncommittally. They tend to have stomach issues, though. That's too bad, Henry replied. I like them. They live longer than mice, that's for sure. Becca held the door open and the other girl led the way down the hall. So, what's the mission this time, Captain? The girl leading the way asked over her shoulder. Oliver glanced at Iris. She couldn't help the smile that touched her lips at his discomfort at the title. Was he regretting letting her see this part of his life? He hadn't hesitated to text the students. She made a mental note later to tell him he really shouldn't be letting them into the school at night anymore if he didn't want to risk losing his job. The world was too touchy to see the innocence in anything. It was far too easy for the news to make a huge mountain out of the simple molehill of letting students have time to finish their science fair project, or whatever it was. We need to pay a ransom, Oliver said. Shock flooded Iris's system. You're just coming out with it like that? We need help, and we have less than an hour to figure this out, he replied. He hefted the bag. We have money here, but it's not enough. They're going to know by the weight at least, and they'll probably glance in the bag, so it has to be convincing. We need ideas. The same life is on the line. The three students exchanged glances. We need to fill half the bag and hide the lack, Becca said. Got it. How short are we? Half, Oliver said. The art department, stat, the other girl said. Cheree, you have an idea? Henry asked. Yes, but it's going to take work. Let's move. Iris found herself jogging with the four others down the hall. The way they accepted Oliver's request and placed urgency on what he needed was heartwarming. It was amazing he had a team so ready to help. They reminded her of her veterinary assistants. No wonder he trusted them. She only hoped their participation wouldn't get them in trouble. They would have to do everything they could to keep it untraceable. They reached a door, and Becca quickly unlocked it with Oliver's keys. She flipped on the light and led the way into a room that smelled of acrylics and glue. Pour it out here, Cheree said. She patted a long, empty table. Oliver dumped the contents of the bag onto the surface. Everyone stared at the piles of $100 bills. That's a lot of money, Becca said. How much are you supposed to have? $6 million, Oliver replied. To the student's credit, there was only a moment's pause to take it in. Then Henry said, Let's get to work. Cheree hurried over to the other side of the room. Construction paper will give us some weight. Becca grabbed 2 paper cutters from a shelf and brought them over. We should make a template so we don't risk cutting the money. We'll weigh it as we go, Henry said. Let me grab a scale from the gym. It won't be exact, but we'll be close. Becca tossed him the key and he ran out of the room. Oliver pulled out his phone and typed in a few numbers. By my estimation, we should currently be at just over 66 pounds. If we can hit 132 pounds, it shouldn't give them a reason to question us. Construction paper or magazines? Cheree asked. She put a ream of green paper on the table, followed by an armful of outdated magazines. One gives us heft, but the other might be easy to hide within the bills we have. All eyes turned to Iris. She wasn't sure why she had suddenly become the expert on filling out money rolls to make them look full, but the less they put on the students, the better. She crossed to the table and ran her fingers over the construction paper. This is too stiff. It'll show up easily if they check. We better go with the magazines. She pulled one of the paper cutters over. I'll mark them, Becca said. You guys cut. She grabbed a thick piece of cardstock and began to measure it against the bills. Oliver flipped through one of the stacks of hundreds. We're going to need to open the currency sleeves carefully, take out the middle half, replace it with filler, then glue the sleeves back together. We also need to make more that we can put in the bottom half of the bag. Do you have lighter weight paper? Yes, I'll grab it, Cheree said. We can measure it against the current ones. Henry came running back with the scale. How long do we have? He asked breathlessly. Oliver checked his phone. 45 minutes if we figure in driving time to the drop-off. We have to leave by 11 at the latest. Got it, Henry said. Let's get cutting. 44 minutes later found them heading back to the car with 2 full bags, a guinea pig who munched happily on the lettuce Cheree had gotten from the cafeteria, and 3 exhausted, grinning students. Oliver locked the door and was about to lead the way to the parking lot when Becca stopped him with a hand on his arm. He paused. Iris saw the tension strumming through his body that lessened when the student lowered her hand. Becca didn't seem to notice his reaction as the other 2 students caught up to them. Get Marisol home, she said. Electricity shot through Iris's body. Oliver's head jerked back. How did you know? $6 million ransom, Henry said. Who else could it be? Marisol's body was never reported as officially recovered. There's still hope on the web for her, Cheree told them. If anyone can get her home, you can. Oliver looked back at Iris. There's no guarantee, he began. We know, Henry said. That's why we're here to cheer you on. And if you fail, nobody will know about any of this. Same if we succeed, Oliver said firmly. Henry hesitated, then nodded. Thank you again, Iris told them. We couldn't have done it without you. It was great to meet you, Becca told her with a warm smile. The 3 students climbed onto their bicycles as the car pulled away. They waved, and Oliver nodded as Iris waved back. I can see why you trust them, Iris said. They're good kids. They're amazing, he replied. They're really going to go somewhere in this world. She glanced at him as she drove south. So, you're a janitor there? He nodded without expounding. His gaze sharpened and he pointed towards the gas station. Head over there. The tank is at 3/4, she said. That's not what we need, he replied. She turned into the station and pulled up near the door. He handed Waffles to her and climbed out without giving her the time to ask questions. She watched him rummage through the shelves, then make his way to the front. It was only when he returned to the car with a bag full of items that she caught on. He pulled out an oversized t-shirt with the words, "I Heart New York," and a hat that proclaimed, "I'm here for the pizza," with a slice of pizza folded in half the way it was meant to be eaten, and handed them to her. "And these treasures are mine," he said. The trucker hat that he pulled out was black and white and proclaimed, "This guy loves New York." His t-shirt said, "View York," with a picture of the New York skyline wearing sunglasses. Both were so touristy it would have been laughable if they weren't meant to be disguises for an incredibly dangerous mission. "I'm not letting you shop ever again," she said. "Promise?" he replied as he accepted Waffles back and watched the guinea pig find a comfortable space on his lap. The guinea pig squeaked. "Really?" Oliver said. "That's quite rude. If I told you that you would look better with brown fur instead of white and orange, what would you say?" A week sounded. "Oh," Oliver replied. He looked at Iris. He said it would be good because Marisol wouldn't give him as many baths. He turned back to Waffles. "Well, that's different than saying these clothes are an improvement over what I'm currently wearing. I'll have you know that Henderson Junior High shirts are my work uniform." Waffles squeaked again. "No, not all janitors wear overalls. That's a cliché personified by public television." The guinea pig chattered his teeth. Oliver sighed. "It's not my fault the majority of your education came from a screen. You're expanding your horizons." Iris smiled and slipped her arms into the t-shirt sleeves before pulling it over her head. When she faced Oliver again, he had pulled on his shirt and hat. Her heart slowed. Why was it that some guys looked so good in hats and never wore them? She told herself she had no idea what he normally wore. They had only known each other for a couple of days. Why then did it feel like he had been in her life for years? He tipped his head and gave her a funny grin, appearing for all the world like a child wearing a hat 2 sizes too big. The way his waves fell in unruly locks beneath the brim and around his eyes made her want to push them aside so she could see his blue gaze. Instead, she glanced at the guinea pig that had already fallen asleep. "Waffles found you and told you about Marisol. You got into all of this for a guinea pig." The barest hint of a smile showed on Oliver's face. "The janitor swoops in to save the day." He glanced at Iris. "Or get us all killed. I am only a janitor after all, and I don't even have overalls." A chuckle escaped her as she pulled the car back onto the road. "I'm putting my life on the line here." His smile disappeared. "I really shouldn't have gotten you involved like this. I didn't mean to. You're just, well," his voice died away. "What?" she asked. It was endearing to see him uncomfortable when he was put on the spot. He rubbed the back of his neck before he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "You're nice to have along," he concluded quietly. Warmth flooded through her. She decided to save him his embarrassment and indicated the car. "I do make a good chauffeur." He chuckled. It was a soft sound that made her smile. "You do," he agreed. "I don't think Waffles would have appreciated being strapped to the motorcycle again. Besides, there wouldn't have been enough room for you and the money." "You'd have to choose," she teased. "Which one would it be?" He met her gaze, and his eyes creased at the corners when he saw that she was teasing. He replied. He turned to look out the window. "If I choose you, would that make me a bad person?" Tingles ran across her skin. It was a silly statement, something in response to her flirting. That was all. She paused. Had she really been flirting? She felt heat rise to her cheeks. Did Oliver know that's what she had been doing, whether it was conscious or not? Oliver drummed his fingers on his knee. It was a quiet, steady movement. Pinky, pointer finger, ring finger, middle finger, then repeat. It was the only sign of tension that he showed. She wished she was as collected. She had never had someone's life hinge on her actions. What if they messed up? What if their deception was found out before they could get Marisol to safety? They might be the reason the world's biggest pop star was killed. Should they have contacted the police even though the ransom note said not to? Why on earth had she gotten involved in the first place? She was a vet, not a hostage negotiator. This was a mistake. "Breathe." Iris startled and had to straighten the car out before she looked at Oliver. "Breathe," he repeated. "I can hear your breaths coming fast. You're spiraling." "I'm not," she denied. "You are," he said. "We can't lose our cool now." She fought back a panicked laugh. "Now you sound like your students." "Give me your hand." His request made her pause. "What?" He opened his left hand, palm up, and waited with it held out. Iris set her right hand, palm down on it. "Reflexology and acupressure have been used for over 5,000 years to promote health and well-being," he said. "When you're stressed, the flight or fight response kicks in through the hypothalamus, pituitary glands, and adrenal glands." He was careful not to disturb Waffles as he reached out with his right hand and gently pinched the pad of her thumb, putting pressure on it and then releasing it several times. Tiny tingles ran from her thumb up her arm at his touch. "This is to calm the hypothalamus and the pituitary glands." His fingers traced down to the skin between her thumb and first finger. He pressed this gently as he said, "And this is for the adrenal glands. Working this area helps to calm the adrenals and relax the body." He rolled his thumb and first finger over the area in a circular motion. His eyes flicked to hers. "Breathe, Iris, and keep your eyes on the road." She bit her lip and turned back to the dark pavement lit by her lone headlights. It wasn't often a person could go somewhere in New York and find themselves alone, but at that moment the stretch of road to Coney Island appeared to be in low demand. With his fingers working the 2 points on her hand and the subsequent releasing tingles running up and down her arm, Iris found herself wishing the road would go on forever, time would cease to exist, and she could let herself have whatever Oliver was willing to give her. She shot him a sideways look. Besides in the closet when she was very aware of her thigh against his, he hadn't gone out of his way to touch her at all, unlike guys she had dated who felt like going out of their way to touch her elbow or smooth her hair in their fingers would lead to them getting lucky that night. Oliver's response to his siblings had shown her that touch was something he usually avoided. The fact that he was doing so voluntarily now seemed a stretch for him. Touching her didn't appear to have an effect on him. He kept his gaze out the window, his eyes searching the road as she was supposed to be doing. The muscle twitched in his jaw, but she attributed it to his probable anxiety to free Marisol and get back to his life as a janitor with his team of tech students. She told herself he was just trying to calm her down. It was probably a good thing because he was right about her rapid breathing and racing heartbeat, though now she could possibly attribute it to what he was doing to her hand. "This is it," Oliver said in a low voice. He released her hand and sat up straighter. Waffles stirred from his place on the man's lap and blinked tiredly out the window. The headlights of the car illuminated the roller coasters and signs Iris recognized. The place looked scarier than she remembered. Being there close to midnight probably had something to do with it. The people wandering among the rides and booths that had been closed for the evening looked as though they'd lived there instead of visiting. "Cozy," Oliver remarked. He pointed to a spot near the end of the boardwalk. "Park over there. We don't want to walk far with those bags." Their efforts to create sufficient money bulk for the drop had given them enough that 2 bags had been necessary. The second was a backpack Surrey had gotten from the Lost and Found in the main office. About 2/3 of the money and cut magazines were in the duffel bag, and the rest in the pack. "It would be ironic to get mugged before we can put this in the garbage can," Iris said. Though she fought to keep her voice steady, it wavered more than she wanted. They were going to face people who had killed an innocent assistant and a maid. Regardless of how Oliver had tried to shield her from the sight of the blood, he didn't know that she had heard his side of the discussion with the guinea pig. It had been enough for her to pick up the bits and pieces she wished she hadn't heard, and now couldn't get it out of her mind. "It would be a coincidence, but a really bad one," Oliver corrected. He gave her an assessing look. "I can handle it on my own. You should take off with Waffles. I'll catch the subway and text you when I'm gone. It would be the smartest way to handle this." Iris shook her head. "We're in this together." "We probably shouldn't be," Oliver indicated the guinea pig on his lap. "Waffles is the reason we're both involved, but he shouldn't be the reason we both get killed if something takes a turn for the worse. Kismet gone wrong and all of that." His forced smile told her he was trying to be funny. Waffles chattered his teeth. "I know," Oliver replied, "but we can't back out now. Don't feel bad." The guinea pig lowered his head. Rain began to fall on the car in a quiet patter. Iris took a calming breath. "Do you believe in signs?" Oliver asked, indicating the raindrops as they streaked down the windshield. "No," she said. "Good," he replied. "Either we do this together or you leave me and I handle it." He glanced at the car's clock. "We're cutting it close." His straightforward acceptance of their situation gave Iris the strength to turn off the car and open the door. Oliver caught her wrists. "Iris, are you sure?" A thrum ran through her at the sound of her name on his lips, mixed with the closest thing to desperation she had heard in his voice. She met his blue-eyed gaze. "We're in this together, Ollie. You and me. Let's do this." He let go of her hand as she climbed out. Oliver settled Waffles on his discarded shirt. The guinea pig looked up at him. He said something quietly to the animal that appeared to satisfy him because Waffles curled up again and closed his eyes. Iris popped the trunk. "Let's get this done," Oliver said calmly. Raindrops dripped from the brim of his hat as he scooped up the duffel bag. Iris grabbed the backpack before he tried to carry them both and slipped the close to 50-pound bag over her shoulder. She walked beside Oliver through the rain-peppered darkness to the last garbage can on the boardwalk. Someone had shut off the lights. It wasn't a far reach to think it was the people who had taken Marisol. Oliver's phone beeped as they set the bags in the garbage can. Iris looked around with the fear that someone else would find them before the kidnappers did, but there was no one in sight. Was that another of the murderer's maneuverings, or a blessing from the rain that seemed to be sending even the boardwalk dwellers seeking shelter? "Back away from the garbage can," a low, muffled voice said from a nearby park bench. Iris grabbed Oliver's hand. Instead of letting go, his fingers closed securely over hers. "We're backing away," he said. He guided them to the corner of the boardwalk and paused. "You have what you want. Where is Marisol?" A dark chuckle sounded then. "What's she to you?" Iris didn't know what to say. She didn't think they would have to justify why they were doing what they did. Oliver didn't hesitate. It doesn't matter. You have your ransom, now let her go. The ransom came as a surprise, the man said. Why? Oliver replied, his voice firm. It was in the letter. You've been paid, so release her. Another chuckle sounded. The problem is that I don't have her. When they went back with that skinny dude and no one could find the note, we assumed the police found it, so we figured it wouldn't be paid. A chill ran down Iris's spine that had nothing to do with the rain pounding along the boardwalk with increasing fury. By the skinny dude, you mean Brody, her assistant, Iris said. He was supposed to be the insurance plan on this whole event, but he couldn't open the safe, the man replied. So you killed him, Oliver said levelly. He outlived his usefulness, and he saw our faces, the man answered. He rose from the bench like a wraith in the rain. Oliver held up a hand. We haven't seen your face. You have your money. Bring Marisol to us, and we'll be on our way. Nobody else needs to get hurt. That's what you think, he replied. He took a step forward towards the end of the bench. Iris thought quickly. You came here at the time and place the note demanded, so you hoped somebody would pay the ransom regardless of the note vanishing. Oliver caught onto her line of thought. So you're still open to making this work. It's done. Tell us where we can find her, and we'll go our way. No. Cold fear ran through Iris. Yes, Oliver replied firmly. Iris stared at Oliver. If the man had a gun, which was a very likely assumption, they were both in serious danger. She has people who love her and hope to see her safely home, Oliver continued. You can make that happen. We've given you what you asked for, so give us Marisol. I'll tell you what I'll give you, the man said. The sound of a gun being cocked made Iris's heart skip a beat. I'll give you 3 seconds to get back in that little Cheree sedan you came in and drive out of here before you're both headlines in the obituary section. She felt Oliver's hand tense in hers. Run when I tell you to, he whispered beneath the sound of the pounding rain. What? She whispered back in alarm. The money is our only leverage. Ready? Before she could wrap her mind around what he was planning to do, Oliver shouted, Run! She darted back towards the car but had only made it 4 steps before she realized he wasn't at her side. A glance over her shoulder showed the 2 men grappling at the garbage can. Iris froze. The gun was nowhere to be seen, and the man from the bench looked as though his nose was dripping blood, though it was hard to tell in the darkness. Lightning flashed. Yes, the man's nose poured blood, but he didn't seem to notice as he fought to tear the bags from Oliver's hands. Oliver! Iris screamed. She ran at them both. A shape caught the corner of her eye, and she scooped it up on her way. As soon as the men turned, she slammed Oliver's attacker on the side of his shaved head with what turned out to be one of the long plastic alcohol cups tourists purchased at the boardwalk shops. Though it wasn't hard enough to inflict any serious damage, the man let go of Oliver and grabbed his head. Run! Oliver shouted. He grabbed the bags, and they took off for the car. Chapter 8. Oliver. I failed, I failed, I failed. The words kept repeating in Oliver's head. His gaze followed the dashed lines of the road just visible beyond the headlights through the pounding rain. A glance towards the back showed the bags where he had thrown them before diving inside the car. He was almost certain the crashes he had heard had been gunshots instead of lightning as Iris peeled out of the parking lot and onto the side road. Her rapid breathing and Waffle's terrified gasp kept him grounded. So they didn't have her? The guinea pig asked for the 5th time. Oliver fought back the urge to hit something. He had never felt so bottled up, like everything in his body was going to explode and he couldn't keep it in any longer. Let me out here. Here? Iris said with dismay in her voice so clear Oliver could hear it. It sounded to him like the same disappointment he felt in himself. He had failed completely. Marisol was going to die. She might already be dead. The man hadn't confirmed her status, so he feared the worst. He should have done something to fix it. I need to get out of the car, he said. He could hear the panic in his voice. Was he about to have a breakdown? He had never succumbed to such strong emotions, yet he felt like he might collapse from the inside out. He opened the car door. Iris swerved to the side and slammed on her brakes, sending a huge splash of water to catch in the lightning as it flashed overhead. We're 20 minutes from downtown, she protested. There's nothing here. I know where I am, Oliver replied. He handed the guinea pig to her. Waffle stared at him with startled brown eyes. But it's pouring. I'll survive, he told them both. I don't know if I can say the same about Marisol. He slammed the door and took off running. Oliver! He ducked his head against Iris's yell. His hat had gotten lost somewhere during the flight for their lives, and his hair was quickly plastered to his skull by the rain. The jumbled heap that was his thoughts of what his mission had been, who they had let down, how he had failed, fell to the background as his shoes took up the running cadence his body was used to. Nightmares plagued his life, and so the darkness often became his solace. Rain made no difference to him as he turned away from Iris's car lights and disappeared down an unknown alley. Oliver fell into the same steady rhythm that had kept him sane his entire life. Thoughts dropped away, pain turned numb, nothing mattered besides the pattern of one foot in front of the other. One thing about running at night in New York was that it was difficult to get lost. There were plenty of skyscrapers and bridges, as well as signs that handily counted towards one destination if one knew where they were going. Oliver didn't know the direction he had taken until his shoes ultimately stopped at a familiar doorstep hours later. His chest heaved and his throat tightened in despair he couldn't swallow. I failed. Shivers ran across his chilled skin. The rain had stopped a few minutes previous, but he was soaked to the bone. He wouldn't have noticed except for the way his hand shook as he reached up to hit the call button for the 8th floor apartment. "Hello?" came the immediate reply. It was followed by a pause. When he didn't answer, she asked, "Oliver, is that you?" He sucked in a breath, then another. He hadn't planned out what he was going to say. He usually didn't have to. I failed her." Oliver leaned his forehead against the rough bricks beside the intercom. "Stay right there," came her quick reply. Were those tears flowing down his cheeks or more rain? He glanced up but couldn't see drops falling from the heavens. When was the last time he had cried? He remembered doing so when his mother passed away, but 16-year-olds were emotional. It could be explained by puberty and the assault of hormones settling into his young body. But there was nothing to explain why the tears kept coursing from his eyes, trickling down his cheeks, cutting hot trails where the rain had left him frozen. The door opened. "Oh, Oliver," Iris said. She threw the blanket she carried over his shoulders and walked him inside. Oliver followed the pressure of her hands numbly as she guided him to an elevator and pressed the button. "You're shaking like a leaf," Iris scolded gently. "I thought you would have hailed a taxi home. I've left at least 20 messages on your phone. You had me worried sick." Oliver shook his head, but he couldn't make the words come out past the chattering of his teeth. The elevator doors opened, and Iris led him down a hallway that smelled of lemon cleaner. The scent tickled Oliver's nose. He sneezed and would have fallen over if Iris hadn't caught him in time. "Come on," she said, in a voice so gentle Oliver couldn't remember the last time anyone had spoken to him in such a way. Her fingers flipped a light switch without her looking for it. Warm light flooded into the cozy apartment. Meows sounded immediately. Oliver felt pressure around his legs and looked down to see 3 faces staring up at him. Now, Iris said. "Leave him alone. You've had your dinner, and he needs me more than you do. Shoo." She kept the cats at bay, guiding him through another door and turning on a second light. The sound of the door shutting behind them was followed by the annoyed meows of the disgruntled felines. Oliver tried to tell her that the cats felt as though they were starving to death, that they wanted more catnip, and more boxes were required for their entertainment and lounging needs. Instead, when he opened his mouth to speak, nothing came out. "You're chilled to the bone," Iris said. Her eyes were so bright and searching, it struck Oliver what that meant. You're worried about me," he forced out. She stamped her foot on the ground. "Of course I was worried," she practically shouted. "You ran from my car. You would have jumped out with it still going if I hadn't pulled over. What's a girl to think?" Oliver couldn't think past the fact that she had actually stomped her foot. Did women do that? He thought it was just something that he had seen in movies from young girls throwing a tantrum. Was that what this was? A grown woman throwing a tantrum? His knees buckled. Iris caught him before he could pitch forward onto the floor. "Sit down," she said. Her voice was soft again, worried. He locked the tone into his mind, memorizing the way it sounded warm at the edges and sharp in the middle, as if he was being scolded and told he was loved at the same time. Worry was nice. Worry was someone caring. He did care. He had cared about rescuing Marisol, and look what had happened. The tears started again. "Ollie." He winced at the sweetness of her voice. He didn't deserve sweet. He had failed entirely. Shivers racked his body with such strength a groan escaped him. "Let me find you some dry clothes," she said. "Take off your shirt." She opened a closet door and began to rummage through the contents. He didn't want to take off his shirt. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a voice screamed for him to leave his shirt on. "I found you a big hoodie I borrowed from my dad a few years back and a pair of pajama pants that should work," she said, returning with a fluffy red and white shirt and a pair of flannel pants looped over her arm. She gave him a surprised look. "You need to take off your shirt. You're going to freeze to death if we don't get you into dry things." Oliver rose shakily to his feet, keeping the bed behind him to brace himself so he didn't fall over. Everything felt quivery and slick, as though he was still running out in the rain. How long had he run? A glance out the side window showed the sun rising. Did he have work? No, it was a Saturday. That's why Iris wasn't worried about the clinic. She didn't work on Saturdays. He tried to pull the t-shirt over his head, but it stuck to his clammy skin. Warm fingers slipped beneath the cloth and lifted. The scratchy white fabric of the tourist shirt he had bought at the gas station smelled of stale popcorn and dirty water as it left his body. Iris stopped with her hands halfway down, the shirt clutched between them. Oliver suddenly remembered why he didn't want to take off his shirt. He followed her gaze to his chest and the scars that marked it. "Oliver, what happened to you?" Her voice came out breathless, broken, like more of a horrified sigh than words. He closed his eyes against the pity he didn't want to see on her face. His eyes opened again at the touch of her warm fingers on his skin. She had dropped the shirt. It lay on the floor forgotten, a puddle of dampening carpet growing around it. Oliver wanted to say something, but his voice was caught by the line of fire that followed her fingers as they traced the marks on his chest. "From a knife?" she asked in a tone he couldn't read. He nodded. Her fingers traveled further, following the circles burned along his ribs. "Cigarettes," she said. "And cigars," when she found the larger ones towards the bottom of his rib cage. The pads of her fingers smoothed over the bumpy white scars that interspersed the burns. "What are these?" "From his belt buckle," Oliver said without looking down. He felt like he might shatter. Any wrong move or word would tear him into 1,000 pieces. He had run as fast as he could away from the nightmares, telling himself they weren't real. Yet when he stood in front of the mirror in the morning, when he buttoned his shirt and his fingers touched the marks, when he moved his shoulder and felt it catch, he couldn't deny that life had been worse than his nightmares. She touched the mark on his right shoulder. It was just below his collarbone and ached from the tightness of his muscles in response to the cold. "And this?" Her voice was quiet, as though she had already guessed. Her fingers felt like flames across the ice, melting the frozen skin and leaving it ablaze anywhere she touched. He swallowed against the tightness of his throat and said, "From a bullet?" Horror thickened her voice. "From who?" "My father," he replied. He didn't allow himself to feel the emotions that should come from admitting such a thing. "Luckily for me, he was a terrible shot." In his closing statement, before he was sentenced for the attempted murder of his son, he said he had been aiming for my heart. Iris's hand fell away from his chest. He missed the warmth. Leave it to his father to ruin another good thing in his life. "Oliver, I am so sorry you went through all of this." Before he could tell her he was fine, her lips pressed against his. He froze, immobile at the touch of her soft skin. Her hand slid up the back of his neck and tangled in his wet hair in ways that sent shivers down his spine. Her body pressed against him, sending warmth to chase away the ice. His head bent of its own accord, and he found his lips opening to hers, moving as she did, warming in every way possible. Her tongue surprised him by slipping into the opening. The touch of it on his lips and then his tongue sent a surge through him so strong he could barely catch his breath. He walked her forward until her back met the wall and she could go no further. Finding a strange sort of security in this dominant position, Oliver kissed her as he had never kissed another woman. A moan escaped her throat. The sound of it nearly drove him mad with the need to be with her. She tipped her head back and broke their kiss. "I'm sorry," he apologized, lowering his gaze. "It's been a long time. I didn't mean to come on so strong." "I kissed you first," she reminded him. He tried to come up with a reply, but his thoughts were still fuzzy from the headiness of the kiss. She picked up the hoodie from where she had dropped it. "Let me help you with this before you freeze to death." She gathered the neck of his shirt in her hands and bunched it up. Oliver realized she intended to put it on for him. Feeling like a child in a way he hadn't in years, he lowered his head and closed his eyes. The sensation of her sliding it over his hair and then guiding his arms into the sleeves felt even more personal somehow than when she had touched his scars. Chills ran over his body that had nothing to do with his rain-soaked skin. She pulled the front of the shirt down and her fingers grazed his ribs as she eased it over his torso. Such caring was beyond his grasp. He hadn't experienced touch so gentle in years. It nearly sent him over an edge he didn't know existed. "Breathe." He opened his eyes to find her looking up at him. "Just breathe, Ollie," she said. He almost laughed at their conversation from the car. "I can't lose my cool now." She smiled up at him. "Not yet. We have a guinea pig to help." "And a kidnapping to solve," he replied. His breath caught as a shudder took him. Her eyes drew together. "You need to change out of those pants. I probably shouldn't help with those." Was it in his imagination that her cheeks reddened? "Change, and I'll be back with some warm milk. It'll help you sleep." Oliver stared at her. "Here?" She shrugged, but he swore her cheeks flushed even more. "If you'd like. I only have one bed, but you'll freeze if you head home now." Her voice softened. "You're welcome to stay." The expectancy on her face and the need in her eyes was impossible not to read. He felt as if he knew everything she was thinking, and it matched his own thoughts. He couldn't break his gaze from her. His voice came out in a whisper when he said, "I'd like that." He had changed into the pajama pants by the time she returned with 2 mugs of warm milk. She handed one to him, then gestured for him to take a seat on the bed. Oliver did as she directed and sipped from the mug. The milk warmed him from the inside out. A satisfied sound escaped him. "Not bad, right?" she asked. He glanced at her. The smile she gave him nearly split his heart in two at the sight of the small milk mustache on her upper lip from the sip she had taken. "Not bad," he replied. The strangest of urges made him lift his hand. He carefully, gently, ran his thumb over her lip, brushing the milk away. Iris watched him with wide green eyes that threatened to swallow him with their vulnerability. His hand shook as he brought it back to his mug, the damp feeling on the pad of his thumb soaked into his soul. She set her milk on the end table and turned to face him again. Oliver did the same. His heart raced as if he had run 100 miles. "It's your move, Captain," she whispered. Oliver leaned forward and pressed his lips to hers. Warmth flooded through him with such force every thought fled his mind. His awareness honed down to the singular feeling of her touch against his, her breath ebbing and flowing in time with his own, the brush of her fingers along his arm, the teasing whisper of her tongue along his lips. He felt as though his entire being was compromised of nerves that surged with her warmth, cells that thrived at the nearness of her, and blood that only circulated where she touched. They kissed until a yawn betrayed him and forced him to lean back from her. "All right, tough guy, you need to get some sleep," Iris said in a voice filled with such warmth a tremor ran along Oliver's skin. He couldn't deny her anything, not when she looked at him like that or when her hand slipped into his and guided him to the head of the bed. She lowered onto the quilt and eased him down beside her. Without saying a word, she picked up the big fluffy comforter at the end of the bed and drew it over them both. She lay beside him for a moment before she turned and rested her head on his shoulder. Her proximity should have bothered Oliver. Instead, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. "Is this okay?" she asked, peering up at him in the darkness. "It's more than okay," he said in a whisper that caught at the tightness of his throat. Part of him was terrified the moment would be taken away or find some way to hurt him. His instincts were to protect himself the way nobody else had been able to until it had been too late. He hadn't been able to tell his siblings what was happening with his father. He didn't want them to come home from their universities and experience the same thing. So, to protect them, he had kept it to himself in the hopes that one day their father would realize what he was doing. Oliver could be strong for all of them. He had to be. For once, the little brother would look out for his older siblings instead of the other way around. He protected his mother as well, shielding her from the truth. He was strong for them all until he could no longer be. Oliver drifted off to sleep, alternately dreaming that he was in bed with Iris, and then walking beside his mother on the beach as she had so loved to do. Both voices whispered to him and called his name. Both promised him safety and love. Only one could still give him such a thing. A hand brushed the hair from his face. "Oliver?" He swam in a warm pool surrounded by clouds, only he didn't like swimming. Swimming was terrifying. "Oliver, you need to wake up." He felt himself being dragged under the water. He was drowning. Nobody could help him. He would die in the pool. Oliver sat up with a gasp, and his eyes flew open. Iris stared at him with one hand on his chest. Her eyes were wide and hair mussed. In a blink, it all flooded back to him. The boardwalk, the failed drop, running in the rain. Iris. He met her gaze. She nodded in answer to his unspoken question. "But we need to go now. I think we should take the money and the letter to the police." Oliver wanted to argue, but she was right. They had failed. If there was any chance to save Marisol, they needed the authorities to help. Sometime during the night, she had tossed his clothes in the dryer. He found the folded-up items on the sink in the bathroom, warm and smelling like iris and laundry detergent. Fortunately, she had thought to grab his other shirt from the car, so he wasn't stuck wearing the New York Views one. "Do you think the police would take me seriously wearing this?" he asked, carrying it on his way to the kitchen. She smiled at him over her shoulder. The expression sent warmth running all the way to his toes and made Oliver want to curl up in bed with her again. "Oh, definitely," she said. "Nothing says take me seriously like a tourist shirt." He set it on the table. His ankles were once again assailed by the cats. "Guys, leave him alone," Iris said from the other side of the counter. "We're starving," a flame-point Siamese said. "She doesn't feed us enough," a fluffy white rag doll whined, even though it weighed more than the other two cats combined. "And there aren't enough boxes," a smaller gray cat meowed. Footsteps crossed to Oliver. "What are they saying to you?" Iris asked, with her hands on her hips. "Are they really unhappy here after all I've done to rescue them?" "Not at all," Oliver said levelly. "They're happy and healthy. They say thank you." Iris swatted at his sleeve. "You're lying. You're a horrible liar, you know that?" "I know," he replied simply. "That's why I said it. They're complaining about food and they want more boxes." Iris rolled her eyes. "I could tell you that. They complain about food 5 minutes after they've eaten it all." She looked down at the animals and her gaze softened. "I'll bring more boxes home from the clinic Monday." When Oliver relayed the information, all 3 cats purred and meowed, moving in figure eights from his legs to Iris's. "Well, that made them happy," she said with an amused expression. A smell caught Oliver's attention. "Is that eggs?" "Oh no, hold on," Iris exclaimed. She ran back to the stove and stirred the pan. A sigh of relief escaped her, and she said, "It's almost done. You can sit at the table if you want." Oliver chose the seat on the far side of the round table where he could watch her cook. He absent-mindedly straightened the flower display in the middle of the checkered tablecloth and ensured that the salt and pepper were equal distance apart on both sides, followed by a napkin holder and the small buttered container. When it was all uniformed, he heard a throat clear. He looked up to Iris's quizzical face. "Ready?" she asked. "It smells amazing," he told her. She slid a plate of scrambled eggs and toast in front of him, then set another one at the seat across the table. Oliver carefully moved his eggs so that they didn't touch the toast. It was a habit of his from his youth. Some things should just never touch, and the thought of eggs flavoring the bread didn't appeal to him in the least. He took a bite of the eggs, and the taste spread over his tongue with just the right amount of salt and pepper seasoning it. He looked up to find Iris watching him. "This is really good," he told her. Her answering smile filled him with a surge of warmth that made it hard to concentrate on the food in front of him. When Iris spoke a few minutes later, he caught the hesitancy in her voice. "Can I ask what happened to you?" Oliver kept his gaze on the toast. The eggs were gone, and all that was left was the bread. He carefully smoothed the butter over it so that it reached every edge. "My father was a construction worker who poured concrete for one of the big companies. He was a proud man who came home at night, drank beer, and sat in his chair until Mom brought him his dinner. I think life was easy for him until I was born." He appreciated her silence while he collected his thoughts. He didn't want to upset her with the details, but there wasn't an easy way to explain what his life had been like. "My father was proud of his children. Tim loved baseball and got a scholarship to the U. Brooks joined the fire crew as soon as he hit 18, but still got his bachelor's degree on the side. And Bunny was always dyeing her hair different colors and was Mom's little shadow until she got her first job and moved in with Tabitha." He turned the toast from side to side, ensuring that the butter layer was perfectly even. "And then there was me. I got a perfect score on the ACT in 7th grade. My mom insisted I stayed in school because she wanted me to have friends and a normal childhood. But Dad couldn't relate to me." He took a bite of the toast and chewed it while he thought of his next words. He swallowed and said, "My mom's the one who got me reading the Sherlock Holmes books. She said that even though she knew he was a fictional character, maybe our same last names meant we have a connection. I held on to that like the lifeline I think she meant it to be. It gave me a reason to feel as though being different was all right, that perhaps I could be like Sherlock and help people." He ran his tongue over his teeth, checking for crumbs before he said, "My dad used to bring his work buddies to the house, and he would say, 'Do that Sherlock thing, Ollie. Tell me about Bill, or Peric, or Dave,' and I would do what I did to you at the clinic. I would break down where they were from, what job they did, if they had pets, kids, a happy marriage, and how much money they made, the way Sherlock used to do in the books. He was always so smug after I analyzed someone that I dove headfirst into research so I could do it better, faster, and be more accurate." He shook his head. "What I didn't see was that later on, me telling his friend Howard that his wife was cheating on him because the lipstick stain I had seen on Dave's collar after one of their house parties perfectly matched the shade that she was wearing that night meant that Howard would hang himself in the garage with his suicide note written in the same lipstick." He chewed on his lip before he continued with, "Or that Dad would blame me for Mom's illness and take to drinking even more to cope." He ran a hand through his hair, his gaze unfocused. He was an ugly drunk. He broke vases, picture frames, my ribs. He sucked in a remembered breath at the pain. "I used to put everything back together or hide it so that when Tim and Brooks came home to see Mom, they wouldn't worry about what was going on. I found that by baiting Dad to keep his focus on me, I could protect Mom from the worst of it. I think she knew." He closed his eyes and saw the same worry in her eyes that he had seen in Iris's when she saw his scars. "She knew," he said quietly. "But by then she was too much of a shadow of herself to do anything. I told her I was fine, and I think she accepted it because she didn't have the energy to change anything." The past was something he didn't delve into often. The memories were unpleasant enough that he shied away from talking about them. Unable to give her more of himself, he pushed back from the table. "Let's go to the police station." He wondered if she would argue. Some people hated it when he changed subjects so abruptly. He knew it was a conversation flaw, but sometimes he couldn't help himself. Instead, Iris nodded and accepted his plate with the half-eaten toast on it. "Waffles should probably come with us in case anyone is looking for him." She gestured to another door. "He's been hanging out in the spare room, which probably upsets the cats even more since they like to hide under the bed." "Thank you for keeping him safe," Oliver told her quietly. "You're something else, you know that?" She tipped her head to the side to look at him. "Something bad?" He shook his head. "Something so good I don't know if I deserve to be around you." The smallest of smiles touched her lips. "Why not? Are you so bad?" He was almost certain she was teasing him, but her question lingered in the air. He made himself answer truthfully with, "I'm not sure what I am anymore." She stepped closer, crossing into his personal space but not touching him. "Well, I can reassure you that you are a good person. You helped a guinea pig, are trying to rescue someone who was kidnapped, and have brought light into my lonely life." He stared down at her. "I highly doubt you're lonely. People would be crazy to keep away from you." A full smile spread across her lips. Then let's say I'm glad you're not crazy. That's left to be decided. He couldn't help the small chuckle that escaped him at her answering grin. She laughed. Oliver Holmes, you're the best thing that's entered my life in a long time. His heart filled so full at her words that he was amazed it didn't burst. He couldn't keep the smile from his face as he followed her through the door and out into the morning sunshine. Chapter 9. Iris. It took only a few words about Marisol for Iris and Oliver to find themselves in the back office marked Police Chief Madigan. Accolades on the wall were mixed in with framed newspaper articles about the achievements of the local police department, as well as 2 shelves filled to the brim with books. Iris glanced at Oliver and saw his eyes scanning from shelf to shelf. She was too nervous to find any sort of distraction, and occupied their waiting time twirling and untwirling a piece of loose thread from the hem of her shirt around her finger. Waffles sat in Oliver's lap. The guinea pig had been in a small animal carrying case Iris had brought from her apartment, but Waffles had apparently told Oliver that he would prefer to participate in the conversation instead of being kept in a box. The sheepish look on Oliver's face when he apologized to the animal as he took him out of the carrier was enough to nearly send Iris into a fit of laughter. Fortunately, she managed to hold back. She didn't want Oliver to think she was laughing at him instead of the situation. The door opened and a man with a dark mustache and graying black hair entered. "Sorry for the delay," he said as he stepped past them and took a seat on the worn leather chair behind the desk. "It's always busy around here." He glanced up, adjusted his glasses, and gave Oliver a closer look. "I know you." Oliver's eyes tightened as he studied the man. "You aren't familiar." The chief gave a sad smile. "Picture me about 25 years younger, less of a dad bod and more of a gym rat." "Oliver Holmes, you were my first case." Tingles ran down Iris's spine. Oliver blinked and Iris saw recognition in his gaze. Chief Madigan rubbed the back of his neck. "Honestly, that was a rough way to start my career. A boy shot by his own father? I was fresh off the farm and still trying to wrap my mind around the thought that there was evil in the world." "You saved my life." Oliver's words were quiet, raw. He looked at Iris. "This man kept pressure on the bullet wound until the ambulance arrived. The bullet had nicked an artery. I would have bled out if it wasn't for his fast action." Waffles set a little paw on Oliver's arm. Iris didn't have to understand the guinea pig to see the sympathy in his gaze. Oblivious to the animal he couldn't see past the edge of his desk, the chief gave a self-conscious shrug. "My partner was busy grappling with your dad. When they reviewed the case later, I was reprimanded for not ensuring that the weapon was out of play first. But all I saw was a kid laying in the corner struggling to hold on to his life." Oliver's eyes moved back and forth as if he was seeing the scene the officer spoke about. Iris wanted to slip her hand into his and give him something to ground himself, but she wasn't sure if he would appreciate it. Oliver's voice was soft, his eyes unfocused when he said, "You told me life was worth living." Chief Madigan's eyebrows drew together. "You remember that?" Oliver nodded. "I had just lost my mom. My dad didn't take it well, and I think I was beginning to doubt my place in this world. Your words were what I repeated to myself over and over during the next week. I think they restarted my heart once." "Twice," Chief Madigan said. "Your siblings were so worried. I remember seeing them there day after day. They were strong. I tried to protect them from what he had turned into." Oliver reached up and straightened the pens on the chief's desk as if unaware he was doing it. "But I couldn't stop him." "You shouldn't have had to," the chief said. "You were just a boy." "I was smarter than him," Oliver replied. "I should have been able to figure out a way to talk him down." "We should have been the ones to do it," Chief Madigan replied. "We should have gotten there sooner before he had a chance to shoot. The call had been misrouted. I think it came from your landlord, and she was difficult to understand." "She was from Ecuador. Her accent was pretty strong," Oliver conceded. "We heard the gun go off on our way up the steps. From my vantage point at the window, I thought he had shot you in the heart." The smallest of humorless smiles touched Oliver's mouth. "Good thing his aim was off." Chief Madigan gave Oliver a true smile. "It's good to see you." Oliver shifted in his seat. "You might not be saying that by the time we're done." In less time than it took Iris to organize the events in her head, Oliver had laid out step by step everything that had conspired since Waffles appeared on his bed to the present time. Chief Madigan took notes, but his pen slowed occasionally and he gave Oliver a searching look. When Oliver didn't pause in his recital, the officer continued writing until Oliver sat back in his chair looking exhausted. Iris wasn't sure what had taken the most toll, meeting the officer who had saved his life or recalling the events of the past 3 days. The chief's gaze moved from the now visible guinea pig to Oliver. "Let's start with the first concern. There's $6 million in your car right now?" $3 million, Oliver corrected. "The rest of it is magazine paper to make up for what we didn't have," Iris said. The chief pressed the call button on his phone. "Yes, Chief?" asked the voice over the speaker. "Send Sergeant Danes in here." "Right away, Chief." A tall, skinny man in an NYPD hat poked his head in the door. "You wanted to see me, Chief? I need you to take Pizzuto and get the bags out of Miss Perry's trunk." Iris gave them a description of the car and where they had parked, then handed over the key. As soon as they left, Chief Madigan put his elbows on the desk, linked his fingers together, and gave Oliver a direct look. "This all started because of that talking guinea pig?" "Yes, in a roundabout way of saying it," Oliver replied. The chief's forehead creased. "Does that mean you didn't talk to the guinea pig?" There was a shred of hope in his voice, and Iris realized where the line of questioning was going. "I do talk to the guinea pig. All I'm saying is that, in theory, all guinea pigs talk. It's just a matter of who can understand them." The chief's face fell. Iris would have laughed if it wasn't for the seriousness of the situation. "Oliver Holmes," the chief said in a low tone, "I cannot write up a report about you talking to animals and them to you as the basis for beginning a case. Am I supposed to take you seriously here?" Oliver leaned forward, and in a solemnity that rivaled that of the chief, he said, "You and your wife are recently estranged. You've been sleeping here in your office, though you take measures to ensure that nobody knows about it. You are the one that skipped out, not her, and your shame is making you lose your edge. You've recently finished up a case that was difficult, and you still find yourself doubting whether it was solved correctly, but it was." The chief's eyes widened with every proclamation. Iris sat riveted as every twitch and intake of breath the chief made proclaimed Oliver's statements to be true. She had seen a little of what Oliver's father had called his Sherlock thing, when Oliver correctly analyzed her workday and the type of employer she was by the wrinkles on her scrubs. It was another thing entirely to see him do it based on the chief of police himself. When Oliver was done, Chief Madigan's jaw worked for a moment under his mustache before he asked, "How did you know all of that?" Oliver sat back and adjusted Waffles' position on his knee. The man's blue eyes roved over the office as he said, "Your shirt is pressed with an edge of starch that comes from a dry cleaner and not from home. There is an old smudge of lipstick on the back of your jacket lapel in a shade that no respectable wife would wear, yet is often seen on those trying to seduce married men. You wonder where your wife got clued into your infidelity. I would start there. The blanket and pillow shoved into the bottom of the bookshelf are a dead giveaway into your current sleeping arrangement. The coffee table book on American muscle cars is tipped to the side instead of hiding the sleeping items from view like you've been doing daily, thus slipping." He sat up and nodded at the chief's hand. "The ring finger of your left hand is raw, where you've been turning your ring ceaselessly when nobody's around. Those who have been married for years seldom acknowledge their rings, and most men have ceased wearing them by 5 years into the marriage. Your fiddling says you are not comfortable wearing it again, which means that you've recently started doing so and it bothers you, yet you haven't taken it off, which solidifies your need to prove your loyalty to your wife." He nodded at the magazine set beneath a stack of unopened mail on the chair next to the window. "A subscription to Veggie for Life says you've taken up being vegan, but it doesn't sit well with your stomach and you feel you should go back, but you're hoping to prove your level of commitment to your wife as a sign of your devotion to her. The newly used notch on your belt and the way your shirt is tucked tighter than usual into your pants tells me you've lost 6 pounds and still can't bring yourself to eat the Snickers in your top left drawer." The chief's face was pale when he asked, "And the case?" "A murder," Oliver replied. "A woman, probably, since I don't see any signs that you have children. I'm guessing she's close to your wife's age and might work near Amelia's same place of occupation, which would explain your obsession with the case. Did they walk the same street home? Go to the same hairdresser? Visit the same grocery store? Something rattled you, and even though you recently locked the murderer up, you've yet to put the file away, and it maintains a prominent place on your desk. I'd write it off as negligence, but besides your unruly pens, the organization to your desktop leads me to believe that anything there is on purpose, even though the file is clearly marked closed." "My wife's name?" Chief Madigan asked in a strange voice. Iris's heart went out to him. "You've written and erased it at least a dozen times on that pad of paper near your phone, then resharpened your pencil so you could do it again, showing an obsession with her that could either be considered love or regret. Her picture is the only one on your desk, a revolving frame filled with only images of you both together, so I lean towards the former." Chief Madigan let out a sigh and nodded without speaking. "You asked how you're supposed to take me seriously," Oliver said. "I've just proven to have acute powers of observation, bravery in that Iris and I risked our lives in an attempt to bring Marisol home ourselves, and honesty in that, when we failed, we came directly to you. If you're caught up on the fact that I can understand and speak to animals, bring another one in here and let me question him or her for you." Iris couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. "Do it," she urged. "It's the only way you'll believe him." Sergeant Danes opened the door with the backpack over his shoulder. Another younger officer followed close behind and dropped the duffel bag to the floor with a loud thud. "Open them," Chief Madigan ordered. Both the bags were unzipped and the money revealed. Officer Pizzuto whistled. "That's a lot of cash." He looked up at Iris and Oliver. "Are you undercover or drug dealers? Is this supposed to go in evidence?" "They're neither," the chief replied. "Leave it." "Is that a guinea pig?" Officer Pizzuto asked, his eyes widening at the sight of the animal on Oliver's lap. "It's so cute!" Chief Madigan sighed. "Out, please." He motioned for them to go, but before Sergeant Danes could shut the door, he said, "Send Officer Rurisk in with Samson." When the door closed, he met Oliver's gaze. "Don't make me regret this. You had all the power," was Oliver's level reply. "When?" Chief Madigan asked. "When you held that dish rag on the bullet hole so hard I begged you to let me die and end the pain. It was in your hands," Oliver said with such a level tone Iris could barely believe he was talking about his own life. He continued with, "You could have walked away. And so could I right now, but here I am with my life and the life of this woman I care about trying to save someone else. Pay it forward, right?" The chief's eyes flickered to the wall near the door behind Oliver. Iris turned her chair and followed the chief's gaze to a picture of a younger him standing next to a woman with long blonde hair and a huge smile on her face. They held one of those ridiculously big checks and were in the process of handing it over to a woman with a group of children standing around her. The tears in the woman's eyes and the way the children clung to her dress, their feet bare and cheeks smudged with dirt, said it all. Below the picture was the caption, "Pay it forward." Iris couldn't help but stare at Oliver as she turned back around. How had he noticed that so quickly and used it to make their case personal to the chief? The door opened and a woman officer came in with a tall Anatolian shepherd at her side. The animal's head swiveled to Oliver and he paused. Oliver turned his chair so that he could look at the dog directly without craning his neck. Iris scooted back to be able to observe everything. The importance of the moment pressed against her. It could mean the difference between them going to jail under the pretense of stealing $3 million or saving a life. "You summoned us, Chief?" the woman asked. Chief Madigan nodded. He looked at Oliver, met Iris's gaze, and held it long enough for her to nod in encouragement, then turned back to the woman. "Officer Rurisk, I need you to let this man speak to Samson for a moment." She leaned her shoulder against the doorframe, crossed her arms, and regarded Oliver. "Go for it." Oliver nodded at the dog. The animal hadn't taken his eyes off the man from the instant he walked into the room. He had even completely ignored the guinea pig, something that Iris found astounding given that Anatolian shepherds were bred to guard livestock and the animal should have been at least slightly interesting to the dog. Instead, Samson's full attention remained on Oliver. "What do you want me to ask him?" Oliver asked over his shoulder. Chief Madigan was quiet for a moment before he said, "Ask what Officer Rurisk does when she gets home from work." To her credit, the woman didn't blink an eye at the infringement to her privacy. She merely studied Oliver with a calculating, watchful expression. "All right." Oliver leaned forward so that his elbows rested on his knees, and he asked the dog, "What does Officer Rurisk do when she gets home from work?" "I could have asked him that," Officer Rurisk said with mild annoyance. The dog huffed. Oliver sat back. "That's all?" The dog sat down and gave Oliver a straight look, then gave a small bark followed by a louder one. "Fine," Oliver replied. He looked up at Officer Rurisk. "I hope you don't mind if this gets personal." She dropped her arms. "What is this, Chief? Some sort of joke? I've got paperwork to run and—" "You and Samson go through the back door because you don't want to wake Mr. Rurisk after a long day teaching what Samson thinks is science because there are always beakers and chemistry sets lying around," Oliver began without preamble. "You grab 2 beers from the fridge. The lighter kind is his favorite, but you lean towards the darker beer when it's available. You dump a cup of dog food into his bowl, grab cold leftovers for yourself, and you both go into the living room to watch reruns of old cop shows and share the beers until you can't keep your eyes open and he has to nudge you to go to bed. For the record, he likes the one with the dog the best, even though it's sad at the end." The officer's expression when she looked from Oliver to Samson and back told the truth of his statement as clearly as if the dog had spoken aloud. "Can you confirm the truth of his statement?" Chief Madigan asked, though his tone said he didn't find the question necessary. "Yes," Officer Rurisk replied. She stared down at Samson. "Turner and Hooch hits too close to home." Oliver repeated her words to the dog. Samson snorted. "He says you can skip the end and just keep replaying the part where the dog tears everything up. It's hilarious." Oliver looked up at her. His words, not mine. "I think a dog tearing up his owner's possessions is a sign of disrespect." Waffles gave a squeak that could have been an agreement. "Thank you for your input," Officer Rurisk replied. She couldn't stop staring from Samson to Oliver. Chief Madigan sounded weary when he said, "Officer Rurisk, would you be willing to testify if necessary that this man can indeed talk to animals?" "I don't know about other animals, but I'll certainly testify that he can speak to Samson," the officer replied. The chief nodded. "Thank you. You may go." Iris cleared her throat to catch the woman's attention. "For the record, beer is bad for a dog. It can lead to alcohol poisoning because they don't metabolize it as quickly as we do. I'd recommend switching to Bowser beer. It's made for dogs." The officer nodded. "Point taken. Thank you." The door closed behind her. The chief of police looked from Oliver to Iris. Out of the corner of her eye, Iris saw Oliver's fingers move on his knee with the same outward-inward motion as he waited for the man to speak. "We have a problem," Chief Madigan finally said. "If you can speak to animals, and all you told me is true, then I have a dirty cop in my department." "What makes you say that?" Iris asked. "The police report was filed incorrectly," Oliver answered before the chief could. The coroner's report should have come back stating that it wasn't Marisol who was bludgeoned in the bathroom, as provided by both dental and DNA records. If that was the case, a full investigation into Marisol's disappearance would have begun immediately. The chief nodded. As it sits, valuable time has been wasted, turning this from a potential rescue mission into a recovery one. There might still be a chance, Iris said. She wasn't willing to give up hope, not yet. The letter. If we can figure out who made the ransom letter, we might be able to track her down. And the other who? Oliver said in a musing tone. They both looked at him. The other who? Iris prompted. Who was the ransom note for? If not the police, and not Brody the assistant because he was killed before he would have had the chance to attempt the drop, then who would have had access to her apartment, been able to see the note, and have $6 million without going to the police? Oliver shook his head. Something doesn't connect. Killing the maid made no sense if they were supposed to ransom her. Why disguise her as dead unless they knew someone here was prepared to cover it up until the ransom was paid? Chief Madigan nodded. You're right. The fewer people we involve, the better until we can find the rat. Iris couldn't help saying, I'm learning that rats get a pretty bad rap they're not thrilled about. Chief Madigan stared at her as though she was crazy, but when she glanced at Oliver, the small smile on his face as he studied the guinea pig on his lap said that he had gotten the joke that was meant for him alone. We have two things to do at this point, the chief said. We need to figure out a way to find these people in the hopes that we can make contact again, and we need to track down the dirty cop. How can we help? Oliver asked. Chief Madigan gave him a smile. For now, you get to relax. You're done. Iris opened her mouth to argue, but the chief shook his head. This is what the police are for. Let us do our job. We'll contact you if we find something. Until then, stay in the state and keep your phones on you in case there are any more questions. Iris rose at the obvious dismissal. Oliver didn't follow. He watched the chief as if debating whether to say something. Out with it, Holmes, Chief Madigan said. Oliver glanced at the picture on his desk, then back at the man who watched him warily as if afraid of what else he would say. You still have a chance with her. The chief shook his head. I've blown it. Oliver tipped his head towards the picture frame on the desk. 11 of the 15 pictures I've seen rotate through since we've been here are within the last 3 months, according to the season and the style of Amelia's hair. Her wedding ring is still visible, and in every one she's touching you in some way. That is not a lost marriage. You have a window. Don't lose it. Oliver rose from the desk. When the chief rose as well and held out his hand, Iris saw only a brief hesitation before Oliver shook it. It's good to see you again, Chief Madigan said. Iris could tell by his tone that he truly meant it. Oliver nodded. Good luck. Call me if I can be of any assistance. The chief gave a half smile at that and turned to Iris. Your bravery in trying to save Marisol is admirable. We'll be in touch. Chapter 10. Oliver. I can't imagine going home and just waiting, Iris said as she drove towards Oliver's apartment. The same thought made Oliver restless. He wanted to do something, anything, to help with the case, but they had been dismissed as if they were regular civilians. You are a regular civilian, his mother's voice reminded him. Oliver let out a pent-up breath and admitted, I have no idea what to do right now. Iris glanced at him. Oliver caught her searching expression. What does that look mean? Her eyes creased at the corners. He hoped that meant she was happy and not upset with him. Before he could ask, she said, You have a motorcycle, right? Her words caught Oliver so off guard that he could only nod. Then let's go. Let's drive and get away from here for a bit. She pointed at the animal carrier in the back. There's enough food, water, and straw in there for Waffles to be comfortable at your place overnight. What do you think? Oliver searched for something to say to hide his shock. Chief Madigan said we had to stay in the state. Iris laughed. It sounded good coming from her lips. Then we'll stay in the state. She paused. Then in a careful tone he couldn't read, If I give you an address, will you take me there? Oliver hated the unknown. He balked against surprises and couldn't stand being in the dark, yet when Iris asked like that, there was no way he could deny her. Of course. He rushed up the 5 flights of stairs without slowing. When he reached his studio apartment, he stood in the middle of the floor staring at nothing. What am I doing? He asked the silence. Going on a date, Waffles replied from the carrying cage. His words were jumbled as if he was eating something. Oliver set the cage on the floor and opened the door. When Waffles didn't come out, he glanced inside and saw the guinea pig's mouth was full of carrots. It's a drive, not a date, Oliver said. Same thing, Waffles replied. Marisol used to go on dates like that all the time. They made her happy. Oliver tangled his hands in his hair and pulled, grounding himself with the pain. He opened his eyes and found himself staring at his mom's picture. Why me? Why does she want me? He asked her. In the silence that followed, his eyes drifted to the 2 helmets on the shelf below. The thought of taking her on his motorcycle brought welcoming tingles of warmth flooding through his body. He loved riding his motorcycle, but the prospect of bringing Iris with him was almost too good to be true. You're a good guy, Oliver. Oliver looked down to see that the guinea pig had stepped out of the carrier onto the carpet. You think so? He asked. I know so, Waffles replied. Otherwise, you would have dropped me off at the pound, or worse, a dumpster." They both gave a visible shudder. Waffles climbed up the quilt onto Oliver's bed. "Look, Oliver, one thing I know is certain," the guinea pig said. His brown eyes were solemn as he continued in his thick Russian accent. "This life is short." He gestured a paw towards Oliver. "Yours might be longer than mine, who knows? But years, months, days, even hours or seconds don't matter unless you're living for something." Feeling slightly attacked, Oliver regarded the animal warily. "I've been living for something." "Yeah? What?" Waffles challenged. Oliver wanted to point out that he had a very successful job as a janitor, but the words died away before he could say them. He was a ghost there, a shadow. Some kids knew his name, but they would be moving on in a few years. They had lives to live while he was whiling away his time and saving money for what? Oliver gave in. "You're right. I should do this." "I am right," Waffles replied. "I'm glad you finally see it that way. Now go on your date and have a good time." Oliver kicked off his old sneakers and stepped into his riding boots. Something about the motion calmed him. The anticipation of the ride was something that always sent pricklings of anticipation through his skin. He grabbed his helmet and the spare one, along with extra gloves. He had to dust the helmet off on the towel by the sink because it had only been worn once by Bunny, who thought that the New York traffic was too terrifying and vowed never to ride with him again. He had nearly gotten rid of it a few times, but if an emergency arose, he wanted to be prepared. He had never been so happy for his foresight in his life. Oliver found Iris waiting under the tree by his motorcycle. Electricity jolted up his fingers as he wordlessly put the helmet on her head and buckled it under her chin while she pulled on the gloves he had given her. He climbed onto the motorcycle, waited for her to ease on behind him, then started the engine. Iris's hands wrapped around his waist as he pulled away from the curb. Her grip was tight at first, her full body pressed against his as he wove between the vehicles, taking his time to ensure that she didn't feel scared. As he steered them north away from the city and crossed the Hudson, her grip relaxed and he felt her looking around, enjoying the scenery that shifted from the skyrises of the concrete jungle to fields and smaller towns. Oliver felt alive, free of the cares and confusions of the world, and part of something bigger than his worries and fears. Music filled his ears. The brush of air turned into the sounds of strings. Violins, cellos, violas, and bass made up a cacophony that was beautiful in its dissonance and drew him onward with its call. He hadn't read about anyone experiencing the same thing, but it didn't matter. He was used to the differences of his life, and when it came to something like this, he felt as though he had it better. The hum of the tires on the pavement soothed his soul after the rush and chaos of the city. It washed away the honking horns, screeching subway trains, yelling pedestrians, and the constant murmur of the suburban streets, and left silence in its wake. He enjoyed the city. There was an anonymity to being in a crowd where nobody knew his name that appealed to him. He liked having his favorite coffee shop, knowing the best pizza places, and having a place to find almost anything he needed. Growing up in the Big Apple meant he was accustomed to the persistent sounds of life. Riding the motorcycle felt akin to putting his head underwater at a swimming pool. The outside noise fell away to distant murmurs in which his heartbeat and the music of the ride took over. He felt every rift in the road, every turn, and the friction of the tires across the asphalt. He reveled in the immediate response of the throttle to his fingers and the minute control of each lean and shift. He was one with the machine beneath him, the road, the sky, the wind, and calls of the geese flying overhead. Riding was when Oliver felt the most in control of his life, in charge of anywhere he went and not adrift in the current that had trapped him and carried him along the path he had stumbled into instead of the one his mother had dreamed for him when he was young. He shied away from that line of thought and focused on the music. It was easy to forget and to just drift, yet the pair of warm hands that rested at his waist kept him grounded to the current moment. He wasn't sure what it was about Iris. He certainly couldn't put it into words, but there was something about her that changed the way he felt about himself and the world in which he lived. It could have been her belief in him, like the way he found her watching him as he talked to the chief of police. It made him do foolhardy things, like throw himself at the gunman so she could run away, which she then chose not to do as she tried to save him instead. All he knew was some nameless part of him felt drawn to her like a magnet, pulled inexplicably closer because that was simply how it was supposed to be. He didn't believe in fate or God or destiny. His early years, when the rest of his siblings had moved out, attested to the knowledge that no matter how he cried out, nobody was there to listen. So he had stopped crying, stopped hoping that somebody would save him, and he became determined to survive to keep his mother and sister and brothers shielded from the horror their father had become. To say that his meeting Iris was kismet or providence or something aspiring Cupid went far beyond his normal views. It begged him to question his place in life and ask whether he was even worthy to be in a relationship. Those he had were few and few between, with nothing more meaningful than a second date to see some rom-com he didn't even watch because everyone felt so contrived. People didn't fall in love at first sight. His thoughts turned to the woman behind him. The first time he had seen her, Iris had looked tired in her purple scrubs, her blonde hair coming out of its braid, and the scent of dog following her into the room. Her attention had been on waffles, as appropriate, and her professional diction was perfect for the clinic, especially in light of her doubt when he told her he could speak to the guinea pig. But later that night, when she had showed up in front of Tim and Patty's apartment in her little black dress, Oliver had felt lightheaded. Between the curves of the dress and the smile she so easily gave everyone, and the way she looked at him as if they had been friends for days or months instead of just a few hours, he had felt something different than with any of the other girls he knew. He couldn't deny admiration for her social ease, respect for the way she had handled the embarrassing fact that he had forgotten they were meeting for Bunny's birthday, and flat out awe for the way she had become so quickly engaged in the conversation. It seemed she was the insider and he was the out. Who didn't fall for someone like that? The motorcycle wobbled at the thought. Oliver righted it and cursed inwardly for allowing his thoughts to get so carried away that he had almost wrecked them both. "Are you okay?" Iris shouted above the noises of the road. "Fine," he replied. He felt her helmet rub against the back of his when she nodded. He wondered if it was his imagination that made her hands tighten slightly around his stomach. He lowered a hand and set it on hers. He regretted the gloves they both wore, but gloveless hands were dangerous on a motorcycle. It only took him getting slammed by a huge grasshopper in the knuckles at 80 miles per hour once for him to never ride without gloves again. The barrier it posed between their skin was as frustrating as the need that flooded through him. He was fine without a woman. He didn't need her. The tightness in his stomach said otherwise. "Turn here," Iris told him. Oliver slowed so that his tires wouldn't slide on the gravel road. With his feet out in case they lost traction, he guided them to the farmhouse that sat on one side of the road with fields ranging on the other. They passed several outlying buildings with cows and sheep milling around the stockyard. Another white fenced pasture had several horses that kicked up their hooves and ran from the sound of the motorcycle, though by the few words he heard on their way past, the animals did it merely for fun and not out of fear. "You can park by that truck," Iris said. Oliver turned in and steered to the side of a white flatbed truck. He pulled forward enough that the motorcycle sat on the hard-packed rocks where the kickstand wouldn't sink and tip the bike. He climbed off and held out a hand for Iris. She took it as if the gesture was as natural as could be. Oliver hid a smile at choosing correctly to help her. Perhaps he was getting better at this. Iris took off her helmet and handed it to him with an expression he couldn't read. Her gaze swept past him and around to the farmhouse, the outer buildings, the green fields, and the seemingly endless blue sky dotted with wispy white clouds. "I haven't been here in far too long," she said, her voice breathless. "Iris, is that you?" The excitement of the voice preceded a woman with long, graying brown hair caught back in a pink headband. She wore a black and white spotted apron over a red shirt and loose pants. Underneath them, a pair of worn cowboy boots made a quick staccato down the flagstone path. "Mom," Iris said with a bright smile. Oliver hung his helmet and Iris's on the handlebars, taking his time making sure they were secure as he watched Iris and her mother embrace out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't aware of the protocol for meeting someone's parent. It certainly wasn't something he had planned on doing that day. Sure, Iris had met his siblings, but that had been more of an impromptu invite to dinner than anything else. Had she taken it to mean something more serious? He didn't think Iris was the type to look deeper into a 3-day relationship. Granted, it had certainly gone to more places than he could ever have guessed. Had she told her mother about that? His cheeks burned at the thought as he grabbed his phone from the holder on the motorcycle. "Mom, this is Oliver Holmes," Iris introduced. Oliver nearly dropped his phone. He shoved it in his pocket and held out his hand as social protocol dictated. Mrs. Perry gave him a kind smile that made dimples deepen in her cheeks. "We're a hugging family," she said. "Mom, I don't think Oliver wants a hug," Iris said. She shot Oliver a look he took to be apologetic. Oliver had frozen at the exchange and didn't know what to do. "Oh, no problem," Mrs. Perry said with a nod at him. "Welcome to our home, Oliver. You have our gratitude for bringing Iris here. It's been far too long." "Thank you," he replied. "Where's Dad?" Iris asked. "He went golfing with Monty," Mrs. Perry replied. She motioned for them to lead the way. "I'm supposed to meet him at the Laramie place for dinner and dancing." Her eyes twinkled. They were brown instead of Iris's green. If her father's eyes were also brown, Oliver calculated that there was an 18.75% chance of her having green eyes. If her father had green eyes, that would go up to 37.5. Blue threw it to a 0% chance unless one of them had a recessive green-eyed gene. "Oliver." He realized by Iris's tone that she had repeated herself more than once. He hid his embarrassment at getting caught in his mind rather than being present and said, "I missed that. Could you repeat it?" Iris smiled. "Mom invited us out to dinner. Are you all right with that?" "Yes," he said. He gave Iris's mother a small smile. "Thank you very much." You just agreed to the second part of her question without knowing it, Mrs. Perry said with a wink. Iris knows where everything is. I'll catch you guys by the truck in 20. What did I just agree to? Oliver asked as he watched Mrs. Perry head towards the barn. You'll see, Iris said. Come on. She led the way into the house. It looked modern on the outside with white siding, yellow accents, and a red door. Inside the home felt like everything Oliver expected from a farmhouse and more. Tall milk canisters waited next to the front door beside a bench and a rack of boots of all varieties from rain boots to snow boots, steel-toed boots, and cowboy boots. Most of them were a size 11, which told him Mr. Perry was probably between 5 feet 10 inches to 6 feet 2 inches tall. Above hung a variety of coats, jackets, scarves, and a canvas bag marked gloves. Hats sat on the top of the shelf, mostly of the cowboy style with a few ball caps and a tuft one with ear flaps. Oliver? Iris called. He followed her voice down the hall to a bright kitchen decorated with chickens, a huge farm table with a white and red patchwork tablecloth, and a large double sink. Several bottles were tipped upside down on a drying rack. They were bigger bottles than anything he had ever seen in the city. Iris looked up from her seat at the table where she was pulling on a pair of cowboy boots and followed his gaze. For the baby cows, she said. Mom and Dad usually buy a few bummers in the spring. Bummers? He repeated. They're either orphaned or abandoned, she explained. Or sometimes the dairy farmers don't want to keep the bull calves and choose instead to sell them off after they're born so they can continue to use the milk. My parents raise them and sell them when they're old enough to go to pasture to fatten up. Oliver couldn't help staring at her. It was obvious where her drive to be a veterinarian had come from, but hearing the city girl talk about her life on the farm like it was the most natural thing in the world caught him by surprise. And there she was, pulling on red cowboy boots with another pair. No. Iris grinned. If Oliver was any judge of facial expressions, which he most definitely was not, he would have said that her grin contained a hint of evil glee. She must be evil if she thought he was going to wear not only cowboy boots, but somebody else's cowboy boots. Laramie's is a cowboy bar, she replied. You have to wear boots to a cowboy bar. Have to is a broad use of a suggestion, Oliver said evasively. I'm sure they won't mind my shoes. Riding boots? She said, her voice thick enough with doubt that even he caught it. They're safer on a motorcycle, Oliver replied. He nodded towards her low-top sneakers. Speaking of which, next time we go out, you may want to rethink your footwear. Sneakers don't provide protection from rocks and debris. They also don't offer enough ankle support to protect you if we get in an accident. Her smile reappeared. I will if you will. Oliver eyed the boots. At least they weren't red. Instead, they were brown with some filigree crafted into the leather, swoops and swirls like he had seen on bandanas. They were my brother's, Iris said, her voice a bit quieter. I know he wouldn't mind, and he always kept his feet clean. Oliver's heart clenched at her mention. He sat on the chair near her with his gaze on the boots. How long ago did he die? He asked. 2 years ago, she said. She lowered her gaze. I haven't been back since his funeral. As much as the thought of wearing someone else's boots bothered Oliver, he wasn't sure how he could deny the sweet gesture. He eased his riding boots off, then pulled the first leather boot onto his right foot. It was a perfect fit. He shot Iris a glance out of the corner of his eye. How did she know his shoe size? Or did it just happen to be a lucky guess? She followed him back to the shoe rack and put her sneakers beside his riding boots. It was a simple thing, their shoes side by side. To anyone else it probably meant nothing, but the sight of it made Oliver's heart twist strangely in his chest. He put a hand to it, wondering why the mundane could affect him when things others titled as important didn't. The final touch, Iris said. Something settled on Oliver's head. Before he could protest, Iris took off running out the front door. Oliver reached up and found one of the cowboy hats on his head. He shouldn't have been surprised. The felt was worn and hard from the sun, and it smelled lightly of salty sweat. Every germophobic cell in his body screamed for him to tear it off his hair and throw it far away. Come on, Oliver, Iris called in a sing-song voice from the yard. He bit his lip, regarded their shoes together one more time, and headed out the door with the hat still on his head. 5 minutes later found him sitting in a rusted red Ford truck that was nearly 60 years old by his estimation. The lack of a back seat felt quaint, but Oliver wondered what they did when they ran out of enough seats. Mrs. Perry drove with Iris sitting between them. Iris's mother had changed into a pair of jeans and a plaid shirt to go with her cowboy boots. She also wore a cowboy hat, but it looked more natural on her than Oliver felt his ever could. Windows down, Mrs. Perry called out. At Oliver's look, Iris nodded. It's our natural air conditioning system. The AC went out a few decades ago. He watched Mrs. Perry roll her window down using the crank, then did the same. Cool evening air rushed in as they made their way up the dirt road. He turned to comment on the quality of the vegetation in the fields, but the brim of his hat hit the straw cowboy hat Iris wore. She laughed. We usually take these off in the truck. Makes it a bit harder for conversation. He took his hat off and set it on his knee the way she did. What kind of crops are grown out here? He asked. Alfalfa, with corn as a rotation crop, Mrs. Perry answered. Some farmers grow soybeans and wheat, along with melons and potatoes, but we stick to alfalfa and corn. It's plenty to keep us busy. Along with the cows, Iris pointed out. Mrs. Perry laughed. Who could forget the cows? Can you believe I've missed them? Iris asked. The warm look on her mother's face was something Oliver had no problem interpreting. There was an energy between them, a camaraderie Oliver seldom saw during his day-to-day life. He wondered how Iris could have stayed away from such acceptance and immediate love for so long. The cows will remember you, Mrs. Perry said. I don't suppose you have many from when I was here last, Iris replied. Mrs. Perry's response was quieter, as if they both thought about the reason for her last visit. Diego will remember you, and Chamomile, of course. Iris tipped her head at Oliver. Chamomile is our milk cow. She's the sweetest thing. She watches over the bummer lambs while Mom bottle feeds them. And Diego? Mrs. Perry drummed her fingers on the steering wheel in time to the song playing softly on the radio while she replied, Our bull. He was shipped in from San Diego, hence the name. Some farmers use AI for their cows, but Diego's never let us down. Mom, too much information, Iris said as the blush of pink rose to her cheeks. Artificial insemination has increased use on dairy farms, but is less used for beef cattle, Oliver replied. He thought through the statistics. Because of the expense of current technology, sometimes for smaller farmers, no offense, keeping a bull on hand can be less costly. Inadequate conception percentages make it difficult to know if one is more favorable, but if you're looking to extend your genetic pool, AI might help expand your selection to genetically superior bulls. Mrs. Perry and Iris exchanged glances. I didn't know you were so well versed in cattle reproduction, Iris said, her voice touched with amusement. I took a few classes in ag science and animal husbandry, Oliver replied. Mrs. Perry snorted. Sounds like Bart should have taken those classes. Both Iris and her mother laughed. Either way, Diego's been a good bull, Mrs. Perry glanced at him. Speaking of, what do you call a bull with a twitch? Mom, Iris said with a groan. Myoclonus? Oliver replied, confused. Or fasciculations, depending on if it affects a single muscle or a group of muscles. Nope, Mrs. Perry grinned. Beef jerky. Oliver stared at her. Iris elbowed him. It's a joke. Oliver looked from mother to daughter. I'm not sure how a bull with involuntary muscle spasms could be a joke. It might be something you need to get looked at to avoid passing an inferior genetic trait to his calves. Nervous system conditions are not to be taken lightly. Iris and Mrs. Perry exchanged a glance before they both burst out laughing. Chapter 11. Iris. Anticipation darted along Iris's spine as she walked with Oliver and her mother up Laramie's front steps. The wide wooden porch was filled with ranchers, dairy farmers, and those who ran stores in the small town. Men and women lounged in the many rocking chairs as they drank their beers and chatted about current crops and beef market trends. Iris spotted several people she recognized and was rewarded with warm smiles and tips of cowboy hats, a true farmer welcome. The texts and phone calls from her father had gotten fewer and further between as she returned to them with less speed the longer they were apart. Her guilt at being a negligent child to two amazing parents ate at her. Would Dad forgive her for it? They stepped through the wide front doors of the building that served as a bar, a restaurant, and a dance hall to the citizens of Thorpe Creek. It was packed for the Saturday night entertainment, but Bart Perry waited at the table where he had proposed to Iris's mother Rose roughly 47 years prior. Her father had financially bailed Reggie Laramie out just after he and Rose got married. According to the story, it had saved the bar and allowed them to add the dance hall, making it the happening place this side of Windham. Reggie had saved Bart's table for them ever since. When her father's eyes fell on Iris, she couldn't help the tears that sprang free. He stood so fast his chair fell, but her dad didn't appear to notice. Iris, he said loud enough that heads turned in their direction. She met him near the first table and was caught up in a hug so tight all fears of his disappointment in her vanished. His scent of leather, horse, and the same cologne he had worn for as long as she could remember wrapped around her. She hugged him back, reveling again in the strength of his arms and the width of shoulders used to carrying hay bales and birthing calves. Her father had always been so strong. He sniffed, and she realized he was crying along with her. I've missed you, baby. I've missed you so much, she replied. He pulled back and looked her up and down with the critical eye of a farmer judging the quality of a horse. City life is good for you, but you've lost your tan. She gave his arm a good-natured slap. A little sunscreen would do you good. He laughed, and the warm, rich sound surrounded her. His eyes moved past her. And who's this? Embarrassment flooded Iris as she realized she had completely abandoned Oliver. She turned and couldn't help the smile that touched her lips at the sight of him in the cowboy hat and cowboy boots. The wide leather brim suited him with the way his hair curled beneath it, emphasizing his blue eyes that were, at the moment, wide and staring all around them. Dad, this is Oliver, she said. He's the one who brought me here. Mr. Perry held out a hand. Then he has my gratitude. Welcome, son. Oliver shook his hand with a little wince at the strength of the farmer's embrace. Iris knew exactly how he felt. Mr. Perry cut wires and built fences with those hands. He didn't know his own strength, even at 71. Her grandfather had been the same way, tough to the very end. His last question before he left had been about the heifer that he was supposed to calf that morning. Leave it to farmers to never be done working. "Thank you," Oliver said. "We'll add a few more chairs," her dad said. "Everyone is welcome." He led the way to the table Iris had colored at, played vet with her stuffed animals, made bracelets with her mom while the guys took their time at the bar, and later learned how to be a fairly good hand at poker, much to her mother's chagrin and her dad's pride. She took a seat and rubbed her hand across the wooden surface that had been lacquered so thick it had lasted the test of time. Oliver took a seat to her left, his gaze jumping from the three couples who danced slowly on the floor that would soon be packed as the night picked up, to the full restaurant tables, to the bar where several men laughed raucously to something the woman with them said. His forehead was creased beneath the brim of the cowboy hat, and his face appeared paler than usual. "Are you all right?" she asked in an undertone. He tore his gaze from the room to look at her. "Do you ever feel like you have to look at everything at once so you don't miss something?" He had the wide-eyed appearance of a horse about to bolt. Iris wanted to slip her hand in his, but she wasn't sure if he would appreciate more input at that moment. "It's all right," she said quietly. "This is a safe place. I've come here my entire life." "Except for the last 2 years," he replied, his eyes roving the building again. She nodded with an inward cringe at the unintentional shot. "Yes, but it's the same. Laramie's never changes." "Is it always this chaotic?" he asked. Her mother cut in with, "Just Saturday nights. They get rotating bands in here, so depending on the talent, it could get even crazier." Oliver put his hands on the table as if he would rise and run out of there. Iris took a chance and covered one of his hands with her own. "It's all right, Oliver. Breathe." Oliver's eyes jolted to hers at the contact. His eyebrows drew together. "Breathe," he repeated. She nodded, her tone soft in the same way she used when working with a skittish animal. "Easy does it," she said. "You've got this. We're safe here. This will be a fun night." "A fun night," he repeated. He took several breaths, and his eyes focused on her as if he truly saw her again. "A fun night. Are you sure about that?" She chuckled at his lighter tone. "That's the hope. Tell you what, if it gets too crazy, say chamomile and we'll get out of here." He actually smiled at that. "I'm going with Diego. At least it'll sound tougher before I run away." She laughed and saw his gaze softened. She touched the brim of his hat. "This looks good on you. What do you think your students would say if you showed up to work in it?" "They'd track down the aliens who abducted me," he replied. "What'll you have?" Iris looked up to find Marge watching her with such warmth in her sparkling blue eyes that Iris nearly cried again at the sight. "Marge!" She rose, threw her arms around the older woman's neck, and hugged her tightly. "It's good to see you, Iris," the woman said in the Irish accent that had hung on despite her many years in New York. Iris turned to Oliver. "Oliver, this is Marge Laramie. She's one of the owners of this place." Oliver shook her outheld hand with his head tipped to one side. "New York by way of Fermanagh?" Marge paused. "How on earth did you guess that?" "No guess," Oliver said. "I studied linguistics at the university for a few semesters. Folks from Fermanagh sound softly northern, but there's a tinge that separates them from Tyrone. It's subtle, but it's there." "That's impressive," Marge said, her Irish burr coming on stronger than Iris had heard it in years. "Remind me to introduce you to Adrian. It'd be a treat if you could pin him down to Tipperary despite his claims to Wicklow." Iris couldn't help staring from Marge to Oliver. Yet again, his knowledge surprised her. How did a janitor at a junior high know so much? "Can we get around for the table and a hat trick for the middle until we figure out if this young man is vegetarian or appreciates a good steak?" Mr. Perry asked Marge. All eyes turned to Oliver. Instead of being intimidated, Oliver seemed to have taken Iris's words to heart about the security of Laramie's, because he said in a horrible Western accent, "I refuse to eat salad because it takes food away from the real food." Silence fell around the table. "I think he means he'll eat a steak," Iris filled in helpfully. "For someone who took linguistics, that was terrible," Marge said. Everyone laughed, including Oliver. "Steaks it is," Marge told them with a chuckle. "They'll be barely mooing, so prepare yourselves." She walked away with another chuckle. "What does that mean?" Oliver asked in a whisper. "They refuse to cook anything past medium rare here," Iris explained under the hubbub of the room. "I hope you don't mind it being a bit raw." "You know the risk of E. coli, salmonella, and listeria increases if the meat doesn't reach an internal temperature of at least 145 degrees. At her look, he said in an unconvinced voice, "This place is fun." Marge brought over huge steins of light-colored tap beer to the table. Iris's dad passed them around. "All right, city boy," he challenged. "Tell me what you think of this beer." Iris wasn't even sure if Oliver even liked beer. Before she could intervene, Oliver smelled it, then took a sip and swished it in his mouth before swallowing it. "It's not wine," her father said. "We're not looking for notes or accents here." Mrs. Perry shushed him. "Give the boy a chance." Iris wondered if them calling a 40-year-old man a boy struck Oliver as condescending or quaint. His expression didn't give anything away as he regarded the beer in the light of the low overhead lamp. It's a pale ale, which is a great choice for someone who wants to be able to drink more without getting floored, and it tends to be less bitter and hoppy, which is usually a point for the fairer sex. His gaze shifted to Iris. Though I have a feeling you lean towards the darker beers. Oh, really? She said, entertained by his teasing. Why is that? Instead of going with something embarrassing like, I've seen the inside of your fridge, he spared her with, You like your coffee almost black, a splash of cream and a sprinkle of sugar. It tells me you drink for the flavor of the beverage, not what you add to lighten it. She nodded at the appropriateness of his guess. Touché. He lifted his stein over to her in salute, then turned his attention back to it. It has a notably creamy texture and a soft mouthfeel. There are notes of orange and a hint of passion fruit which are balanced by the resin and vanilla accents. He shot Mr. Perry a challenging look that made the man snort. Iris wasn't sure the last time she had seen her father so entertained. I'm sorry to disagree with you, Mr. Perry, Oliver continued. Accents and notes are indeed an important part of beer creation because they separate a good beer from a great beer. And which one is that? Mr. Perry asked. Oliver paused as if aware he had the attention of their table and several beyond. This is a great beer, he announced. Cheers went up from the table nearby. That beer wins awards every year at Oktoberfest. It better be good, a male voice said. Iris turned at the sound and then rose. Reggie! She hugged Mr. Laramie. Marge said our girl had come home, he replied, hugging her back. The 4 horsemen couldn't keep me in the kitchen. It's so good to see you, Iris said. Thank you for coming out. The man stepped back and grinned. I was told somebody was breaking down our IPA with Cicerone's skill. This is Oliver, Iris introduced. He came with me from the city. It's good to meet you, Reggie said. Any friend of Iris's is welcome here without question. He winked. Although, if you hadn't given the IPA such a rave review, you might have been more welcome on the porch. Oliver nodded. Drinking's a bit of a hobby. There was an underlying heaviness to his tone that hadn't been there before. Iris made a mental note to ask him about it later. Steaks are on, Marge said as she and a young waitress brought the thick plates over. Iris watched Oliver stare at the platters laden with huge ribeyes, loaded baked potatoes, buttered and salted green beans, and a dinner roll the size of the potato. You must have much bigger stomachs out here, he said. Her dad grinned. Better eat it all. We don't have doggy bags here in the country. Oliver shot Iris an amazed look. Then I better get started. By the time Iris pushed her half-eaten steak away, the band was halfway through its first set. Oliver had stopped eating a few minutes before, but he kept cutting the remaining steak in smaller and smaller pieces as if stalling for the rest of them to finish up. He leaned over when he saw that she was done with what she could eat and whispered, He wasn't kidding. They both looked at Mr. Perry's mostly empty plate. I know, he said as he finally shoved the plate bearing a few pieces away. Disappointing. I can usually finish it all, but the boys and I grabbed a hot dog and beer on the golf course. You just couldn't wait, could you? Mrs. Perry said with a teasing smile. Truth be told, I can't stand another minute of listening to the music without dancing with my woman, Mr. Perry replied. He held out his hand and his wife took it. She threw Iris a grin before joining her husband on the dance floor. They're for real, aren't they? She turned to find Oliver watching her parents heel-toe to the country song in time with the rest of the dancers. Is it that hard to believe? She asked. He nodded. His wordless answer was enough. It does exist, she said. On impulse, she stood and held out her hand. Come on, city boy. Let's see what those boots can do. Oliver's eyes widened and he shook his head. You don't want to see me try to dance. You want a real taste of the country, you have to try line dancing. She gestured towards the band as they finished the song and gave a few teasing notes of the next one. This one's easy. Come on, trust me. She thought he would say no. She almost expected it, especially given his proclivity for avoiding chaotic situations. There was nothing more chaotic than a cowboy dance bar after the patrons had partaken of a few of the bar's finest offerings. She told herself it wouldn't hurt her feelings if he turned her down. You trusted me to drive you out here on my motorcycle. I guess this can't be that scary, he finally said, rising. Warmth rushed through her when his fingers tangled in hers. Are you sure? She asked. Can you teach me? You'll soon be dancing like a local, she replied. She heard him laugh beside her as she led the way onto the dance floor. Her mom spotted them and nudged her dad. They both grinned as they made room next to them. The intro to the song began. Just listen to the singer. He calls out the steps as we go. The trick is just keeping up, Iris told Oliver above the blaring twang of the music. Oliver's blue eyes were bright beneath his cowboy hat. I don't think I'm wearing enough plaid for this, he told her. Iris laughed and nodded towards his feet. We're starting left. It's step, cross, then you go the other way, then it's back 4 steps, forward 4 steps, then you pick up your right foot, bend the knee, and slap your ankle on the left, then the right, then behind, and we turn. At his baffled look, she couldn't help grinning. I'll show you as we go. To his credit, Oliver kept up fairly well. He got mixed up a few times on when to go back and when to go forward, but the rows all around them had obvious newbies who were also learning the ropes, Everyone laughed together and kept time with their stomping feet as the singer walked them through the next step. "Whew," Oliver said as the song wound down. "Now I know why cowboy boots are flat on the bottom." "Why's that?" Mrs. Perry asked. Oliver gave a true smile. "So you can slide them along the floor when you're too tired to pick up your feet." He demonstrated the steps without picking up his feet, sliding left and right and back and forth with such exaggerated exhaustion he had her entire family laughing. The smile that filled Oliver's face was something Iris would never forget. Who would have thought the man who spoke to animals would turn out to be such a great date? "I call the next dance." The voice sent a shiver down Iris's spine and made a knot tighten in her stomach. She would have known by the look on her mother's face who stood behind her whether or not he had spoken. "It's all right," she mouthed to her mother before she turned. "Hello, Iris. Good to see you back in town," Boyd Brucker said with a twisted grin. "I'll be leaving tonight," she replied shortly. "So I still have time for a dance," Boyd said. She glared at him. "I wouldn't dance with you if it's the last thing I do." "We danced before," he replied with a dark twinkle in his eyes. "Many times. Don't tell me you don't remember. I think it's time we talk about the past." "I'm here with my family," she said. "We can talk some other time." He grabbed her arm hard just above the elbow. "We can talk now, as we dance." "Let her go." Iris's heart stuttered at the tone of Oliver's voice. Boyd's gaze flickered past her. "Oh, is this poser with you?" His words slurred slightly, and she smelled alcohol in his breath. Iris jerked her arm out of Boyd's grip and turned to face Oliver and her parents. "Come on, you guys. Let's go home." "I said you owe me a dance." "No," Iris replied, turning back to glare at him. Boyd slapped her with such speed she didn't see it coming. The heat that immediately rose in her cheek made her eyes water. "Boyd Brucker!" her father shouted. A hush fell over the crowd, and those closest to them stopped dancing. Before Boyd's hand could close around Iris's arm again, Oliver sidestepped her and popped him a quick punch in the throat. It happened so fast she wasn't even aware what she had seen, but Boyd stood there gasping and making gulping sounds as he stared at Oliver. The crowd around them stepped back to give them space. Whispers ran through the onlookers. "Never, ever hurt a lady," Oliver said. There was something in his gaze that hadn't been there before. It was dark, dangerous, and matched the dark scruff along his jaw left from the night he had spent at her place. "Oliver," she began. He shook his head without taking his eyes off Boyd. "Do we have an understanding?" Boyd pointed at Iris. His voice was scratchy when he said, "She is no lady. There are things I could tell you that—" This time, Oliver slapped him so hard he spun halfway around. The crowd on the dance floor widened into a circle. The band quieted and then stopped altogether. "Boyd, I'm calling the sheriff," Reggie warned from the bar. "Good! Tell him I've been assaulted," Boyd replied in a growl as he turned back to Oliver with a hand on his jaw. "Is that what you're calling it?" Oliver asked. "You assaulted Iris before I even laid a hand on you. You're a coward if slapping a woman is so easily forgotten." Boyd swung at his head. Iris cringed with a hand on her throbbing cheek. Oliver ducked the punch and landed one on the man's ribs. Boyd staggered back with a hand on his side. Oliver watched him with a detached expression as though he was a spectator and not a participant in the fight. When his head tipped to one side and his cowboy hat tilted rakishly forward, Iris felt as though she was watching some sort of on-screen duel between a good cowboy and a bad one. The fact that the entire thing was over her made it so much worse. "Stop it, you guys," she said. "Oliver, come on." "Oliver, come on," Boyd said in a sing-song voice. "What are you, her puppy?" To Iris's relief, Oliver turned away without bristling at the jab. "Let's just get everyone home," Mrs. Perry said. The sound of a bottle breaking was followed by Boyd saying, "She likes it hard, just like any other skank." Oliver was at Iris's side in one instant and gone the next. She turned to see him tackle Boyd into one of the thick restaurant tables. It tipped beneath their weight and sent both men to the ground. Boyd grabbed the beer bottle he had broken and swiped it at Oliver's back as he rolled out of the way. When Oliver rose, she could see a deep gash along his back through the tear in his shirt. "Oliver, stop," she had called out in fear that Boyd would slice him to ribbons. Oliver didn't appear to hear her. Boyd sliced at his face with the bottle, but Oliver blocked it with his right arm and followed with a straight punch to Boyd's jaw with his left. The man staggered back. "You think you're some hero?" Boyd spat, sending blood across the dance floor. "You're no hero." He dove at Oliver. Oliver hit the ground on his back and kicked out, sending Boyd over his head and into a heap on the floor a few feet beyond. Boyd groaned as he forced himself back to his feet. Oliver rose with the grace of a hunting cat. Iris stared at him, wondering where the mild janitor had gone. He stood in an easy stance with his hands held loose and his knees bent in anticipation of Boyd's next attack. Silence filled the room as everyone watched the fight in shock. Laramie's was usually a peaceful place unless some drunk didn't know his limit or lost too much money at the pool table in the back. She hadn't been there in quite a while, but she doubted much had changed in the last 2 years. Boyd wavered as he made his way back towards Oliver. "Just take it easy," Oliver said. "We can talk this out." "You came with that slut. There's no talking it out," Boyd replied, his words even more slurred past his crushed lips and bleeding mouth. "I gave you a chance," Oliver told him. Boyd threw a punch at Oliver's face. Oliver sidestepped the fist, grabbed it in his right hand as it shot past, used his left to hyperextend the man's elbow, then kicked him in the knee, buckling his leg and sending him into a kneeling position on the floor with his arm twisted painfully behind his back. "Let go of me," Boyd yelled. Oliver pulled the arm up tighter and the man winced. "Move and I'll break your arm." He looked over his shoulder. "Reggie, is the sheriff on his way?" "5 minutes out," Reggie replied. Oliver nodded and appeared perfectly happy with keeping Boyd under control until the sheriff arrived. It was quick work for Deputy Schmidt to get statements from several patrons after Boyd was handcuffed and put in the squad car. Sheriff Seema returned from talking to Reggie and dismissed the rest of the crowd and the band. As they wandered away, Iris heard snippets of descriptions about the fight and the speculation as to where Oliver had come from. "I've got your statement. Keep your phone with you in case there are any questions. You have my card if you decide you want to press charges over the fight," the sheriff told Oliver. "It really wasn't much of a fight," Oliver replied. "More of a disagreement on how to treat a woman. It's up to Iris if she wants to press charges for him slapping her." "You're sure about that?" the sheriff pressed. Oliver nodded. Sheriff Seema shook his hand, then did the same with Reggie and Marge. "Sorry for closing things down early tonight." "That's all right, Sheriff," Reggie replied. "We've had enough excitement for one day. Tell Millie we said hi." "Will do," he replied. The sheriff tipped his hat at the rest of them. "Take care, folks." A few minutes later found them alone at Laramie's with only her family, Reggie, and Marge. "A fight like that deserves a drink," Reggie said. "I'm not going to turn that down," Oliver told him. Reggie nodded and crossed behind the bar that was now empty since he had dismissed his staff to go home with the patrons. Mr. Perry patted Oliver on the shoulder. "If you hadn't stopped him, I would have." Oliver was too tired to shy away from the touch and merely nodded. "And pay for it dearly," Mrs. Perry said. "Thank you, Oliver, for sparing my husband." Iris had no words for how the night had changed so quickly. She had gone from hugging her dad for the first time in nearly 2 years to watching her ex-boyfriend be pummeled by Oliver, who was, well, maybe it was too soon to call him her boyfriend, but at least someone she had come to care about very much. Her cheek still stung from where Boyd had slapped her, but the throbbing had died down with the help of a handful of ice and a napkin Marge had prepared. Oliver climbed onto the closest bar stool and leaned forward to put his elbows on the bar. When he did so, the tear in his shirt opened, and she saw blood dripping down his back. She had forgotten about the broken bottle. "Oh no, Oliver, we need to call an ambulance," she said. Her mother stared as Iris hurried over to him and lifted up the back of his shirt. The gash was about 7 inches long and deep in the middle. "It's fine," Oliver said, his voice quiet. "It'll heal." Iris took a picture of it with her phone as her father leaned back to see what all the fuss was about. His green eyes widened beneath his prescription glasses. "Oliver, that's not a scratch." Iris showed Oliver the picture. He shook his head. "I don't go to hospitals. I've been to enough of them." Iris didn't know whether he was referring to his sick mother or his cruel upbringing with his father. Either way, she wasn't about to let him sit there bleeding when there was something she could do about it. "Marge, do you have a first aid kit?" "Always," came the immediate response. Chapter 12. Oliver. The touch of Iris's fingers sent tremors along Oliver's back as she helped him pull his shirt over his head. He felt a pang of sadness at the sight of the tear along the back of his favorite t-shirt. It was dark blue and said Henderson Junior High on the right sleeve with their tiger logo beneath the words. The simplicity of it had appealed to him. Maybe he should have pressed charges after all. He put his hat back on to help himself feel better, and then laughed inwardly. He had never been a hat person. It was a little late to start now. Silence filled the room. It could have been there for a few minutes, but he just noticed it. The adrenaline from the fight must be fading from his veins. A glance in the mirror behind the bar showed unreadable expressions on the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Perry, Marge, who had brought over the first aid kit, and Reggie, who had returned with a few clean towels. Iris met his gaze in the mirror. He looked away, grabbed the shot of whiskey Reggie had poured, and downed it in one gulp. Something felt right about drinking whiskey with a cowboy hat on, even if he wasn't wearing a shirt. He didn't know what it was, but he had watched enough Western movies growing up to appreciate the setting. "What happened to you?" Mrs. Perry asked. "Mom, it's not important right now," Iris told her in a hushed tone as she pulled on a pair of gloves from the first aid kit. "Right," she replied. "I'm sorry." Mrs. Perry set a hand on Oliver's shoulder. He nearly jumped at the cold chill of her fingertips. "You were very brave. I'm sorry you got hurt." He turned to meet the kind woman's gaze. "It'll heal. Hopefully Boyd will have learned something by the time he gets back out." "Yeah, like where he's not welcome," Reggie said. He refilled Oliver's shot glass, and then Mr. Perry's before he continued with, "The next time he walks through those doors, he'll be booked back to the curb." "Hopefully not with those boots." The words escaped Oliver before he could stop them. Iris paused in her dabbing, and everyone else looked at him expectantly. He forced a shrug and said, Being kicked by cowboy boots would hurt. They're pointy. Chuckles rose from those around him. Oliver downed the shot and slid his glass over for another one as Mr. Perry finished his as well. When Reggie moved to fill the man's glass, Iris's father shook his head, but he motioned for Reggie to take care of Oliver's. "This is going to sting," Iris said. The sound of something being sprayed filled the room. Oliver bit back several choice words as the sting of the numbing antiseptic touched the edges of his wound and made it burn. He gripped the glass so hard he had to will himself not to break it. "Is it too late to say Diego?" he asked tightly. "Diego?" Mrs. Perry replied. "What's our bowl have to do with this?" "Nothing, Mom," Iris said with a smile at Oliver in the mirror. "Just an inside joke. Why don't you guys head home? Oliver and I can take your truck." She nodded immediately. "I'm exhausted. Bart?" "I agree," he said. Oliver watched in the mirror as he looked from his daughter to Oliver's back. "Are you sure you've got this?" "Farm raised and college trained," Iris replied in a cadence that sounded as if she had said it many times before. Her father nodded. "That's my girl." He gave her a hug. "See you at home." He pulled a set of keys from his pocket and set them on the bar. "Get home without a dent, will you?" "No promises," she replied with a grin. He shook his head with a matching smile. Oliver downed the next shot of whiskey. "Ready?" Iris asked. He nodded. His breath caught at the first poke of the needle. Apparently the antiseptic wasn't very numbing. He gritted his teeth and kept silent as she speared the other side and eased the thread through. By the time she had made the first knot, sweat had broken out on his forehead. "More whiskey," he said, his voice tight. Reggie exchanged a look with Iris. At her nod, the man poured a double. Oliver downed it in 2 gulps, then leaned his forehead on the bar. "You ready?" Iris asked. He nodded. A humming sound rose in his ears. It was soft at first, then increased steadily until it felt as though the ocean ebbed and flowed in time to his heartbeat. He matched his breathing to it, slow and steady to keep from passing out. The last thing he needed to do was fall off the chair and make Iris's job that much harder. As it was, his refusal to go to the hospital meant she had to make do with whatever supplies Marge had found. Fortunately for him, the bar was kept well stocked in case of fights. Unfortunately, that also meant cheap needles that dulled quickly upon use. Somewhere in the middle, he bit his lip so hard he tasted blood. Another shot of whiskey washed it from his mouth. He failed to put the glass down straight and tried to reach for it before it fell over. "Easy," Iris said. "I need you to hold still." Oliver nodded. "It's a good idea," he said, though the words came out as more of a slur of syllables. He tipped to the side and fell off the chair to the wooden floor. "Oh dear," Marge said. "It's all right," Reggie called from behind the bar. "It'll be easier to finish if he's passed out. Bring him one of the cushions, Marge." Something soft slid under Oliver's cheek. He muttered what he had hoped came across as a thank you. The prickling along his back continued with slow, steady motions that made him want to curse and cry at the same time. His father would be disappointed if he cried. The man never did like a show of emotion. Oliver had survived his father. He would survive this. "I'm sorry," he said in a whisper. Iris's hand paused. "What did you say?" she asked quietly. He kept his eyes closed tightly when he replied, "I'm sorry to cause you trouble. You don't need more trouble." She was silent a moment before she began stitching again. "No, I don't need more trouble. But trouble was what came walking through those doors, not you stopping him." Oliver smiled at that. At least, he thought he smiled. He did that far more when Iris was around, so the odds that he was smiling were fairly higher than any other point in his life. "Oliver, are you okay?" He nodded. "This cushion is soft." A small chuckle sounded above him. "You're pretty drunk." "You're pretty. I'm drunk," he replied in a sing-song voice he didn't recognize. She made several more motions that pulled at the sore skin at his back before he heard a snip. "There," she said. "We're done here. I think you'll live." She spread bandages over the wound. "I feel your confidence," Oliver told her in a wry tone. She leaned down to whisper in his ear. "Why do you think I work with animals and not people?" He chuckled as she rose. "All right, hero, you think you can walk?" Reggie asked. Oliver nodded and forced his worst Western accent when he replied, "If I ain't walking out of here on my own accord, I ain't living to tell the tale." A grunt escaped Oliver as Reggie and Iris helped him to his feet. His head swam with more than just whiskey. He leaned against the counter waiting for it to clear. "And here I thought tonight was going to be boring," Marge said in her sweet Irish lilt. "You'll have to hang out with us more often," Oliver told her in a mostly steady voice. She grinned at him. "Where did you learn to fight like that?" "I took Krav Maga for a couple of semesters in college," Oliver told her, "though I'm pretty sure I did a few things wrong. You aren't supposed to be the one bleeding, if I recall correctly." "All right, tough guy," Iris said. "Let's get you to the truck." "I'll move it around front while you walk him to the door," Reggie offered. Marge swooped in and took her husband's place beneath Oliver's shoulder. He found himself leaning more towards Iris, not out of want to be a burden on her, but out of his body's innate need to be closer to her. When he realized it, he straightened up and forced himself to walk despite his unsteady vision. "I'm supposed to take you back tonight," he said. Iris shook her head under his other arm. There's no way you're driving that motorcycle tonight, and even if I did dare attempt it, I don't think you could stay on straight. Definitely not, Marge chimed in. I'll have you know I can walk just fine, Oliver said. He moved his arms from both of them. As they watched, he took a single step forward. His legs buckled, and he would have fallen if Iris hadn't caught him and eased his arm back over her shoulder. You're probably dealing with some shock, too, she said, her voice gentler than before. Give it some time. You don't need to be tough right now. Her words struck a memory that would have sent Oliver back to his knees if she hadn't been holding him. Before he realized what was happening, tears began streaming down his face. He ducked his head, but he couldn't hide them from the woman who helped him out the door. Thankfully, neither of them said a word. Grateful for the cover of darkness, Oliver reached the waiting truck. Reggie waited by the door and helped him inside. You did good, the man said with a nod of approval. Iris chose right when she brought you here. Oliver couldn't bring himself to reply. He had fought in the man's bar instead of trying to talk down the situation, and yet Reggie complimented him on his actions. Oliver would never understand small-town life. Reggie shut the door after him and headed back to the porch. Oliver watched the trio with bleary eyes. Take care of yourself, Iris, Reggie said, giving her a hug. Don't be a stranger, all right? I won't, she promised. She hugged Marge as well, then walked around to the driver's side. Oliver stared, transfixed as the sight of her in a cowboy hat was framed by the truck's headlights before she vanished back into the darkness on the other side. She climbed in and eased the truck away from the curb. Reggie and Marge waved before heading back inside. After several minutes of silence on the road, Iris asked, Are you okay? Oliver nodded. He hadn't been able to bring himself to wipe away the tears and draw further notice to them, so the salty crust of their dried tracks made his cheeks itch beneath the stubble. Oliver, she said in a worried tone, I don't get the feeling you cry easily. You can talk to me. Oliver shook his head. I'm not an emotional person. At her look in the darkness, he amended, Not usually. Shock has a tendency to bring out other emotions, Iris said. Nobody knows how they'll respond to something so intense. It's normal, especially with how bad that gash has to hurt. It's not the wound, he said. He kept his gaze firmly fixed out the window. He appreciated that she didn't press, that her silence gave him room to sort out his thoughts. It was refreshing, considering his siblings would have pestered him until he gave in out of sheer exasperation. He spoke quietly. The night I lost my mother, those were the same words she said to me. His voice softened further as he remembered the tone of her voice. You don't need to be tough right now, Ollie. You're always so tough, but you can cry if you want. He remembered the tears streaming down her cheeks. She didn't want to leave, but she had fought for so long and endured so much. She is the strongest person I ever knew. I would do anything to be like my mother. The mutter of the truck's engine sounded loud in the silence. Oliver kept his gaze on the side of the road, watching the delineator posts as they reflected the headlights back to him. She would be proud of what you did tonight, Iris said in a low voice. I don't think I've given her anything to be proud of, Oliver admitted. That's not true, she said. Before she could continue on some tirade to list whatever noble attributes she imagined he carried, he said, I let her down. I know I did. Before she died, she said, I want you to get out of here and start a life you can be proud of. Use that amazing brain of yours to help people. You have so much potential, and you don't deserve the life you've been trapped in. Promise me. He repeated the words exactly as she had said them. He had never let himself forget. It was ingrained into his mind as surely as her smile and the sound of her cries when she could no longer stifle the pain. She knew. Oliver glanced at her. Iris kept her eyes on the road, but said with certainty, She must have guessed what your father was doing to you. She wanted to protect you. Oliver cringed and sighed. He had kept so carefully quiet when his father had done those unspeakable things to him. He didn't want his mother trying to climb out of bed to protect him, or worse, calling his brothers and sister to come save the day. It would only make things worse for them all. He had kept up such a strong front to protect her from the things she couldn't change. I didn't want her to know, he said, his voice tight. I wanted her to die happy. The tears fell again. He had never said the words aloud, any of them. When his father had given up taking care of her, Oliver was the one who had bathed his mother and washed away her tears. He fed her and made sure she had her medicine. He was the one who held her when she couldn't take the pain anymore. He had done everything he could to give her the best passing possible, because it was the only thing he could control. She knew how strong you were then, and she knows how strong you are now, Iris said. Oliver shook his head. She's gone. Not really, Iris contradicted. At his heartbroken look, she said, Who do you think made you so determined to protect the honor of a woman you barely know? I wouldn't say barely know, Oliver replied. He felt his cheeks heat up. Iris gave a small chuckle and replied, Okay, poor choice of words. But you know what I mean. He nodded. Her words circled in his mind, wrapped in his mother's smile and the touch of her hand on his cheek. There was relief in them, some sort of respite he hadn't known he ached to feel. "Thank you, Iris," he whispered. She set her hand on the seat between them. It was an open offer, not pushy, but available if he wanted it. He put his hand in hers and felt shards of electric energy run up his arm. A few minutes later, she asked into the darkness, "What did you do after she passed away?" She paused, as if it was uncomfortable for her to say, but went with, "After your father shot you and was locked up. Did you move in with your siblings?" Oliver searched the darkness ahead for any sign of Deer. "No, though they offered. Tim nearly insisted on becoming my guardian and forcing me to move in, but I told him I had things under control. I tested out of the rest of classes I needed for my GED while I was still in the hospital, so I graduated early. Thanks to my SAT scores, most colleges were available." A humorless smile touched his lips. "Do you know how many scholarships there are for a student who lost his mother to cancer and who was shot by his father? It's a tiny niche, but I could have gone anywhere." "Lucky," she said. When he realized she was joking, he chuckled. "Where did you go?" she asked. "I went to NYU and studied everything. Thanks to the scholarships, I didn't have to work to put myself through school. My dorm and food were paid for through government grants, so I took every class I could to fit in my schedule. I learned astronomy, Greek mythology, crime scene analysis. Linguistics," she put in helpfully. He nodded. "Spanish, Chinese, German, animal husbandry, viticulture, bakery sciences, Egyptology, jazz studies, mortuary science, nautical archaeology, wind technology, beekeeping, chemical safety, turf management." "Really?" she said. "That's a degree?" "A very important one to your father's golfing endeavors," Oliver replied. He heard the tiredness in his voice. "So pretty much anything," she said. "And everything," he agreed. "I majored in everything possible until they told me I had run out of grants and had to graduate." He shrugged. "They had to give me quite a few certificates when I walked." His voice lowered. "It was my search for whatever it was my mom felt I had. She wasn't ever wrong about anything, but I think she might have been wrong about this." Iris let the minutes draw on before she said, "You're still helping people." He snorted. "I'm pretty sure being a janitor at a school isn't what she meant. I think I was afraid of choosing something too small, so in the end I didn't choose any of them." He leaned his head against the window. "I'm letting her down. I feel it every time I go to work." His eyes closed against his will. He couldn't remember ever feeling so tired in his life. When they got to the Perry house, Iris parked the truck near his motorcycle. "Wait there," she told him. He lifted his head to argue, but she had already made it around the truck and was opening his door. He climbed gingerly down and couldn't help but chuckle when she ducked under his arm. "I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be opening the door for you, not the other way around." She smiled up at him in the moonlight in a way that made his heart stutter. "And I'm pretty sure you're too drunk on whiskey and pain to make it to the front door on your own." After his last foolish attempt to prove her wrong that nearly ended with him on his face on the floor of Laramie's, he decided keeping his mouth shut was the best option. They crossed through the front door to find that the couch had been made up with homemade quilts, pale blue sheets, and a Western cowboy boot print pillowcase. Iris paused before helping Oliver to it. "You can stay in my room," she offered. He willed his exhausted mind to focus. "Then where will you sleep?" Her eyes creased with the humor he was beginning to recognize. "In the same bed with you?" Electricity ran down his spine, awakening his senses. "Oh," was all he could think of to say. She remained silent, waiting for him to choose. He glanced down the hall. "With your parents here?" She nodded. "Say no more." She took a step forward. Oliver guessed that he had hurt her. He refused to be led forward and stood as still as a statue. She ducked out from under his arm. "Iris." He waited until she looked at him. "I'm sorry," he said. "All things considered, I'd be a poor companion tonight." She shook her head. "Sometimes just being near someone is enough. No expectations required. When you figure that out, let me know." She walked down the hall to the room at the end, turned on the light, and shut the door behind her. Oliver sank onto the couch, feeling as though he had messed up, but he couldn't figure out how. He slid the cowboy boots off, set the hat on the closest chair, and tried to sleep. Chapter 13. Iris. Iris chided herself for her expectations of Oliver as she rose with the sun the next morning. In all actuality, he had gotten into a fight to protect her from Boyd. The idiot never did know when to leave well enough alone. She hoped some time under Sheriff Seema's watchful eye would help him cool off. The fact that he had sliced Oliver with a broken bottle would do nothing to help his cause. He was just lucky Oliver had decided not to press charges. She walked down the hall fully intending to apologize to Oliver, but found the couch empty and the blankets folded with military precision. Her brother's cowboy boots sat by the bench where Oliver's riding boots had been. Dread tightened in her chest as she peered out the front door in fear that his motorcycle would be gone as well. The noose around her heart loosened at the sight of the vehicle still parked between her parents' farm trucks. If Oliver hadn't ditched her in her too high expectations for the city, where had he gone? She made her way across the dewy back lawn where the sunlight had not yet had a chance to lay its claim to the grass. She ducked into the barn and paused to soak in the surroundings her soul had yearned for but not told her until that moment. The strong scent of cow manure was underscored by the sweet smell of alfalfa and the ever-present rich hue of the molasses they mixed with the morning hay. The sight of the 2-month-old calves munching on their breakfast made her heart melt. They mooed to their pen mates as they chewed their hay enough to partially break it up so that they could ruminate it later at their leisure. They were a healthy-looking lot with mismatched black and white spots, fuzzy fur she wanted to run her hands through, and tails that swished as they ate their fill after the bottles her parents had already fed them. Iris walked down the aisle and rubbed their heads that stuck through the stalks to the individual feed troughs. The calves tried to lick her hands, and she laughed as she avoided their long tongues. She used to wish when she was younger that the calves stayed small so she could keep them as pets. The knowledge that they were being raised to eventually fatten up and sell as beef stock was a harsh reality she had learned early on. It didn't do to get attached to them, but she couldn't help it when they were babies and usually had them all named before they were a few weeks old. She made her way to Camomile's pen at the end. Seeing the Holstein's familiar striped nose and big brown eyes brought a smile to her lips. The cow mooed in recognition and leaned against the stall to be petted. Iris complied, running her fingers along the cow's short black and white fur that stretched across her wide belly. Her moo was one of contentment, so somebody, probably her father, had gotten up early to milk before sunrise. Despite the lateness of their return the night before from the fight, the man had been raised an early riser like every farmer and had never given up the habit. Iris gave Chamomile one last pat before heading through the other set of doors at the end. She stared out the buildings that peppered their land, wondering where Oliver would have gone. Voices chatted to her right. She glanced in that direction, puzzled when all she saw was the chicken coop. Would Oliver really have gone inside with the dusty chickens and their protective rooster? The closer she got, the more baffled she became until she opened the door to the coop and found her mother and Oliver standing halfway down the row of hutches, eyeing the sitting hens expectantly. Her mother turned and her face lit up when she spotted Iris. "Come see," she said. "Oliver rigged an egg-collecting ramp. It's genius!" Oliver nodded at her when she drew near and turned his attention back to the hutches. Iris decided to hold off on her apologies so she didn't embarrass them both in front of her mother. She followed his gaze to the closest hutch. "You rigged it?" she asked. "Look," her mother said. She crouched and pointed. Iris did the same. She spotted several 2x4s beneath the hutches that were tipped back slightly instead of straight. "Watch," Mrs. Perry said in a hushed voice. Nobody moved for the space of several seconds. A red hen a few hutches down clucked a few times proudly the way Iris knew they were prone to do before laying an egg. A sound of excitement escaped from her mother as if she couldn't help herself. Iris grinned at the expectation on her mother's face that would have rivaled a child being handed a lollipop. Whatever Oliver had done, it had certainly made her day. A slight thump sounded, and then Iris watched in astonishment as an egg left the back of the tipped hutch and rolled down the gentle decline to a collection tray at the end. It landed softly on the straw-covered wood and continued to roll at the slighter decline until it stopped near the end with enough room to ensure the rest of the eggs would fit. The hens don't seem to mind that he tipped the hutches. There's just enough room between the back 2 boards for the eggs to slip free. See? Thelma doesn't even seem to notice her egg is gone, Mrs. Perry announced in a pleased tone. The woman looked at Oliver. "You just saved me precious minutes every day spent checking every single hutch for eggs. If I didn't know any better, I would give you a hug." Iris shook her head. "Mom," she began in a cautioning tone. "It's all right," Oliver said. They both stared at him. His gaze flickered to Iris before he looked at the straw-covered floor of the coop. "I wouldn't mind a hug." Iris's mother didn't need to be told twice. She wrapped her arms around him in the embrace Iris had been fortunate enough to feel any time she needed a reminder of her mother's love. That hug had gotten her through scraped knees, bad dates, the loss of her dog Tweedle, and losing each of her grandparents to old age. When her parents called her to tell her about James dying in the car accident, all she could think about was getting back to Thorpe Creek so that she could lose herself in one of Mom's hugs. Oliver blinked, but before he could stop it, a single tear snuck free to creep down his cheek. Her heart went out to him. For someone who didn't like to be touched, he certainly seemed to have been waiting a very long time for a hug like that. Iris made a mental note to bring him back whenever he seemed to need it again. Mrs. Perry stepped back. "Thank you," Oliver said. He turned quickly away. Iris suspected it was to wipe all evidence of the tear away before he could get called out for his emotions. She knew exactly who had shaped him that way, and wished very, very much that she could give the man her 2 cents for the damage he had done to his amazing son. "We should probably go," Oliver said quietly. "Not so fast," Mrs. Perry replied. At Oliver's questioning look, she said, "Nobody leaves the Perry farm hungry. Mr. Perry should already have the flapjacks on, along with the hickory smoked bacon. Give me 5 minutes to fry up some eggs, and we'll have a true farmer's breakfast like you deserve after slaving away on my coop." Oliver's shoulders tensed as if he would argue, but Iris's mother was already steps ahead of him. You don't want Iris to go home on empty, do you? I don't care what anyone says. A girl was never meant to subside on a growling stomach. Borborygmus, Oliver said with his gaze on Mabel, one of her mother's favorite chickens. What was that, dear? Mrs. Perry asked. A slight smile touched Oliver's lips. That's the rumbling and gurgling noise made by the movement of fluid and gas in the intestines, otherwise known on the streets as a growling stomach. They both stared at him. Well, we don't want that, Mrs. Perry finally said with a hint of laughter in her voice. Head back in 5 and we'll see to it that neither of your intestines has to deal with something so serious. Yes, ma'am, he replied. They watched Mrs. Perry pat every chicken softly on her way to the door. When she left, Iris chuckled. On the streets, huh? Oliver nodded. Thug life. She stared at him. Oliver Holmes, you are something else. He tipped his head. Something else other than what? She waved a hand towards the door. Let's go, Coop Engineer Holmes. She walked past him and glanced over her shoulder to say, Maybe that's your calling in life. He shook his head. I'm not sure if it's much a step up from being a janitor, though they both deal with a lot of crap. The laugh that escaped Iris was loud enough to startle the chickens. 2 eggs rolled down the ramp and plopped into the catching tray. Oliver and Iris exchanged glances. When Iris laughed again, Oliver joined her. Curiosity struck her. What do the chickens say? Oliver gave them a searching look. They love your mother. Happiness filled her at just how much her mom would like hearing that. She didn't know how to convey it without giving away Oliver's secret, but just knowing how much her mother's careful attention paid off made her glad. And they want more corn, Oliver paused. And grasshoppers. They also like the egg contraption because they're less worried about breaking their eggs. So they don't mind that she takes their eggs? Iris was intrigued by the thought. Oliver shook his head. She feeds them and keeps them safe from the weather, and apparently chased away a fox that tried to kill Louise. He indicated the black-feathered chicken on the end. They feel like it's a fair trade. I'm glad, she said. Thank you for helping my mom. Oliver's gaze was on the chickens when he replied, I think she helped me more. By the time they were ready to head home, Iris was so full she wasn't sure she'd be able to wrap her arms around Oliver's waist. She had certainly eaten her fill of pancakes, rivaled only by Oliver, who had quickly become enthralled with her mother's homemade orange marmalade. Mrs. Perry had been so pleased that 2 jars of the stuff now resided in the motorcycle saddlebag. Her dad had tears in his eyes when he hugged her goodbye. Take good care of yourself in that big city, he told her, and don't be a stranger, all right? All right, Dad, I promise, she told him, holding him tight. When she stepped back, he held out 2 sticks of his favorite spearmint gum. It had been a tradition when they were in high school that whenever he dropped them off to work on one of the tractors, he would give them a stick of gum. The one time she had asked him about it, he had said, When I was growing up, we didn't have much money, but my mom worked at the convenience store and was allowed to have a pack of gum a week as a bonus. We hoarded that gum like it was gold. So, when I made enough money, I vowed never to be out of it if I could help it. I share it with you to remind you of your roots, and also to keep your stomach from growling until dinner, he had concluded with a wink. Oliver accepted the gum without question and stuck it in his pocket. Iris chewed on hers, putting the wrapper in her pocket for later when she was done with it. Now, the fresh taste of spearmint washed through her mouth as she leaned her head against Oliver's shoulder and listened to the rumble of the road beneath the tires. The sunlight overhead brushed against her back with warm tendrils that chased away any chill that remained in the morning air. The smell of fresh-cut alfalfa filled the air with its green, alive scent as tractors swathed massive rows in preparation to be dried and baled. One farm had its sprinklers going, but the edge closest to them had been set incorrectly. It swept over the road in a huge wet strip they couldn't avoid. Oliver ducked his head and a grunt escaped him as the icy cold water poured across them. A shriek escaped Iris and she hunkered closer to Oliver. He caught her hand from around his waist and held it tighter over his chest. With his palm pressed against the back of her hand, she could feel the steady beating of his heart. Was it faster than it should have been? Curious as to whether his heart was beating quicker due to her proximity, she slid her free hand up to join the other one and smoothed circles across the front of his chest. His muscles stood out in taut ridges beneath her fingertips. The motorcycle wavered before Oliver righted it again. His heart raced faster beneath her palm. Iris smiled to herself. She didn't dare try it again for fear of wrecking them both, but the thought that she could affect Oliver so easily made her ridiculously giddy. Her heart raced with the rhythm that matched his, reminding her that he wasn't the only one affected by her teasing. They took their time on the drive home, turning down the random side roads and enjoying just being alive, safe, and together. Iris realized it had taken less than a day for her entire view on motorcycles to shift. She loved little Bessie. Her red sedan had been there for her enough through college and beyond, but there was something extremely appealing about the lack of windows, the wind through her hair, and the simplicity of 2 wheels on the road beneath. In comprehending his need to ride a motorcycle, Iris felt like she understood Oliver that much more. Slowly, as if he was as reluctant for the day to be over as she was, Oliver drove to her place and pulled up between her car and a gray minivan that blocked the majority of the light from the nearby street lamp. She climbed off the motorcycle and was about to invite him inside when she caught sight of a piece of paper tucked beneath her windshield wiper. Normally she would have brushed it off as an advertisement for a local band's event or pub crawl, but a closer look made her heart slow. The yellow paper was from a legal pad, and the mismatched fold revealed the letters had been cut out of a magazine. "Oliver?" she said. He turned from sliding the helmets on the motorcycle handlebars and looked where she pointed. His fingers froze in their actions. "Go inside," he told her in a tone that left no room for argument. Iris did as he directed. She made her way to the lobby of her apartment complex, searching right and left down the street for any sign of who had left the note. When she hit the code and went inside, she stayed by the door with her phone in her hand in case anyone tried to jump Oliver. He looked the car over carefully, then with his riding gloves on, he eased the paper from the windshield. The frown that creased his lips matched the furrow in his brow as he walked to the door. She opened it for him, and they silently made their way across the foyer. Neither said a word as they rode the fortunately empty elevator to the 8th floor. She unlocked the door to her apartment and led the way inside. "We need to call the police," Oliver said as soon as the door was shut and bolted. "What?" she replied. "Are you sure?" The look Oliver gave her was tumultuous. "They know where you live." A zing of fear spiked down Iris's spine. "How?" "They must have seen your license plate at the boardwalk. If they do have a dirty cop on their payroll, it would have been easy for them to get your address. I don't know why I didn't think of that." He wiped a hand across her tablecloth to ensure there weren't any stray crumbs on it, then spread the letter across the top. The mismatched letters read, "Bring money, 8 mil this time. We'll bring the girl. Police mean headlines. Don't be stupid. Midnight, Grand Central Terminal. Get on the 7 line. Last car." The reality of their situation struck Iris. By headlines they mean the obituaries, like the guy threatened on the boardwalk. Oliver nodded. "You should stay." She speared him with her most serious glare. "I will not sit here doing nothing while you go risk your life again." "I won't risk your life again," he replied, his tone matching hers. She held his gaze, her own defiant and heated. If he thought for 1 second that she would be all right with being left behind, he was going to learn very quickly. He finally looked away. His voice was level when he said, "Then we're at an impasse." "I guess so." He pulled a card and his phone from his pocket. "What are you doing?" He punched in the number. "Calling Police Chief Madigan." She couldn't help how tentative she sounded when she asked, "Even though they said not to?" "It's the best shot we have. We're not meant to be the heroes in this." He shifted to the side and she heard his breath catch. It reminded her of the stitches that ran along his ribs. No, they definitely weren't trained to take down bad guys as much as she might like to pretend they were. "It's a good idea," she said. "Call him." She listened as he explained their situation to Chief Madigan. The few snippets she could hear from the other end sounded terse. Oliver replied in the same formal, clipped tones. When he hung up, he took a picture of the ransom note and texted it to the chief. 2 seconds later, the phone beeped. Oliver glanced down. "They'll meet us at Grand Central." She let out a relieved breath and nodded. "Good. Maybe we can finally catch these bastards and be done with them once and for all." A terrible thought struck Iris. What if they left the note yesterday and it was for last night instead of tonight? Oliver took off his glove and rubbed the paper between his thumb and finger. He shook his head. This type of paper would unset. "What does that mean?" He kept his gaze on the letter as he explained. In order to make paper, pulp, usually made of 94% water and 6% stock, is strained and then put through a press to make it solid and dry it out. It is then fed through high-pressure heat steamers to finish and gloss it. If it becomes damp again, the fibers unset as the fiber walls absorb the water. This breaks up the tension that holds them together. It would be uneven and brittle from the dew this morning instead of smooth to the touch. The slight cadence Oliver used when telling things he had researched was becoming familiar to Iris. She didn't know if he was even aware of it, but it was reassuring at a time when she felt the need for familiarity. "So we're not a night too late," she confirmed. Oliver put his glove back on. "It appears so." "Good. Let's go." It took just under 15 minutes to reach Grand Central Terminal. Oliver insisted on the motorcycle so he could park as close as possible in case something went wrong. She was grateful nerves didn't seem to get the best of him. She could barely keep her hands from shaking as he pulled up to the subway entrance and helped her off the bike. A man and a woman who appeared to be a couple on vacation thanks to their large suitcases and Hawaiian shirts paused near the sidewalk. "Oliver Holmes?" Oliver gave them both a searching look. She saw him scan their clothing, taking in everything from their haircuts to their fingernails, and then the shoes they were wearing. They stood in silence and didn't question him. About half a minute passed before he nodded. They handed over the 2 suitcases and walked away. Adrenaline spiked through Iris's veins at the realization that the suitcases contained the $8 million ransom for Marisol. This was real. They were going to the snake's den, carrying the mice. Perhaps that was a bit melodramatic, but it was exactly how she felt as she followed Oliver to the subway entrance. "Breathe," he whispered to her as they made their way down the cement stairs. The tension eased from her shoulders as she obeyed what was quickly becoming their mantra. A grounding sensation stole up her arm when Oliver's fingers entwined with hers. She followed him down with less hesitation, her eyes roving the station for any sign of Marisol or the people who held her captive. "They're not here," Oliver reminded her. "We need to get a pass." "I've got one," she replied. She pulled her card from her pocket and swiped it in the reader of the stall to let him through. When he made it past the turnstile with his suitcase, she did the same for herself and fell beside him once more. He led the way to the 7 line and found them a place to wait where they would see both the oncoming train and the people waiting near the tracks for it to arrive. She wondered if any of those nearby were undercover police officers or members of whatever group had taken Marisol captive. She felt extra conspicuous with the suitcase, even though people rode the subway with luggage every day. "Should we have brought a gun or something?" she asked in a soft whisper for only his ears. Oliver shook his head. "Those heading into battle with a knife should prepare to be stabbed." She couldn't help staring at him. "Is that a movie quote?" His mouth lifted in a half smile. "It's a joke." His smile fell and seriousness replaced it. "The police have guns. They'll be prepared for whatever happens." Iris questioned whether she would be as well. Oliver didn't appear in the least bit worried about the situation, but he was good at hiding it. When she watched him closer, she noticed that his eyes never stopped surveying the station. His hand twitched minutely in hers whenever someone walked down the stairs. Whether his face showed it or not, there was tension in his shoulders, and he stayed just enough in front of her to shield her with his body should something happen. Given all they had been through, she had no doubt he would protect her if things turned bad. Somehow, that thought wasn't as reassuring as it should have been. He had already gotten hurt once standing up for her. The last thing she wanted was to put more stitches in a body that had endured so much pain. She had never met anyone who deserved kindness more. "This is it," Oliver said, as a train pulled into the station with the screech of metal on metal. The doors opened to reveal a few people scattered inside the last car, but nobody looked up when they entered. 2 more people followed and took seats near the front of the car. Just before the doors shut, a woman slipped in and held on to one of the poles as the train started to move. "We don't know where to get off," Iris realized aloud. "Yes, we do." Oliver's concise answer surprised her. She gave him a searching look. "We do?" "We're to follow the woman in the purple jacket." Iris stared past him at the woman who climbed into the subway car last. She stood holding the pole without looking at them. Nothing about her appeared out of the ordinary. Even her purple jacket was worn at the elbows and yellowed where the edging used to be white. Baffled, she turned back to Oliver. "How do you know?" Chapter 14. Oliver. The woman had caught Oliver's eye the moment she stepped onto the train. Though the doors had been closing when she slipped through, she didn't appear out of breath or bothered that she had nearly missed the 7. Her catching the train had been a certainty. Even though he hadn't seen her at the station, she must have been waiting nearby for just that moment. "Do you see that tattoo on her left hand? The small one at the base of her first finger? Some might mistake it for a birthmark or a mole, but it has a distinctive shape. Can you see what it is?" he asked in an undertone. Iris peered around him and looked closer at the woman who chose at that moment to slide the aforementioned hand further up the pole to brace for a bend in the tracks. "It's too small," she whispered. "It's a diamond. The same one I saw on the man who tried to take the money from us." He pretended to be interested in the map above the woman as he perused her outfit more closely. "There was a soda spill on the stairs we went down. It's on her shoes. She doesn't have any. Which means she was there before it happened, yet she was nowhere to be seen when we got on. So she was not only waiting here a while, but she was also standing in an inconspicuous place until the door was ready to be closed." He glanced at the map again. "The jacket she's wearing is second-hand, but the shirt underneath is Prada. Nobody is going to pair a $900 shirt with a $5 flea bargain unless they're hiding something. She bought the flats at the same time, but see the dot pattern on her pants? Libertine, if I'm not mistaken. Her attempt to dress down merely highlights the finer quality of her main ensemble." "Where did you learn all that?" Iris whispered. Oliver gave her a small smile. "I majored in women's fashion merchandising and management programs for several semesters." At her wide-eyed look, he said, "It was a remarkable study on the economic state as determined by the gross sales of high-end fashion retailers." "Of course it was," she replied in a tone he couldn't interpret. They waited through several stops, watching the woman for any sign that they were supposed to leave. Oliver mentally ran through the other people in their car. There was a couple who got off at 49th Street. A woman and 2 children got on by 45th, looking exhausted after what he guessed was too much time at the Myree playground, and 2 other men joined them at Queen's Plaza. Oliver marked them easily as plainclothes officers by their shoes. That made 5 officers in total in their car, and possibly more waiting on the next, and probably every station between Grand Central and Flushing. Oliver hoped it was enough. He highly doubted the crime syndicate who had kidnapped Marisol would assume they hadn't spoken to the police. If they had planned for an ambush, they had to expect the unexpected, or else he and Iris would be killed in the crossfire. As much as 2 civilians counted at a time like this, He knew the recovery of a multi-billion-dollar pop artist would be priority number one on both sides. If he didn't figure out a move for every possible outcome, they could be in serious trouble. The mother and children got off near the ballpark. The map on the wall was broken, but Oliver mentally followed their route. They passed above the creek, and then it was a longer stretch in the tunnel to Flushing Station. He imagined Chief Madigan would have placed the majority of his officers at Flushing. It was a big station and a safe bet for a trade-off. The train began to slow. Oliver sucked in a calming breath. There wasn't a stop before Maine. The train shouldn't have been slowing so soon. He kept quiet to avoid alarming Iris, but caught the undercover police exchanging glances. Several hands strayed to concealed weapons. Oliver counted at least 9 guns among the officers. If things went down between stations, that was a lot of dangerous weapons in one place. Before the train came to a stop, the woman in purple chucked something on the ground between the supposed civilians. Her eyes caught Oliver's as she turned her head away and covered her ears with the bar at her elbow to keep her steady. Oliver only had time to cover one ear and leaned his head against Iris's, using his free hand to cover her other ear on the other side. "Close your eyes," he shouted. A bright flash lit the darkness behind his eyeballs. Iris let out a scared shriek and jumped beside him. "Move!" a voice demanded next to Oliver. Even after having his eyes closed, the light scarred the darkness when he peered towards the police. "Now," the woman ordered. Something sharp poked Oliver in the side of his neck. He rose with the suitcase handle in one hand and Iris protected by his other arm, careful to keep the woman away from her. Iris walked at his left side without a word and pulled her suitcase behind her. They stepped off the subway, the doors closed, and the train jerked forward. The groans and protests of the officers and civilians inside faded away. "Give me the suitcases," the woman demanded, driving her knife harder into Oliver's neck. He felt a trickle of warm blood make its way down his skin. "No." She peered at him in the half-light of the tunnel. "Do you want to die?" "I don't," he replied levelly. "But if we turn over the money, we have nothing left to protect ourselves." "Nobody's protecting you now," she said with a small laugh. "You could kill me or Iris, but I guarantee you're not getting both of us," Oliver told her, stalling as he searched the small space for anything he could use as a weapon. "I've watched you long enough to know who will do what with the right kind of pressure," she replied. She put a knife to Iris's throat instead. Cold tendrils ran down Oliver's arms. His body froze, panic pressed into the edges of his mind. "Stay calm, Ollie. You've got this," his mother's voice whispered in his mind. He couldn't lose it now. Iris's life and his own depended on him keeping his head. He could do it for her. Oliver closed his eyes, sucked in a steadying breath, and clenched his left hand into a fist. He released the breath and willed all the tension to exit when he opened his hand again. He felt a deadly calm take over, slowing his racing heartbeat and the rushing in his ears. The world settled around him, becoming perfectly clear. His voice was low, steady, and barely recognizable as his own when he said, "If you draw 1 drop of blood, it will be the last thing you do in this lifetime." Both Iris and the woman looked at him. Iris's eyes wide with fear, which he assumed was at their situation, and the woman with a narrowing gaze. She looked him up and down. He wished he could tell what she was thinking. She pulled the point of the knife slightly away from Iris's neck. "Get both the suitcases and follow," the woman ordered. Oliver grabbed the suitcase handles and obeyed. The darkness of the subway tunnel was broken by intermittent lights that helped guide their footing. There wasn't much room between the last rail and the wall, so they were forced to walk very carefully. Oliver could hear the hum of the electric third rail hidden under the slats of wood placed on top to keep the rats and other subway creatures from running on it. The feeling of being close to the electricity made the hairs rise on his arms and the back of his neck. He had to clip the suitcases together and pull them behind in order to avoid hitting the rails. It took precious seconds to do so, and by the time he caught back up to Iris and her captor, he could hear commotion further down the line. "Hurry," the woman said. Oliver tripped on a jutting piece of metal, righted himself, and pressed on, pulling the heavy suitcases behind him. Forms became visible ahead. "Police are all over the station. Harris is keeping them busy. Let's go," a voice ordered ahead. 5 men waited at an old subway exit. Oliver recognized the man with the shaved head from the boardwalk. "You should have left the money then," the bald man said as he held the thick door open for them to pass. "It would have saved you a whole heap of trouble." "Where's Marisol?" Iris asked. Oliver was amazed at her bravery, considering she still had a knife to her throat. "You'll see," another man said. "Hand over the money." A quick glance showed the man's designer shoes far out of place in the dirty subway, pants that had been hemmed by a tailor, and a gold chain around his neck that probably cost more than the woman's entire wardrobe. "I told you I'd get them here, Kai," the woman said. "Yeah, you told me. Let's see where that puts us," he replied. Oliver pushed the suitcases toward them, then fell back next to Iris. "If I find any marked bills, a tracker, or a die pack, both of your throats are cut right here," Kai growled in warning. The man unzipped one and then the other. As they watched, he waved a bug sweeper over the stacks of cash. Oliver held his breath. He hadn't had a chance to talk to Chief Madigan about the state of the suitcases. Relief filled him when the bug sweeper failed to sound any alarms. Kai gave a nod of approval. His men stepped forward and threw 4 duffel bags on the ground. They quickly moved the money from the 2 suitcases to the duffel bags until both cases were completely empty. With a grunt at the weight, the men rose with the black duffel bag on each shoulder. Good, Kai said shortly. Can't be too careful. He pointed to a ladder that led to an open hatch. Start climbing. The woman in the purple jacket went first. Oliver motioned for Iris to follow her. He went third, with the men carrying the duffel bags close behind. At least they hadn't demanded that he carried them up. Given their muscle-to-height ratio, they must have been brought along for their strength. A glance down showed them climbing one-handed, the duffel bags held in the other with no trouble. He made a mental note not to try and fight them. He liked his bones being unbroken. Oliver followed Iris through the hole and onto the street. Someone had removed the manhole cover and placed cones around the area. The attention to detail bothered him. If they had truly planned to release Marisol, there wasn't a need for such secrecy. He and Iris were in serious trouble. The leader had removed the concern of any tracking chips when he changed the money from the suitcase to the duffel bags. Given the fact that they had stopped the train partway to Flushing, it would take time for Chief Madigan's officers to locate where they had returned to the street. As Oliver thought it through, the muscled men slid the manhole cover back and removed the parking cones. The bald man from the boardwalk tossed the cones in a nearby dumpster, then fell in behind the leader. Go, the woman said. She brandished her knife for motivation. Given the late hour and the shortage of streetlights, there wasn't much fear of her being seen with the weapon and reported. Oliver thought quickly. He needed a way for Chief Madigan to track them and had to act before he lost his chance. The men had their money. All they needed was a private place to tie up loose ends. The red brick building they skirted appeared to be the likely location. Once they reached the inside, his options would be severely limited. They had made one mistake. In their haste to get the money and leave the subway, they hadn't bothered to check Iris and Oliver for their cell phones. Oliver carried his in his back right pocket. If he could reach it and call the chief, the man could trace his phone and hopefully find them sooner rather than later. His only problem came in getting to his phone without anyone noticing. The men with the money bags followed their leader while the woman with the knife remained close beside Iris. Oliver didn't want to do anything that would risk her getting hurt. He would only have one chance at it. Oliver pretended to trip on a piece of garbage in the alley and fell forward into the closest man with the duffel bags. He was careful to slam his knee into the man's in a way that was guaranteed to hurt. The man stumbled, then spun, glaring at Oliver like a bull seeing red. Before Oliver could so much as apologize, the man swung a meaty fist at his face. Oliver spun completely around and landed on his right side against the wall with his arm beneath him. "Oliver!" Iris cried out. She tried to reach him, but the bald man grabbed her arm and held her back. "Get up!" the woman demanded. Oliver didn't have to feign grogginess as he felt his jaw with his left hand. Keeping his right hidden beneath him, he pulled out his phone, scrolled to where the chief's number should be, and hit dial. He slid it back into his pocket as he pushed slowly to his feet. "Walk straight, asshole," the man he had run into growled. Oliver stumbled towards him, half on the pretense of being disoriented from the punch, and half to give the man a hard time. The man shoved him away. "Get off of me!" "Let's go," Kai ordered. Oliver hid a painful smirk as he fell back in line next to Iris. "You've got to be more careful," she whispered, her green eyes so bright with worry even Oliver could read it. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to scare you." "Stop talking," the woman said from behind them. A side door to the red brick building revealed a dark interior with lumpy shapes. The leader flipped on a light switch, and the shapes turned into old machinery covered in tarps against dust. "Tie them up over there," he ordered. Oliver and Iris followed the woman to one of the many structural pillars that lined the room. She motioned for them to sit down, then wrapped a thick rope around their chests and arms to secure them to the pillar. Oliver held in a deep breath and kept his shoulders back as she tied the rope as tight as she could. She picked up a smaller rope and tied it around his wrists tight enough to cut into his skin before doing the same to Iris. She leaned down when she was done and said loudly next to Oliver's ear, "Try to escape, and I will gladly slit your throat." "Your children will be disappointed in you," Oliver replied. Her jaw tightened. "What did you say?" "Your children," Oliver said. "Do they know their mother is a kidnapper and a murderer?" She stared at him. How do you know about my children?" "Fina, get over here," the leaner called out. She glared at Oliver, but there was something else in her expression. She brandished the knife, but it was with less menace than before. "Stay there," she told them before she joined the others. "How do you know she has children?" Iris whispered. "Her bracelet has 3 birthstones and hasn't been taken off for at least 2 years, Oliver replied. His gaze fell on the far wall. "We need to get out of here." "But if we try to escape, she says she'll kill us," Iris said. "And if we don't, the same thing is going to happen," Oliver told her calmly. "We've seen their faces. We can link them to Marisol. And they brought us here where they can dispose of our bodies without anyone being the wiser. This building was their specific destination, which makes the odds greater that Marisol might also be in here in case there were any problems with the money exchange. If we don't get out of here, all 3 of us are going to die." She sucked in a breath and let it out in a rush. "All right, what do we do?" I'm assuming they're waiting for some sort of transportation to arrive. Nobody is going to get far carrying those bags. It'd be too easy for the police to find them. Oliver studied their surroundings as he spoke. Their options are either to hide them here to retrieve later, or take them to wherever they're going. They won't leave their money behind. They've already been nearly backstabbed by whoever killed the assistant Brody. They aren't going to take any more chances. I'm guessing you have a plan? Iris asked. I do, he replied. I was hoping you'd say that, she said. What do you need me to do? We're going to shove these ropes up. There should be room when I lean back and suck in my breath. You're smaller, so you should be able to duck out if I give you slack. As soon as you're free, head over to that fuse box in the southwest corner and flip off the main switch. You have to be fast and quiet. Got it, Iris replied. Oliver was impressed at the way she didn't argue. It was a dangerous plan, but it would get her to relative safety if she could make it to the fuse box partially hidden by one of the covered machines. Then crouch and don't move no matter what you hear, he said. What if you get hurt? She asked. He brushed off her concern. I'll be fine. Just stay low behind the machine in case shots start firing. She was quiet a moment before she said, All right. Oliver glanced towards the 6 people at the other end of the room. They stood around a table where the duffel bags had been placed and appeared to be arguing by their hand gestures and sharp tones. They were far enough away that he couldn't make out everything that was being said, but there was an obvious disagreement about how to divide up the 4 bags before they left the building. Go now, Oliver whispered. He shuffled down, pressing his back hard against the pillar and rolling his shoulders so that the rope slipped up to his neck. There was a scuffling sound as Iris struggled to get free. The ropes pulled tight, cutting off Oliver's air supply. He held his breath and remained perfectly still, counting the seconds as he felt her shift lower behind him. The ropes tightened further, then slackened. He ducked and lifted the ropes above his head with his still-bound hands. He used his teeth to loosen the knot as he watched the group and pretended to still be captive. If any of them caught sight of Iris as she slipped from machine to machine towards the corner, their chance would be up. Fina glanced once at their pillar. Oliver held her gaze. His heart pounded in his throat, worried that she would notice Iris's absence. Where Iris had been bound on the opposite side of Oliver, Fina would be required to lean to the side to see if she was still there. She looked away without checking. The lights shut off. What in the devil? Kai said. Oliver ran to the left, following the route he had mapped out in his mind. He trailed his hand along the covered equipment as he hurried, aware that at any moment they could either locate the fuse box or find other sources of light. Cell phone flashlights turned on, illuminating the room in partial shadow. Oliver ducked behind a machine to his left and crouched near the wall. He ran through his options. He could leave the room and attempt to find Marisol. Given the size of the room compared to the building, there had to be several other smaller areas to the east of where he stood. It wasn't a hard stretch to think that she could be in one of those. He could circle the room in the other direction and meet up with Iris. It would ensure her safety if he could get her out of the building and running for help. That one pulled more at his heart than his mind as he reminded himself that time would be wasted and Marisol's life would be on the line if they knew the police could locate them. The last option was to do the unexpected and attack the group. Both weightlifters had lived up to their appearance. Oliver's jaw ached from the punch in the alley. He wasn't exactly hoping for another run-in with the man's fist since he felt they had already been plenty acquainted. He could probably take down the man with the shaved head and Kai. The knife didn't scare him, but Fina held it like someone who wasn't afraid to use it. That option risked Iris because he couldn't take down all 6 of them at the same time, leaving her open for attack. They had given up the money and their leverage with it. If the police failed to track his phone, their only other protection was to get the second most valuable thing to the kidnappers and buy themselves more leverage if they weren't able to get out of the building. Oliver ducked when a light swept past him. He dove across the space between machines. He felt his stitches tear upon impact with the ground, but managed to roll up back to his feet and take off running. "They're gone!" Fina shouted. "Of course they're gone," Kai replied in a dark tone. "Who do you think shut off the lights?" "The police?" the bald man guessed. "We didn't leave any tracks," Kai said. "The police have no idea where we are." Oliver's phone buzzed. He didn't dare check it for fear that the light would draw their attention. He ducked behind a pillar and waited with his heart thundering in his chest. "Go get the singer," Kai ordered. "Don't let her leave your sight." Oliver followed the men in a quiet run behind the conveyor belt to the same door. He slipped through before it shut and paused in the darkness of the hallway. The lights of 2 cell phones disappeared through a doorway about halfway down the hall. Oliver hurried as fast as he dared push it. It wouldn't do to rush through the door and find both men waiting for him. He paused next to the open door and pressed his back to the wall. He pulled out his phone, careful to shield the light as he checked it. "Damn," he whispered at the sight of the blank screen. How long ago had his call to the chief shut off? He had no way of knowing if it had been long enough to trace. "If they come in here, they're dead," the bald man said from inside the room. The deeper voice of the muscle man replied, "And if it's cops?" A pause. Then we'll kill them too." "You're full of shit, Dublin, you know that?" The bald man, Dublin, replied, "What else are we supposed to do? Let them find us with Marisol? That's a death sentence. I don't care how much Kai says our cut of the money is. You can't spend it if you're dead. She's not going to say anything, right, sweetheart? Oliver heard a struggle, followed by the sound of a woman's sob. Leave her alone, Carl. If Fina knows you're messing with her, your only cut will be the one across your throat. She's dead anyway, Carl replied in a low mutter. You know there's no way they're letting her out of here. They can't. She can ID all of us. Another sob was followed by, You'll be sure to remember me, won't you, gorgeous? Oliver flipped the flashlight on his phone and chucked it into the room. He ran after it. When the men turned to follow the light, he landed a solid punch to Carl's kidney that dropped him to the ground. It didn't matter how big a man was. Bruise a kidney, and the resulting pain turned him into a kitten. Oliver slammed his elbow into Dublin's face. He chose his elbow instead of fist because the close proximity allowed him to use the hardness of the elbow as a blunt force weapon capable of fracturing skull bones. He knew his odds alone with two fighters were slim. The more damage he could do with the element of surprise, the better. His elbow struck the man above his eye, splitting his eyebrow and sending blood cascading down his face. In the light of the cell phone that had landed on its face on the cement floor, the man looked something out of a horror movie with blood streaking his face and hands as he assessed the damage. You nearly took my eye out, he growled, advancing towards Oliver. Bad aim, Oliver replied, backing up. I'll do better next time. Oliver glanced at the singer who was tied to a chair behind them. Her face was bruised and one eye nearly swollen shut. Her lipstick had smeared across her cheek, and there were dried tear tracks down her skin. One look at the rope marks on her wrist and the swelling in her hands told him she hadn't been unbound since they kidnapped her. Oliver squared up as Carl struggled back to his feet and joined Dublin. He didn't care how badly it hurt. He was going to get Marisol out of there. Chapter 15. Iris. Iris looked around for anything she could use to defend herself. She had seen Oliver sneak out of the room after the two thugs. That left Fina, the leader Kai, and the other musclehead Fina had called Voight raking the room in an attempt to find her. Fear made her hands shake, but she refused to give in. Oliver could be in danger, maybe killed, and she was her only chance to survive. The gang deserved to pay for what they had done to Marisol. No matter what, the singer deserved her revenge. Iris vowed to escape and tell the world what had happened. The bags of money sat unguarded on the table near the back of the room. There was no doubt how much the kidnappers cared about the money. They had risked so much to get it. Her best bet to escape and give Oliver the ability to do the same would be to place the bags under threat. The distraction could be their means to freedom. Iris's gaze settled on several gas cans in one corner near a big machine whose gears and levers had slowly worn through the tarps and stood visible like ancient unearthed dinosaur bones. Given the age of decay in the room, Iris doubted the gas would still be usable to power machines, but it would still be flammable. A memory of helping her dad cycle through the gas containers in the barn surfaced. Gas can last up to 6 months, but after that, it will deteriorate, her dad said in the familiar teaching tone he used whenever she or James asked a question. The gas will oxidize, which means the hydrocarbons break down into alcohol, aldehydes, and ketones. Resins from old gas can clog our fuel injectors and carburetor jets, so it's very important that we rotate our storage before that happens. Is it still flammable? James had asked. Very, their dad replied. So keep away from here with your fireworks. Yes, sir, James said with a salute. Mr. Perry and Iris had laughed. Iris looked for anything that could give her a spark. Without the electricity on, her options were limited. However, becoming a veterinarian had required her to take chemistry, and an old warehouse full of machines should hold enough supplies to keep things interesting. She worked her way carefully around the machine and was about to head to the next one when her hand brushed across a bucket on the floor. She knelt and carefully felt inside. Beyond a net of cobwebs, she found small, smooth, cylindrical objects about 3/4 the length of her finger. She picked one up and felt the ends. One was flat while the other contained a small bump. Her heart began to race. A battery. Lighting fires using batteries was one of the first things James had taught her, much to her parents' chagrin and her delight. All she needed was tinfoil and something for it to light. She fished in her pocket for the wrapper of the gum her dad had given her. Unfolding it with shaking fingers, she snuck her way over to the gasoline containers. Where are they? Kai demanded. I'm putting an end to them both, Fina threatened from the far end of the room. Bringing them here was a mistake. You take too many risks, Kai. Iris grabbed a piece of paper from the pile on the floor near the gas cans. She then paused long enough to ascertain where the other captors had gone. I've gotten us this far, haven't I? Kai shot back from the uppermost corner. Besides, we need them as collateral in case the police show up. Great collateral, Voight said. His voice came from near the door Oliver had snuck through. You should have let me break their fingers. They wouldn't have run away after that. You don't need fingers to run, Fina pointed out. Her voice came from the middle of the room. They were far enough away for Iris to attempt her plan. Yes, but they would have fear. Nobody runs if they're afraid, Voight replied. The gang's lights bounced off the walls and machines, throwing her into shadow as she set the gas cans on the table beside the money. She opened one of the bags and tipped the gas container on its side so it flowed into the bag. She was careful not to get any on her for fear of lighting herself on fire, though that would make for a great distraction. A heavy sour scent filled the air. Iris worked quickly out of fear that they would notice. She put the gum wrapper at the end of one of the batteries, then set it on the other end as well, holding the flimsy piece in place with her fingers. Nothing happened. "Do you smell that?" Fina asked. "It's strong," Kai replied. "I don't think it smelled like that when we got here." Iris set the battery down and pulled another from her pocket. What were the odds that they were all dead? They had been left in a bucket. They might all be out of juice. If so, her entire plan would be ruined. The third battery made the tinfoil smoke. Iris put the paper to the apex of the gum wrapper and held her breath. The paper flared to life. She dropped it into the soaked money. It burst into flame just as Fina rounded the corner at the end of one of the covered machines. The shock and anger that swept across the woman's face in the firelight sent fear icing through Iris. She took off running for the door where Oliver had vanished. "Don't chase her, save the money," Kai shouted. "But she's getting away," Fina said. The woman cut across the room to catch Iris before she could escape. "She doesn't matter," Kai shot back as he ran from the other end of the room toward the table. "The money is the only thing that makes all of this work. Quick, get it out." To Iris's relief, Fina shot her one more ugly glare before heading back toward the rapidly growing flames. A glance back showed Kai and the other man pulling the bags free that weren't already on fire. A laugh escaped her when the bag Kai pulled became entangled with the second gas chamber, dumping it all over and spreading the fire further. His curses followed her into the hallway. She paused at the sudden darkness. The flames had burned away any night vision she had. She wished she could use her phone, but it had fallen from her pocket when they were forced from the train, and she hadn't dared let go of Oliver or the suitcase out of fear that she would get stabbed. A sound at the end of the hall made her heart skip a beat. Who's there?" she asked. Two sets of footsteps drew closer. "Stay back," she said, in as forceful of a tone as she could manage. "I'm armed." "Iris?" Her knees weakened at the sound of Oliver's voice. A light turned on, illuminating Oliver in a form at his side she couldn't make out in the shadows. A sob escaped Iris when she ran forward and found herself caught up in his arms. "I was so worried," she said. "I thought they might have killed you." He held her steadily, an unshakable wall despite the odds. "I'm fine," he said. "Are you all right?" She nodded. She smelled of gasoline. She had burnt her fingers starting the fire, and she was pretty sure some of her hair was singed, but given the other possibilities, she was just fine. The door flew open behind her and 3 people stormed through. Iris stared at Kai, Fina, and Voight. Voight held 2 duffel bags. The scent of burning gasoline and flesh wafted in with them. 2 sets of lights turned from the trio in their direction, catching them like deer in headlights. Iris knew exactly how the deer felt when she spotted the gun Kai held. The ice that knifed through her veins pinned her in place. "You burned my money," Kai said. Oliver stepped forward, placing himself in front of Iris and the other woman. "Of course she did," Oliver replied. "Did you really think you were going to get away with this?" Iris glanced at the woman behind her. Shock coursed through her body when she recognized a very battered, bloody Marisol. The young woman stared back at her with one wide eye, the other swollen shut from whatever battering she had taken. Iris couldn't imagine what the singer had gone through. She hadn't survived so much just to be gunned down in the hallway of some abandoned building. They all deserved better than that. Iris held out her hand. The younger woman took it and held it tight. Together, they faced Marisol's captors. "It was the perfect plan," Kai replied. "If these idiots would have put the ransom note in the right place, we would have been done with this by now." He glared at Oliver with a look that threatened death. "How did you even find it?" The slightest of smiles touched Oliver's lips. "The guinea pig told me." The vein on the side of Kai's head threatened to burst when he shouted, "How stupid do you think I am?" "Do you really want me to answer that?" came Oliver's cold reply. Iris marveled at his bravery in the face of a loaded weapon. "All right, I'm done with this." Kai lifted the gun. "What about the maid?" Oliver asked. Iris realized he was stalling. Who was he waiting for? They had lost the police in the subway, and nobody could trace them to the building until the place burned down. Any hope she had the fire would trigger an alarm had quickly vanished. They were on their own. "What about the maid?" Kai replied. "She didn't matter. She mattered enough for you to kill her and pretend she was Marisol. If you were going for a ransom, why leave a body at all? It doesn't make sense." Kai turned his glare on Fina. She shrugged. "What else were we supposed to do? She found us stuffing Marisol in the trunk. It was the only way to cover our tracks." Iris continued where Oliver had left off. "Why did the police say Marisol was dead? They must have known the maid wasn't her within the first 10 minutes. Pretending it was Marisol doesn't make for a very good ransom. You almost didn't get any of the money." Fina rolled her eyes as if she found the question ridiculous. "Anonymity is our only chance to live out our lives and spend the money," she indicated Kai and Voight. "If our faces were plastered all over the news, we'd be good as dead." She didn't have to say that the only way for them to continue not being on the news was for them to kill any witnesses, which included Marisol, Oliver, and Iris. Yeah, and I'd like to be able to buy a Ferrari without getting hauled off by the police the moment I step foot in a dealership, Voight said. Besides, this is deeper than just a ransom payment. Fina elbowed him. Kai sighed. I'm surrounded by morons. That's true, Oliver replied. Kai pointed his gun at Oliver's head. Oliver didn't give any sign that the weapon aiming at his skull bothered him in the least. Let the girls go free, he said. I killed Dublin and Carl. Take my life for theirs, but the girls have done nothing. Kai took a step forward and aimed directly at the middle of Oliver's forehead. His finger tightened on the trigger. Iris searched quickly for a way to save him. Don't do it, she said in a rush. You'll be even worse trouble than you are right now. Let us go, and it'll be better for you. Kai gave her a wide-eyed stare that was verging on hysteria. Better for me? You're kidding, right? He waved a gun towards the room where the raging fire was becoming more intense. You just burned $4 million. So you're telling me I kidnapped a high-profile pop star in order to split $4 million between 3 people? That doesn't split evenly. Without warning, he turned and shot Voight in the head. The 2 duffel bags the man held fell to the ground with his body. A shriek escaped Iris at the unexpected murder. Marisol crouched and held her hands over her ears. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home, she repeated in a cracked, broken voice. Iris crouched next to Marisol. We're going to be okay, she whispered reassuringly. The young woman buried her face against Iris's shoulder. Now it splits a bit evener, Kai said. Unless you don't want to split it at all. Everyone stared at Oliver. Was he really implying what it sounded like? $4 million, Oliver continued. It's a lot to share, but it could take care of you for life. Fina backed up towards the door. Kai's gun lifted to follow her. Kai, don't do it, she said with her hands raised. We've gone through everything together. This is bigger than the money, remember? Her voice cracked. What about taking our kids to a beach somewhere and settling down? Iris realized Oliver was no longer in front of her. He had taken several quiet steps, keeping at Kai's back and decreasing the distance between them. Your kids, Kai replied. They don't even like me. You really think they'll accept me as a stepfather? He aimed his gun at Fina's heart. Sorry, love. Oliver reached under Kai's right arm and knocked the gun to the side. Fina screamed as the bullet embedded harmlessly into the doorframe beside her. She shoved through the door and took off running. Iris lost sight of her amid the flames and shadows of the main room. Oliver landed a punch to Kai's lower back, followed by a clip to his ear. Kai spun and slammed the gun against the side of Oliver's head. Oliver fell to the ground with Kai on top of him. Kai pressed the gun to Oliver's forehead. Oliver watched him with that same impassive stare that contained no fear, only a steadiness that defied anything Iris had ever seen in the face of such danger. I'm done with you, Kai growled. His finger tightened on the trigger. Iris could only stare as she held Marisol, helpless to think of anything that could save Oliver. She was about to watch the man she cared about be shot right in front of her. Her scream caught in her throat. Drop the weapon! The command came from down the hallway as dozens of flashlights lit up the scene of the struggle. Relief flooded through Iris at the sight of Chief Madigan followed by his officers. Set the gun on the ground and put your hands up, the chief continued. No, Kai said. He pushed the muzzle of the gun so hard against Oliver's forehead that Oliver winced. Blood trickled from the side of his head where the gun had hit him. He took everything from me, Kai shouted. He didn't take anything, Chief Madigan said. You did this to yourself. Accept the consequences and lower your weapon. I'm dead anyway, Iris heard the desperation in Kai's voice. Whether you kill me now or sentence me to life in jail, I won't last a week. I should go out with an ah! The scream of pain was followed by Kai rolling off of Oliver. Kai clutched his leg and let out another blood-curdling shriek. Oliver scooped up the gun Kai had dropped and turned on his knees. Put your hands behind your back, he ordered with a calmness that amazed Iris. Go, Chief Madigan ordered. The police swarmed the hallway. Iris and Marisol were helped up and the 3 of them were escorted outside. The fresh midnight air washed away the smoke that had begun to choke their lungs. Iris took a deep breath and then another. Her fingers began to tremble as the reality of what they had gone through settled in. Emergency crews surged forward to help them. Somewhere, the flash of a camera cut through the darkness. Let's get you a blanket, a policewoman with a kind smile told Iris. Some oxygen might be in order too after all that smoke. Iris allowed herself to be led toward one of the waiting ambulances. Is it over? She looked left and saw Marisol sitting in the back of another ambulance being tended to by the paramedics. She realized when she met the young woman's gaze that the question had been directed at her. Please wait just a moment, Iris told the policewoman. When she crossed to Marisol, a tentative smile touched the woman's battered face. It's over, Iris reassured her. You were so brave, and you don't have to go through any more, I promise. Marisol held out a hand. When Iris took it, the young woman pulled her up into the ambulance with her. She's riding with me, she announced to the paramedics. Most appeared awestruck by the star they had listened to on their radios, computers, and phones for years. Nobody was going to argue with Marisol, the multi-platinum pop star who had apparently come back from the dead. They would be telling their children and grandchildren about the night they got to help rescue her. Is that all right? Iris looked into Marisol's bruised face. As much as she wanted to check on Oliver, she couldn't say no. Of course, she told her. Marisol leaned against her as the paramedics tended to her chafed wrists and ankles. Whenever a particularly deep cut hurt, Marisol winced, but she didn't cry out. It told Iris just how bad her captivity had been if this was so much better in comparison. 4 figures stood at the corner of the building, watching the firemen attempt to put out the raging flames. Apparently, whatever fuel had remained in the machines turned out to be very combustible. Iris just hoped the city wouldn't expect her to pay back the millions she had destroyed. It would take a few lifetimes working at her clinic to make enough. Fortunately, the half Voight had carried out was salvageable. It was no doubt on its way back to the precinct in case of another pressing need. One of the figures turned. Iris caught sight of Oliver with a blanket wrapped around his shoulders and a bandage on his head. She wanted to tell someone to check the stitches along his back. She swore she had spotted some blood there when he pushed Kai off of him. She saw the scene over and over again. The gun against his forehead, the murderous, desperate look in Kai's eyes, the way Oliver didn't so much as blink in the face of his own potential death. Yes, Oliver certainly needed someone to take care of him. Time to go, one of the paramedics said. The other 2 closed the doors to the ambulance before Iris could so much as wave to the figure. Marisol let out a gasp when the vehicle hit a pothole. It's all right, Iris said, wrapping her arms around the young woman more securely. We're going to be all right. Chapter 16. Oliver. Oliver's head pounded by the time he made it to his 5th-floor apartment. Usually he didn't mind the climb, but being struck in the head by a gun and checking more than half the boxes for a concussion meant that he felt every step from the bottom of his feet to the top of his cracked skull. He paused between floors 2 and 3 long enough to allow his heart rate to slow. At least Chief Madigan had been kind enough to drive him home. He was pretty sure asking to be dropped off at Iris's so he could take the motorcycle would be against his concussion protocol. He had already made them upset when he refused to go to the hospital. He'd gone there enough for a lifetime. He closed his eyes with his back against the wall and thought of his conversation with the chief. Sorry it took so long, Chief Madigan told him as they pulled away from the building that had been reduced to mere ashes in a pile of bricks. We lost your signal when we reached this block. We had to comb a few buildings. These guys are good at hiding their tracks. Oliver nodded. It was the only thing I could think of. Kai switched bags, so any trackers you had in the suitcases were left behind. At least it gave us a chance. A pretty darn good chance, considering you almost just received air conditioning for your brain. Oliver gave him a straight look. Chief Madigan chuckled. I would ask if it was too soon, but somehow I don't think that applies to you. You're a bit of a different thinker, aren't you, Holmes? Oliver shrugged. So I've been told my whole life. It didn't bother him. At least it hadn't after his dad had been removed from the picture. He wasn't sure why his dad had been so cruel. His siblings never had to put up with it. Of course, they weren't the type to disagree if their father was wrong. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was that they felt disagreeing would be a sign of disrespect. Oliver was the complete opposite. Why should he let someone wallow in ignorance if he had the answer they needed? It was just that his father couldn't accept the fact that his youngest son might actually have an answer he didn't. What did you do to him back there? Chief Madigan asked. We didn't find a knife, or paperclip, or bobby pin, or anything stabbed in his leg that would have made him drop his gun and fall over like that. A grown man screaming in pain when there's nothing? What gives? Trigger points, Oliver replied with his gaze out the side window. They might not be deadly, but boy do they hurt. I've seen a bull stopped in its tracks when someone used the right trigger point against it. Chief Madigan sucked in a loud breath before letting it out. Well, Holmes, you solved your first case. How do you feel about that? Oliver caught his sideways glance. First case? The chief nodded. The way I see it, you have a unique ability. Sometimes we come up against a case that might call for a certain type of distinctive help. What are you saying, Chief? Chief Madigan sighed. I'm asking if we can keep you in our books as an animal consultant. Oliver stared at him. It won't pay much, Madigan continued, but sometimes there might be. Yes, Oliver said. A smile spread across the chief's face. All right, then. A rare, matching smile lifted Oliver's lips before he continued up the stairs. He opened his door and shoved it shut again. Rough night? Oliver's heart skipped a beat. He spun and searched the room for the intruder. Easy, Waffles said from the middle of his pillow. He held up a paw. Don't need you having a heart attack. He hurried to the edge of the bed. So, did you save her? Oliver realized the guinea pig had no way of knowing what had happened. We saved her. She's going to be just fine, he reassured the animal. The relief on the guinea pig's face was so easy to read Oliver didn't have to guess how the animal felt. I knew you were the right person to ask. I just knew it, Waffles said. He weaked happily and danced in a little circle. The sound of his claws snagging the quilt came extremely loud to Oliver's concussed head and made him wince. I'm glad I could help. He hesitated, then admitted. It might have been the greatest adventure of my life. Waffles clicked his teeth. You know what Marisol's song says, right? Oliver ran a weary hand down his face. You know I don't. I know, Waffles replied with a chuckle. But I like asking you because it annoys you. He cleared his throat and said in his thick accent, Any moment is an adventure worth having with you, as long as the moment is the one in which you are true. Be who you are, love who you are, and be you, because you're the one I would adventure with all my life through. That's a song? Oliver asked, his words slurred slightly with weariness. It's better when she sings it, Waffles replied. He gave Oliver a closer look. You better get some rest. You look like you're going to fall over. Oliver couldn't argue. He eyed the pillow he usually used. Oh, I was keeping it warm for you, Waffles said cheerfully. Thanks, Oliver replied. But you can keep it. He set it on the floor next to the cage after peeking in to ensure that there was still food and water inside. Luckily, Iris had sent more than enough to get the guinea pig through. Oliver fell onto the bed without bothering to kick off his shoes and rested his head on his arm. He was too tired to worry about the kink in his neck that he would get from the lack of a pillow. He watched Waffles climb onto the newly relocated pillow, circle once to pack it back down into a little dip, and settled in the middle. Good night, Oliver. Oliver tipped his head toward the guinea pig. Good night, Waffles. I'll get you to Marisol as soon as she's home from the hospital. You're the very best sort of human. Thank you, came the guinea pig's quiet reply. A small smile touched Oliver's face as he drifted off to sleep. Oliver was rather annoyed when he woke up to find his shoes still on, his shirt twisted at a rather uncomfortable angle, and a bloody patch where the gash across his ribs had bled. What a mess, he muttered as he pulled the sheets from his bed. Wow, you're quite the disaster, Waffles said from his pillow on the floor. I thought it was the shadows last night, but nope, you look like you went to war with a rhino and lost. Thanks, Oliver said dryly as he piled everything in a corner to take to the laundry room in the basement. He glanced at where the guinea pig was enjoying some pellets and covertly added the pillow to the pile. Oliver reached the bathroom and looked in the mirror, then paused. His face was black and blue with a horrid shade of green along his cheekbones. The bandage the paramedic had wrapped around his forehead had bled through. It took quite a bit of cursing and pulling to remove it. He missed Iris's gentle hands. He threw the bandages in the garbage can with more force than was necessary and turned away from the all-too-knowing mirror. She had left in the ambulance. She was finished with him and didn't need his help for anything else. How was the motorcycle ride the other night? Waffles asked with his mouth full. Fine, Oliver said. The motorcycle ride had been nice. She had needed an escape, that was all. Fine doesn't tell me much. Come on, spill the beans. Where did you go? The guinea pig pressed. He appeared at the doorway to the bathroom. When Oliver didn't answer, the animal's little claws made clicking sounds on the linoleum. Oliver wanted to point out that nosiness wasn't an attractive trait, but then he reminded himself that he was talking to an animal. They were all about nosiness, weren't they? Half their life was about smell. We went to her house where she grew up, he admitted. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Did the animal have a lilting tone? What was that supposed to mean? She had invited him to her house. Out of sheer desperation to be anywhere other than the boardwalk where they had almost been killed, who wanted to stay alone after that? Meeting the parents is a big deal. A girl doesn't do that unless she's serious, Waffles said. Oliver paused with his toothbrush in his mouth. How did one argue with that? Surely there weren't mixed messages where meeting the parents was concerned, right? How could that be misinterpreted? Are you sure? He asked. Of course I'm sure, Waffles replied as he returned to the other room. I live with a young adult who's surrounded by admirers. I know exactly what it means when someone brings the parents around. That's serious. Oliver spit the toothpaste out and glanced at the clock. He was 10 minutes late. We have to leave. Ready when you are, Waffles replied from inside his carrier. Oliver glanced in and paused at the sight of a pillow stuffed inside the carrier. Waffles sat happily in the middle of it as if it had been there all along. Oliver looked at the pile of bedding. The pillow was missing. He shook his head but didn't argue. If the animal wanted it bad enough, he could keep it. Oliver just had to remember to get another one. A sigh escaped him when he reached for his helmet, only to remember that it was with his motorcycle in front of Iris's house. They would have to take the subway. Unfortunately, he had to stop by the police station on his way to the school in order to drop off Waffles so the animal could be reunited with Marisol. It was a trip Oliver was surprisingly reluctant to take. Chief Madigan met him in front of the station. The chief's eyes tightened at the corners as he looked Oliver up and down. You sure you don't want to swing by the hospital just to get checked out? I'm sure, Oliver replied. I'll be fine. He held out the carrier. The chief accepted the cage and turned it so Oliver could see the guinea pig. Take good care of yourself, the animal said, his Russian accent thick. You too, Oliver told him in a voice that was tighter than it should have been. The words escaped him before he could stop them. Marisol's lucky to have you as a companion. Waffles gave a little sniff with his paw on the bars of the carrier. Thank you for rescuing her. I'll tell everyone I meet what you did. Please don't, Oliver replied. Waffles chuckled and a small smile touched Oliver's lips. He nodded at the chief and turned away. He felt as though part of him remained in the carrier as he made his way back to the subway station. It was nearing lunch by the time Oliver started on the junior high bathrooms. Fortunately, the students were too busy in their own worlds with friends, schoolworks, teacher issues, and planning what they were going to do after school to pay him much attention. The bell to go home rang, and he had just begun to mop the gymnasium when a familiar voice called out, "Hey, Mr. Holmes, how did things go with the you-know-what?" He looked up to see Henry, Myree, and Becca grinning from the door to the gym. "You've been watching the news," he said as he left the mop and made his way over to them. Their excited expressions fell when he drew closer. "What happened to you?" Myree asked. "Yeah," Henry said. "You look like you got the crap kicked out of you." "Nicely put," Oliver said. "Sorry, Captain," Henry continued, "but you look pretty rough." Becca nodded. "Seriously? Did you fight them by yourself?" Oliver gestured for them to sit on one of the benches. He held back a wince when he lowered to a chair nearby. "Honestly, we couldn't have done it without you guys," he told them. Smiles were exchanged. "It was a bit more complicated than we had hoped, but as you know from the news, we managed to get Marisol out of there and take down the people who kidnapped her." "What did they want?" Myree asked. "Money," Oliver replied. He heard Fina's voice in the back of his mind. "This is bigger than the money, remember?" What had she been talking about? "As simple as that?" Henry said. "I can't believe what some people will do for money." "It's disgusting," Becca agreed. She gave Oliver a closer look. "Are you sure you should be working? I'm pretty sure your head needs another bandage." He reached up and felt how squishy the new bandages he had put on 2 hours previous had become. The gash could probably use some superglue. "Head wounds bleed a lot," he said by way of excuse. "I'll take care of it. You guys should probably head home." The trio rose. Oliver pushed to his feet with more effort than it should have taken. "We're just glad it all worked out," Myree said. She patted Oliver's arm. "Be careful, all right?" He nodded. "Yeah, get some rest," Henry told him. "You look like you could use it." That brought a chuckle from Oliver. "I'll take that into consideration." "Bye, Captain," Becca told him. "You did a good job." "I couldn't have done it without the 3 of you," he said. By the time Oliver finished the gymnasium and took the subway home, the sun was beginning to set. He climbed the stairs slower than before. He changed the dripping bandage on his forehead and awkwardly slapped a new one on his torn stitches. His skin was raw and red around the wound from all the bending and stooping his job required. It was going to take a long time to heal. Oliver washed his hands, then stared around his apartment. It was a box. He felt it more acutely at that point than he ever had before. What did a bed, a sink, a bathroom, or a shelf that contained the bare minimum of importance in his life matter if there was no one to share it with? He missed Waffles and the guinea pig's thick Russian accent. There was no doubt the little animal was happily home with Marisol in his mansion of a guinea pig house, eating the finest carrots and lettuce, and soaking in the luxuries such a life could offer. Certainly the animal was far happier there than he had ever been in the studio apartment. Oliver couldn't stand the silent little space for a moment longer. He grabbed a clean shirt and walked down the stairs. When his shoes hit the sidewalk, he started to run. At first, the steps jarred the pain in his side and head, but eventually he fell into the rhythm his body knew, the one that took him both away from things and to a new destination. He let his feet choose where to go. The freedom of not caring stopped the circles of questions from pounding through his head. His thoughts settled into the numb escape that called him to run in the first place. If he couldn't ride his motorcycle and lapse away into the music, running was the second best option. Oliver's feet slowed. He looked up to find himself across the street from a familiar building. Night had fallen completely. His gaze locked on the glow of light from the 8th floor apartment. At that moment, Iris walked over and set something on the end table by the window. Her eyes locked on him and a jolt ran through his body. She motioned for him to stay there, then disappeared. Oliver couldn't have moved if he tried, but he didn't want to try. All he wanted was to see those kind green eyes again, to touch her hand, to ride his motorcycle to wherever she asked. It didn't matter if she said a single word. He needed her at that moment as much as he needed air to breathe or food to eat, and perhaps more, for without her, he would prefer to stop eating and breathing altogether. In her eyes, he mattered. Without her eyes, he didn't know who he was anymore. "Oliver," she said breathlessly as if she had run down the entire stairway instead of waiting for the elevator. He couldn't make his feet work. He watched her cross the street to him without hesitation. She rushed right up to him as if she knew him and trusted him, as if she didn't care that he was different and didn't mind that she reached him instead of the other way around. "You didn't call," she said, pausing a foot away as if just realizing his lack of communication. He lowered his gaze. "My phone burned up in the building last night. I guess I'm supposed to file some sort of claim to get a new one." "Oliver?" She waited until he looked at her. "You could have called from a different phone." Her eyebrows pulled together. "I went all day long hoping I would hear from you," she said. "You could have called the clinic or stopped by." He lowered his eyes again and opened and closed his hands to ground himself. "I didn't have your number written down anywhere else. I assumed I would always have it, and then it was gone, and I figured maybe it was for the best because I got you into such a dangerous situation that you were better off without me." He realized he was babbling. He never babbled. Such a waste of words meant nothing. What was wrong with him? He ran a hand through his hair and felt the bumps and cuts along his head from the fights. Maybe he could blame it on the concussion. Then I look out the window and there you are, looking back at me. The soft, wondrous way Iris said the words made Oliver's heart clench in his chest. He put a hand to it. I went home and it wasn't home, he said. She took his hand in her own. His breath caught in his throat at her touch. Come upstairs, Oliver. He nodded. He allowed her to lead him across the street, into the lobby, and then into the elevator. As they rode up to the 8th floor, it was as if she couldn't stop touching him. She ran her hands down his arms and lifted his hands to look at his bruised knuckles. He had succeeded in scrubbing all the blood off of them in the shower, but he couldn't hide the purple and green swelling that covered both hands. Her fingers ran softly through his hair, feeling the bruises and goose eggs in a way that hurt so good Oliver found his eyes closing and his body dreading when she stopped. As soon as the elevator beeped, she let him into her door she must have left open when she ran down the stairs. She shut the door and then her hands were at the hem of his shirt. He helped her ease it over his shoulders, wincing a little as it pulled at his stubborn wound. Turn around, she said softly. He did as she requested. Oh, Oliver, she said in a tone he couldn't interpret. When he looked back, it was to see tears in her eyes. Alarm filled him. What did I do? I can go if you want me to. I didn't mean to make you sad. Her mouth covered his, and she kissed him. He felt the press of her lips through his entire body. Everything in him heated, cooled, and then heated again, pooling with the need and want to never leave the feeling of her touch. How could something that was once so abhorrent to him now take over his entire world until he never wanted to remember being away from the touch of another? When she stepped back, she gave him a smile and said breathlessly, Let's get you stitched up. She led him to the table and turned the chair so that he could sit on it backwards. It's really fine, he said, willing his hazy mind to focus. It'll heal eventually. She dabbed it with a paper towel, then held it up for him to see the large quantity of blood. I don't think so, she told him. Leave it to you. I'll be finding you bled out in your apartment in no time. It would be an improvement, he said before he could stop himself. She gave him a straight look before heading down the hall. She returned with an impressively loaded first aid kit. As you know, I usually operate on animals, so it might help if you bark or whine if something bothers you. Oliver glanced up to find her watching him. Yes, I'm kidding, she answered his unspoken question. So, if I bite? He began. She chuckled. I may have to muzzle you. The thought made him laugh. He winced at the pain that surged through his bruised and probably cracked ribs. All right, let's take care of you, tough guy. I'm going to go with glue because I don't think that skin will hold another set of stitches right now without massive scarring. Oliver closed his eyes at the spray of cold wound wash. He let out a breath at the familiar bite of the antiseptic. She washed the wound with more care than he had taken, ensuring that the edges were clean before she began her work with the glue. Easy does it, she said in a quiet, mellow tone that he found both soothing and reassuring. I feel like one of your animals, he said musingly. This is better than any hospital I've ever been to. She worked for a moment before she said, The fact that you've had so many hospitals to compare this to is another issue entirely. Are you sure you shouldn't talk to someone about that? I'm sure I probably should, he replied, but I won't subject someone to that. The past is better learned from and left behind. He shifted in his seat as she pulled together a particularly tender spot. I'd say the past hurt more, but now I'm not so sure. He caught a glimpse of her smile out of the corner of his eye when she replied, You're the one that showed up on my doorstep. That's a cry for help if I ever saw one. I don't need help, he replied. She touched a spot on his ribs and he sucked in a breath. You sure? He gave a breathless chuckle. You're cruel, you know that? She smoothed bandages over the wound. When she was done, he thought she would tell him to put his shirt back on. Instead, something warm pressed against the place where his neck met his shoulder. Tingles jangled beneath his skin, pulsing with promise. He bowed his neck. She kissed the back of it and then moved to the other side. Every brush of her lips left heat in its place. She kissed his ear and then the side of his jaw. Her fingers took up residence where her lips had been, smoothing and caressing his skin in circles that threatened to drive him crazy. He tipped his head to the side and met her lips. Her kiss that started off simple and sweet turned insistent. Her tongue pushed between his lips, tasting his tongue and sending warmth running to his fingertips and toes. Shivers coursed along his skin, and anywhere they touched, electricity danced. She held out a hand. Oliver took it and rose to his feet. He followed her to the bedroom with a tight throat and a drum pounding in his chest where his heart usually resided. She settled onto the bed and motioned for him to join her. He lowered onto his side. He was captivated by the way her green eyes danced in the low lighting, taking him in as if she saw every single piece of him at the same time, both inside and out. Her hand touched his face. Is this okay? She asked. Humor caught in his chest. With you? Yes, anything is okay. She chuckled as she traced his cheek, followed by his lips. You are an amazing man, Oliver Holmes. Emotion clogged in his throat. He turned to stare up at the ceiling, grateful she didn't seem to expect a response to her words. Later, he had just started to drift off to sleep when she said, "I found something for you. Come to the clinic with me in the morning." Her hand settled on his chest, creating a warm ring so soothing sleep quickly stole him away. Epilogue. Oliver. Oliver followed Iris into the clinic, fully expecting another animal to diagnose. The sounds of the dogs barking and cats meowing rose exponentially when he followed Iris through the swinging doors to the back room. "Hi, guys," she said, checking on a few as she passed them. She paused near a cage containing a black and white cat. His water bowl had been tipped over, so she filled it up and petted him through the bars as she did so. His tag read Bowie and indicated that he had been admitted for neutering. "He says he's fine and he should be let out this instant," Oliver said. Iris grinned. "I'm sure that's exactly what he says. He'll be able to go home tomorrow. Please tell him not to worry." The cat responded to Oliver's reassurance with a flat-eyed stare. Oliver turned away. "Did you bring me here to talk to the cats?" "Not exactly," she replied elusively. She stopped at the end where the bigger kennels were. Several dogs barked from their cages, either demanding to be fed despite recently full bowls, to be let out to run, to be walked, to be scratched behind the ears, or to be returned to the families from which they had been so rudely kidnapped. Oliver told them that they would be fed again and weren't at risk of starving. He reassured those who wanted to get out that they would be released soon, and promised the others that they hadn't been kidnapped and that they would see their families as soon as they received the care they needed. It was exhausting work, but it calmed them down at least quite a bit. The dog at the very end sat quietly and watched the entire proceedings with his head cocked to the side, his half-folded ears at alert, and his muzzle just touching the bars of the cage. "And what do you need?" Oliver asked him. The dog looked at him with searching brown eyes before he said, "Nothing. I'm fine." Oliver glanced at Iris. She nodded. "He was found tied to a tire on a dirt road a few miles from here. Someone abandoned him like a sack of garbage. It makes me so mad when people do that." Oliver wasn't sure what she wanted him to do about it. "So you want me to ask him where he lives so we can make sure the people pay who did this to him?" "No," she said in the patient tone she had when he was missing something. She pointed to the dog's collar. "Read his name." With the dog's muzzle resting back on the fence, Oliver had to crouch until he was nearly face to face with the animal before he could read the little red name tag on his collar. "Watson." He sat back. "Elementary, Mr. Holmes," the dog replied. "A Rottweiler told me about you. I think we might be able to help each other." Oliver looked up at Iris. She shrugged, her lips pressed together as if she was holding in a smile. Oliver looked back at the waiting dog and couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. He opened the kennel. "Let's go home, Watson."